let's concentrate a little bit more on what's been happening down in Weymouth. A real up and down regatta overall. It'd be nice to talk about it in general, but more medals today for Great Britain. 2 silver in the 470 class, both the male and female. Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell for the men, and Hannah Mills and Saskia Clark for the women. Juliet Farrington, I mean, was it jubilation, was it disappointment, or was it a mixture of both?
I think it was a real mixture of both. I mean, let's just look at it. There were 2 silvers won, and they were won, as you know, sailing, Colin, it's really difficult before today's medal races, so that's an achievement in itself. The guys, they weren't in a gold medal position to lose, so it wasn't like Andrew Simpson and Ian Percy earlier this week, who went from first to second in the medal race in the star class. A silver medal for Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell. It's their debut Olympics, so it's a win-win situation for them. In fact, their medal ceremony is about to take place, so that should be good to watch. But when you look at these 2, they were up against the #1 crew in the world, that's Australia, and they were in front of you, Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell, putting the Aussies under pressure and pushing them so close to the verge they almost lost their Olympic title. So there's still plenty of time for Patience and Bithell. They've got their careers right in front of them. The disappointment tinge for Hannah Mills and Saskia Clark, but if you'd have given them a silver medal at the start of the week, they would have taken it. They wanted to be in with a shot of gold, and they were, but New Zealand again, experienced, good match racers, and that showed in the medal race. But I spoke to all 4 of them, the boys first, they're the loudest, and Luke and Stu so happy after sailing the regatta of their lives.
You know, we've been bottling up the emotions a little bit for a few days, not letting it go, because there's still a job to be done. There's still a gold medal intact, and we went out there today and we tried, you know, and it was a tricky race. It was a bit yo-yo-y, back and forth, and we did what we could, and the Aussies beat us, but we can now finally let our hair down and enjoy the moment of being Olympic medalists, something we've dreamed for so many years.
And the guys, the crowd, the thousands on the node as well. I mean, a few somersaults, the capsize as well. Was that just for them?
No, that was for us. We lost control.
Really?
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. We were actually discussing this morning, you know, what we're going to do. We obviously got warned away from swimming to the crowd from Nick Dempsey the other day. So, you know, the Australians and the Argentinians were already in the water. So we jumped in with those guys and, yeah, capsized. Tried to set a flare off, which didn't set off. So
doesn't go down very well. We saw the flares as you came in. Yeah, you got those out. Just what will you be doing tonight?
Probably have a quiet night in, really, and just get ready for Rio.
Yeah. Now, what will you really be doing tonight?
We will be stood in Team GB tracksuits on that podium, fulfilling a lifelong dream.
And then what will you be doing after you've got your silver medal?
Probably the ice baths. No, we will. We have no doubt. You know, we got a lot of family and friends come down, so I'm sure we'll catch up with them and pop some champagne open and celebrate the success we've had this week.
Silver medalist Saskia Clark, Hannah Mills, guys, I know you were so desperate for that gold medal, but you can be proud of what you've got. Silver, you forced them all away, didn't you?
Yeah, I think at the moment my biggest disappointment is that we didn't have a scrap on in that race. We had a great scrap pre-start with them, which we actually came out on top of and forced them away, and they just put their heads down and went into that corner, and we were slightly pinned by 2 boats to the side of us. We couldn't get out quick enough, and that was kind of the race there and then, really.
I mean, you are such great friends as well. I mean, you know a lot about each other. What was that feeling like? Do you then just think, right, you know, we'll go for it now, we've got silver, we've got nothing to lose?
We kind of knew that going into the race, that, you know, as long as we finished the race we had the silver medal, and the distance that the Kiwi girls had managed to sort of open up on us by sort of 2/3 of that beat, we knew it was probably insurmountable, and we didn't actually get that stressed. It was we were just and we were just sort of talking, oh well, and just kind of watching what was happening around us with the fight. There was a bit of a fight on for the bronze, seeing what was going on there.
Really? It was that kind of attitude in there?
It had to be, you know, we both knew each other was gutted, and there was not much more we could do. You know, we still tried to sail the race as well as we could, but it was kind of game over, so we, you know, there's no point in sort of wallowing.
That's Hannah Mills and Saskia Clark, and Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell, both in the 470 class for men and women, picking up those silver medals today at last when we got a little bit of wind. You know, I think back, Juliet, so much to think about. Ainsley was imperious, and I think about Percy and Simpson being destitute, but overall, I mean, a good fortnight.
Yeah, I mean, we're just listening to the Australian national anthem right now, but if you look at it, they've medalled in 5 of the 10 classes, Great Britain. Just the 1 gold medal for Ben Ainsley, 4 silvers. Now, the target was 4, so they've exceeded that. I mean, there were some sailors, I suppose you could say, who will be frustrated that, you know, they weren't able to convert that silver medal to gold. But overall, the team, they've got to be pleased with their efforts. And so the disappointment to one side in the couple of classes, but Stephen Park overall satisfied with the last 13 days on the Jurassic Coast.
Yeah, we've got to be pleased that we've delivered 5 medals in an incredibly competitive environment. 14 nations having won medals at this event. Only Australia at the moment have got more than 1 gold medal. But to be able to be in a position where we're medal competitive as we were coming into this event in all 10 and delivering medals in 50% of our events means we'll win more medals than any other country. Of course, we're always striving for more. So while we're overjoyed that we've managed to exceed our target, there's a hint of sadness that there was 1 or 2 that got away. And of course, there's some that really feel that they've not had the opportunity to show their best performances. So yeah, we're pleased that we've exceeded our target. In the last 4 games, we've won 5 or more medals. So we've certainly proven some consistency over the years, and we look forward now to building on that and seeing if we can do even better in Rio.
And that's a sign of a true team of champions, led by a man who's already talking about 4 years from now. I think it's worth pointing out as well, after sort of a lack of wind in Beijing, and that was very rarely an issue. It was only really yesterday and a little bit. The venue's been fantastic.
Oh God, yes. I mean, this was Weymouth's busiest day, Colin. The weather, that's been a massive help. Yeah, there was no wind yesterday, but overall over the 13 days, the wind has produced some really shifty conditions, some really good racing conditions. But if you look at the spectator area, and now this was always going to be the interesting part of it, it's been rammed most days. Now remember, the sailors are not used to having a live audience to sail in front of, but there were 4,500 watching on from nearby almost every day. And we know that medal race, we know it can be a brutal course, we know medals can be won or lost, but overall they put on a really, really good show. It's been a really, really good host, and the free sailing activities around the beach area put on by the RYA, hopefully trying to encourage people and showing people as well that you don't have to have a lot of cash to do sailing. If you have the sea, you have a reservoir, you have a lake nearby, just hire a boat for an hour, go out, see if you enjoy it, because you could end up like these guys who've just been standing on the podium. And I think that Weymouth has embraced that. We've been miles away from London, but we've also felt very connected to what's going on in the capital. So yes, Weymouth can be very, very proud of itself, and obviously the weather stayed right on course for us throughout this 2 weeks.
Thank you so much, really enjoyed it, and hearing from yourself and Pippa from down in Weymouth. I love the idea of sort of, if you can get involved in the sport, Peter. It doesn't matter how many times I take the boat, I can already swim. I mean, there's just some things that I'm, even if I started them now, I would never be good at.
I went out once in a boat called a fireball, which you're supposed to hang out on a trapeze. Oh. And such was my alarm, I spun round on the wire and finished up clinging to the front of the boat with the captain, who happened to be a woman, just shaking her head sadly at me as we motored back and forth. I decided then it probably wasn't a sport for me. I spent the afternoon, as you know, at the BMX track. This is a sport for the brave as well. I mean, they come down that first ramp at about 40 miles an hour. Then there's a track with twists and bumps, and they spend almost as much time off the ground as they do on it. And it is a sport for the brave. I mean, just about every race there's some sort of crash. One we watched, I think 3 people finished out of the 8 who were riding. Yesterday there was one event where only 1 person finished and 7 of them went out. It really is tough going. Both our competitors, our hopes, got through to the finals. They looked good, but in the end it wasn't to be. The 3-time world champion Sinead Reid finished 6th in the final, and then spoke to Matt Dawson.
I don't think I've seen such a brutal sport. The margins are so tiny, but yeah, again, you've given it absolutely everything today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, my heats went well, and I was riding really well, and the rounds on top of each other was pretty hard to, to recover from. And in the final, I didn't want to go too early and hit the start gate and went just that bit too late, and yeah, everyone closed me in.
That's what happened. I mean, right at the beginning, we're talking. It was so difficult to catch up, isn't it, when you get off to that sort of type of start?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously hard because, when you get closed in down the first straight, it's hard to come back. But I did my best, so that's all I can do.
You've been tormented by injuries. You've had to battle yourself back, and you've done yourself incredibly proud in front of what has been a magnificent arena.
Yeah, I mean, like, all these people, it's been, amazing for everyone to come out and support, and never raced a race like this. It's just been phenomenal to compete at this level, and yeah, I'm just, unfortunately, I couldn't come away with a medal, so yeah, it's pretty gutting.
You see the type of character, though. You love this. This is what you want to be in row. You want to be there 4 years, and you want to get yourself back on.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm only 23, so I want to come back and try and get that gold medal, and I won't stop until I do.
Sinead, you've been absolutely brilliant so far. Many, many congratulations on what you've done for the sport.
Thank you very much.
That's Sinead Reid talking to Matt Dawson. She really didn't get into the right position. Effectively, these riders have only got about 10 seconds before they get to that first bend to get themselves into the lead position so they can swing around the bend. Once they do that, then they're in shape. And in fact, in the men's final, Liam Phillips, Great Britain, seemed to have done that. He was certainly in good position. He was in second, then he dropped a few, and then he crashed. And of course, as a result, he finished 8th.
I watched you come over the line, and unfortunately it was slowly because you had a crowd, and there was a little mutter to yourself. Were you allowed to tell us what it was?
I don't know, it's BMX, what could have been, The fact that I'm here and I managed to put a start like that together when it really mattered and put myself in contention. I don't really know what to say at the moment. I'm disappointed, but also, elated at the same time. I've had so much fun over the last few days, and I've maintained since I had surgery 10 weeks ago that I come into this competition and I just go out there and enjoy it and ride my best, and I've certainly done that. So, of course I'd love to come away with a piece of metal around my neck, but I'm not hurt, and I think that I'd like to think that I've done the British public proud. So
I think you could tell by the noise that they were making, especially when you came out the gate. Over the first jump in the lead, the place erupted.
I had a good start, but we've got the indoor facility in Manchester, and that's really provided us with constant training feedback, and I know coming into competition what sort of shape I'm in, and I know that if I produce what I'm capable of producing, then I'm going to be difficult to beat to the first turn, and I did my best going into that first turn, and I think I went in second or third, and obviously come out, and Sam went a bit sketchy on the step up, which almost wiped my front wheel out, and I come unclipped and managed to keep it upright, but I'm just grateful that I'm not hurt, and I did my best, and that's all anyone can ask, really.
Dramatic stuff in the Olympic part there with the BMXing. Thoroughly enjoyed listening to that. Now, British boxing, I'm just going to recap on one story, the real highlight here. Anthony Ogogo got a bronze medal. He didn't get through his semi-final, but Luke Campbell did. He's through after beating Japan's Shimizu in the bantamweight division. He's set to go head-to-head with Ireland's John Joe Nevin for the gold medal. And needless to say, he's very happy about that.
It's going to be a great fight, and I said at the beginning of this tournament, it'd be great to have me and Nevin against each other in the final, and it's now here. But it takes a lot of hard work to get here and commitment, so I deserve to be here.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a fight. He's got his number at the moment, but we'll just see what happens in that final tomorrow. Earlier I spoke with his trainer, to Luke Campbell's trainer, Mick Bromley, who told me that what he thought of Luke's performance today.
The opponent tried to knock him out of his stride, really put him under pressure, but Luke picked the shots well, showed great concentration, kept it together. Great win. Every round he won, 20 points to 11, ready for the final.
He did, that was it. He could only beat the man in front of him, and he was a heavy favourite going in. Very different than John Joe, wasn't it? He just had to go and get the job done, and I'm sure, in your opinion, he did it very well.
He did it very well, and John Joe and obviously Luke will be a great final.
Do you think, to a certain extent, Luke's, we were talking about it here with Steve Bunce, do you think he's reserved a little bit of energy there? Will that help him going into tomorrow?
I mean, he's in great condition, so he'll be well recovered by tomorrow. So, it's going to be a great final, and he'll be ready.
And a little loose end for you in the hockey. It was great to see GB's women, after the disappointment of that semi-final defeat to Argentina, went and beat New Zealand 3-1, picked up the bronze medal. That was really nice, Peter Allen.
Yeah, that was good.
Now, that's you off, because you've got to be back up in Salford for Monday.
I will indeed.
Straight back on air, back to Asmamere, at last back with a cohesive presenter.
No, it's been great fun. It's been a kind of... I don't know, I hope we've reflected the mood over the last couple of weeks. It's been a holiday atmosphere, to be honest. It's like a festival out here, you said it yourself, a music festival. A lot of happy people, a kind of nation determined to enjoy itself, and it would seem rude to even interrupt the party. I just felt myself kind of swept along with it. It's been a fantastic couple of weeks, not just for the athletes, but for the way that the way that these games have been staged makes you quite proud. It's been a spectacular success, to be honest.
Absolutely, and you and I have both been fixated with that festival atmosphere. We've also been fixated with the sports that we've been able to go around, and the only time we've really fawned has been over some of the commentary that we've had, which I have it on a more regular basis, obviously, with 5 Live Sport, but some of the commentary's been amazing. However, I hate to bring the mood down for your last 5 minutes, Peter, but some smart you-know-what has been collecting little clips of you and I along the way, and they're going to force me to play it. I'm assuming it's going to be embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I just hope they've collected the nice ones. You know.
Yeah, I
we'll
mean,
see.
If we were in the studio, we'd demand they not play it. But I'm at the XL, you're at the Olympic Park, so we're going to have to put up with it, aren't we? Here we go.
So, you know, Colin, this is a very notable day for me as well as for you, because in 20 years broadcasting, it's the first time I've co-presented with someone who doesn't wear a skirt.
Listen, that can be arranged.
And it's one of those afternoons here on 5 Live.
Wiggins has 100 metres to go. Is this the ride to glory? I think it is. Bradley Wiggins now up to the line. He's over the line. 50-39 the time. And it is a golden ride for Bradley Wiggins.
One to jump at the last now for Peter. Punches the air. He's on his victory round already. He knows that his clear round has given the gold medal to Great Britain.
What's it going to be? That guy down there is pointing at his video screen. Come on, mate, you know you want to.
Talk about the golden days.
Is it going to be British gold and silver on the white water at Lee Valley? Listen to the roars for Florence and Hounslow. It is Bailey and Stott who win gold for Great Britain.
And these are golden days, if we still believe.
I'm joined by Michael Vaughan here.
You know, I didn't think I'd go into a pub and hear 10 blokes talk about gymnastics, and that's what happened last Monday night, and that's why the Olympics is great.
15.4. It's the bronze medal for Great Britain. It is the bronze for Great Britain. 100 years of waiting.
Oh, she's got her!
She's got her with a nip on. Gemma Gibbons. She's through to the final of the Olympic Games.
He serves.
It's an ace! It's gold! Gold! You better believe it! Gold for Andy Murray!
And this is Pete Allen at the basketball, and quiet it isn't. It's Great Britain versus Brazil in 9. I've never seen this before, Colin, but I must say it's a lot of fun.
Yes, I'm enjoying listening to your hoop dreams.
Where are the golden days?
Ben Ainsley is the Olympic champion once again, a 4-time Olympic gold medalist. He rules the waves of Weymouth.
Excuse me, Medal Mountain. Say hello to Ben Ainsley. Congratulations, Ben.
Nice one. Cheers, Colin.
Laura Trott's done it. Wow, Laura Trott at 20 is a double Olympic champion.
It's wonderful to have you back, because you think you might have missed a bit of Olympics.
I missed you as well, Colin.
But I felt like Maverick without Iceman.
So now the moment for Peter Wilson, 25 years of age. And he clears both targets. He sinks to his knees.
Right, everyone from Vanuatu over here, please. I think we want to hear what the Vanuatu national anthem's like.
You, me, oh man, Blanc, Vanuatu.
Wonderful, thank you, well done.
These can be golden days.
And she scored 90.089. She smashed it, and Charlotte Dujardin is the gold medal winner. It's another gold in the dressage.
5 Live, live at the Olympic Games. This is what the Olympics is all about. Dancing horses, followed by women trying to kick each other's heads off.
I'm standing with Boris Johnson, who's here today to cheer on Chris Hoy.
I am. It's incredible day for Britain.
What a moment in British Olympic history! A record 6th gold medal here, now, at London 2012 for the Knight of Cycling, Sir Chris Hoy.
We laughed the other day and said it was La La Land, but actually it's quite inspirational. Makes you, hey, Victoria, I'm proud to be British.
Hooray! Peter Allen said he's proud to be British. Who's your favourite presenter?
Peter Allen.
Is he?
Because he keeps saying his name excitedly.
Back to this. No, you and I'll be back to this cynicism on Monday. Don't worry about that. We'll click back in. Hey, Peter.
Yeah.
You notice these commentators have been keeping a list, and how childish a list of who's commentated the most gold medals.
Well, I haven't kept any such list, but I bet you have.
Yeah, I have actually. 16 out of 25 we got in our show so far. Eat that, Pugac.
Yeah.
You got 16 out of 25.
16. Eat our golden dust. Victoria Derbyshire, if you're listening. Mark Chapman, if you're listening. You don't know the Olympics until you work from 2 to half 6 with the Allen.
We had 3 and 44 minutes, and that was it.
I know, and we were at that.
Oh, are you claiming half of that? Are you now?
Just there. We'll add them on top.
This feels like the end of the Morecambe and Wise show with you two going. Are they going to play this on a loop in about 5 years' time on a digital radio station somewhere?
Well, it's better than we were little and large about 45 minutes ago. That's quite a jump, isn't it?
Yeah. It's nice to listen to those clips because it's a sudden reminder of just how much we've crammed into the last 2 weeks. What a host of experiences. It will live with me for a long, long time.
Yeah, same here. Here.
And actually, another one of somebody that we work with regularly, I won't mention them on air, sent me a text, a bit like you, Peter, and he said, I never thought I would feel this way. I am extremely proud to be British.
Yeah.
And he's not talking about the success on the track and in the pool and on the velodrome. Well, that's nice, but it's not that.
That's my abiding memory,
Absolutely.
to be honest. Not so much those statistics, but actually the fact that we did it so well.
Yeah.
It's just a really spectacularly good games.
I've just been outside with my wife's family and a Dutch sister-in-law, so here is a perfect viewpoint, if you like, because she is Dutch, although she's lived in England and Scotland for a long time. She said it's just been fantastic. It's magnificent, this park. What a great job they've done. So that is somebody, who is not British, doesn't necessarily have any reason to bang the British drum.
I'd like to utter one word of reassurance, though. Somebody came up to me today and said, so is this it? Have you changed? And I said, tune in on Monday and you'll find out.
Don't worry. I'll be avoiding that studio when I come up on Thursday. I'll be walking the long way round.
It's like Men in Black, Colin, isn't it? This Peter, actually, if you remove his head, he's all wires underneath, isn't he? In a little head somewhere.
I have no comment.
No comment.
It's been hugely enjoyable for me working with you, Peter. I've loved it.
Yep, it's been great. Been a terrific couple of weeks, and I hope the listeners have enjoyed it too. I'll be back, as I say, on Monday, but there's lots more to come at the weekend, and there's lots more to come tonight, Mark.
There certainly is. Thank you very much indeed. Violin serenading as Peter and Colin go their separate ways. We're going to have some fun and games this evening because the relays take centre stage, and everyone loves a relay. 2 finals, women's 4x100, men's 4x4. So Christian Ohorogu in the heats of that, and who knows what to expect from Great Britain's men's 4x1 team drawn against the Jamaicans in the heats. Also, the final of the women's 1500 and 5000, the men's pole vault, the women's hammer, and the drama continues at the XL. Anthony Joshua and Freddie Evans in the boxing semi-finals. Lutano Mohammed still has hopes for a Taekwondo bronze, and Tom Daley back in action in the platform diving. So all that to come. 6:32. Here's the news with Rachel Hodges.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pugac.
And it's relay time on the track. That means excitement, drama, and sometimes drop battons.
And it's Devenish on to Mark Lewis Francis, and it's a tangle, and they have failed to hand over yet again. Mark Lewis Francis stands stock still with his hands on his head. Devenish throws the baton away in disgust.
2 relay finals tonight, the women's 4x100, the men's 4x400, plus the women's 1500 metres final. The big fights keep on coming at the XL. Semi-finals tonight for the boxers, Anthony Joshua and the Welshman Freddie Evans.
Fred Evans has won it on countback. He's the first Welshman to win a medal in the Olympic Games boxing ring since Ralph Evans in 1972. He's guaranteed a bronze. He's into the last 4.
Evans fights at 9:30, Joshua at 10:45. Both fights with us here live on 5 Live. And the great Daley Thompson tells me how we can build on the success of London 2012.
I think most people over 30 learnt most of their sport in schools, and the sports teacher was always the greatest teacher in the school. So in our culture, it's always been that, but that seems to have disappeared. We either have to get it back into schools or we have to rely on clubs. I'd like to think that we can do both.
So here's how it looks this evening in the stadium after another lovely day, and half the Olympic Stadium bathed in sunshine, the half on the far side as everybody anticipates the relay finals. Women's 4x100 at 8:40, the men's 4x4 at 9:20. Heats for the women's 4x4, including Great Britain against the USA, and heats for the men's 4x1. That's Britain and Jamaica. Lisa Zabriskie with a medal chance in the final of the 1500 metres just before 9 o'clock at 5 to 9. The final of the women's 5,000 metres at 8:05, and the finals of the men's pole vault and the women's hammer throw as well. Right, a quick word to Olympic bronze medalist Catherine Merry and Chris Akabuti, 3-time Olympic medalists, including bronze and silver in the men's 4x4. As we talk about the relays, Di Green, Chris, is in the 4x4 team. Now, how does that work when individually you've had a real disappointment and you're clearly frustrated and probably a little bit angry and anxious to make amends?
Well, I mean, you just said it there, Pugas. I mean, it can work one of two ways. On one hand, you can go out there, you can try to do your best, and all the sort of demons that followed you in a semi-final and a final can haunt you again. Or you can see this is your opportunity to make amends, that you want it so much that you really want to walk away with a bit of hardware. You rise to the game, you're a big-time competitor, and you deliver for the boys. So it can go one of two ways. You know, he is our team captain. Very hard to leave him out if he wants to have that shout. And you've got to trust him that if he says he's ready, he's ready.
Kath, what do you think as Ewan Thomas is introduced to the crowd talking about this very subject? What do you think about Di Green this evening?
I think he will run well because we know he does when it matters. Let's take the semi-final of that 400-metre hurdles aside. That was a shock to him. That was a wake-up call with the training that he'd missed. But he came back with a day's rest and ran well in the final, and a very creditable fourth with the condition that he was in. It doesn't surprise me that they've brought him into the 4x4 squad at all, because he's what I call a chaser. They've put him on third leg. He'll be in the mix. He'll have something in front of him to chase. He's a very reactive runner. And I think it's a decent team. I think we have an potential outside shot of a medal here, because some of the other teams, including America, are a little bit weaker. Let's bring the team captain in. Let's bring a man who has fire in his belly because he didn't run as well as he wanted in the individual. And I think we'll do okay.
Yeah. The only challenge is Di is not the quickest hurdler. You know, when they chucked me into the 4x4, I was a 44.9 man. I think Di is a 45.8 man. And the Americans were not scared of him. The college kids run against 45.8 guys all day long. But as Kath has said, fire in the belly. He is the captain, and let's see if he can do it for the guys.
Well, all that will unfold in front of us here in the Olympic Stadium. Much more on the athletics to come, but Lutalo Mohammed has a chance for a medal for Great Britain later. Jonathan Overends at the Excel. It's Taekwondo, of course, the best he can hope for. Explain the circumstances that need to occur for this to happen, Jonathan.
Oh, it's the wonderful complication of the repechage, Mark. How we love a repechage. It's a second chance, if you like, for Lutalo Mohammed, who lost in the quarterfinals earlier today. I think a disappointing performance against Garcia from Spain, who has gone on to make the gold medal match. So because of that, the people who lost to Garcia along the way, and indeed the finalists in the other half of the draw, get the chance to play off. So Mohammed will play Karani from Iran at 8:15. If he wins that one, he will then play for the bronze medal. So I think it's a great opportunity for him, because he'll really want to prove what he can really do on the Taekwondo fighting mat. I don't think he really demonstrated that earlier on today, and he knows it. So opportunity for Mohammed. However, Sarah Stevenson, her chance was wiped out earlier in the day. The player who beat her in the first round then went on to lose. So Stevenson, her fourth Olympic Games, it ends in disappointment, but for her, success was just to make it to the Olympics themselves in the start line.
Right, much more from Jonathan at the Excel and the Taekwondo throughout the evening, and from the Aquatic Centre as well, where Tom Daley's back back in action. This time it's the individual event of the 10-metre platform diving. Vassos Alexander is there for us. Vassos, it's only the preliminaries this evening, but the attention is back on Daley, who actually left the village, didn't he? It was part of the plan the last few days.
Yeah, in fact, he wanted Mark to go back to his hometown of Plymouth. He was persuaded by the British diving coaches not to, but to base himself in Southend, where there's a 10-metre board. In fact, a great diving facility, Council Run in Southend. So that's where he's been training, away from the pressures. I've just been talking to Leon Taylor, former diving silver medalist from Athens, who commentates now for BBC TV. He saw Daley this afternoon, and I'm told the 18-year-old is very relaxed, very comfortable, both with how he's diving and also with this rather brutal schedule they have to do. These 10-metre boys, they have 6 dives this evening, 32 of them, top 18 through to the semi-finals tomorrow morning, 6 more dives tomorrow morning, top 12 through to the final this time tomorrow evening. So 18 dives that count inside 24 hours. If you think about it, you're hitting the water at 40 miles an hour 18 times. It is tough on the body, but Daley, I'm told, is very relaxed about it. And I've just spoken to Peter Waterfield, the other British diver in action. He's also very relaxed, wandering around in a pair of flip-flops and looking forward to it. We're underway at 7 o'clock.
Vassos will let us know what's going on there. And Ian Carter is up next with the golf, the USPGA, the second day.
And 20 minutes late, Rory McIlroy has just teed off on the first. He's found the fairway. The first tee times have been delayed 20 minutes because conditions so difficult that they need to just balance it up because players are taking so long to play the more difficult back 9. Very, very breezy here. There are threats of thunderstorms, but happily it's dry at the moment. McIlroy resuming at 5 under par, 1 behind the leader, Carl Peterson, who's also an afternoon starter today. Very few good scores out there from the morning wave. Pat Perez, though, has joined the group at 5 under par, and Vijay Singh 3 under par for the 17 holes he's played. The former champion is in the group 2 shots behind.
It's 6:43 and it's 5 Live Sport, of course, at the Olympic Stadium, and throughout the evening we're hoping for more inspiring performances to encourage a new generation of athletes to take up sport, any sport. But how does Britain build on the success of these Olympics, and in particular what needs to happen in schools? There are calls for the government to put extra funding into sport for children. This is what the Prime Minister David Cameron told Nicky Campbell on 5 Live Breakfast this morning.
It is a mixture of money, facilities and ambition, and I'm going to make sure the government gets this right and we have all of those things in place. We will be taking our time to absolutely get this right, but I can promise you we will have in place the right measures for money, for facilities, for ambition, the right things written into the curriculum. We want schools to be challenging themselves to say, how do I link up with a sports club? How do I have team games? Am I going to have a proper sports day where, we hand out medals at the end of it? Am I going to encourage a competitive spirit? How can I get athletes and Olympians into my school to inspire young people? It's all of those questions that we need to ask. But where Nicky, you're completely right, is this is a moment to stand back, look at the big picture, work across party, work with all the experts and leading figures that we have, people like Seb Coe and Colin Moynihan and others, and ask the deep questions about how we really get this right.
Well, look, it's a subject that everyone feels very passionately about, so I want to give everybody their chance. We're going to talk about this for the next 15 minutes because it's arguably more important than anything that's happened in the previous 2 weeks. Lovely though the success is, and the gold medals for Great Britain and the silver medals and the bronze medals, what happens from now on in inspiring a generation legacy is clearly in the long term far more important. So we've got Kath and Chris, we've got Darren Campbell, Olympic gold and silver medalist, and Steve Backley, 3-time Olympic medalist in the javelin as well. So Steve, let's start with you. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
And you've obviously got, you've got children who are at this sort of age now where they might want to get into sport. I'm sure they are into sport. And this is key, getting them at this age, because sometimes by 11, 12, 13, 14, it's too late.
Yeah, it's that I believe is the case. And the first thing that happens is that inspiration and driving that passion, that need, that desire to give your dream a higher purpose in your life. And have that dream. That's where it all begins for every youngster, and that's what these games will do. I think that's the free legacy, right? And I think that's the point. Much is talked about the money and the spend and the facilities and so on, but the free bit is that inspiration that has to begin the journey. And then when that journey begins, of course, it needs to be nurtured and giving kids opportunities. We're about to watch the pole vault in the women's edition. Of course, Holly Bleasdale. We talked about her 4 years ago after the Beijing Games. She went to a come and try day That was when she started her Olympic campaign. She came 6th in the women's final here 4 years later. That's the kind of thing we need to do en masse. And if we can get that right, we will have a sustainable, legacy to these games.
Darren, good evening, Darren.
Good evening,
I was
Mark.
struck there by what the Prime Minister said about trying to bring competition back into school. I'm sure everybody listening, and I know I do myself, will have their own story about little Jimmy or little Susie thinking they might have won something and then being told, but, we don't give out first prizes. Everybody gets a certificate. It's not good to win because it makes everybody who doesn't win feel bad about themselves.
Yeah, life's a competition, regardless whether you do sport or you wish to be successful in business. If it's a case of not being successful, why bother with exams? Why not everybody just study and get to a certain level and we never test anybody? Because in that same instance, a child may have a spelling test and get 10 out of 10 and another child get 1 out of 10, but everybody in the classroom knows, and that youngster that gets 1 out of 10 has to deal with that. So, winning and losing is part and parcel of life. I always feel sport is a good way to understand how to deal with the winning and also understand how to deal with the losing. And I think at the point where they decided to take competition out of school sport, it didn't actually make any form of sense.
Do you know what amazes me, Darren? For some reason, we allowed that to happen as a nation.
I think we missed it. I think I was competing at the Olympics and just missed it.
But what amazes me is that we allowed it to happen, first of all. I've never yet met somebody who thought that was a good idea. And I asked the question, I go around doing a lot of speaking work, and I always ask the question, please, can somebody explain to me what the rationale is for doing that? It's in our culture. It's slowly, I think, being eaten away at, but there are schools out there still who don't encourage competition.
And there's a great book called Willful Blindness. And Willful Blindness talks about organisations, families, businesses that have a culture and they're willfully blind to the obvious. And the fact is, we had a libertine society and a liberal philosophy that said all must have prizes. And even though the common good understood that this was not just a misnomer, we went along with the charade. We all knew it, but we were blind to it. And as much as we decided not to say anything about it.
Is that like Emperor's New Clothes?
100%, my friend, 100%. And there's lots of nonsense that goes on in society, but the political philosophy that is the order of the day means that you can't say anything about it without you've been ostracised as the boogeyman.
Yeah, well, it does sound like, and David Cameron has said it, that they have at least, it seems, got to grip with this. The reason I said, Catherine, you've got a little boy, that I said sometimes 11, 12, 13, 14 it's too late. It might not be, of course, but the reason I said that was for health reasons. Sometimes it is too late for kids, and then if they have health problems by that age, it's a ship which takes quite some turning around, which is why it's key to get them at a young age interested in whatever it is. And we keep stressing this. Not everyone's going to be Wayne Rooney or Freddie Flintoff. It can be anything. That's the whole point of this Olympics. They might want to play handball. They might want to play volleyball. Whatever it is.
Firstly, it's a shame, isn't it, guys, that we've had to have such a wonderfully successful Olympics for this to come to the forefront, for athletes gone in the past, for those that have wanted to do physical education in whatever sport. For me, it goes back essentially to what Steve says as well. You need role models. We have got so many role models from this game. We've had such great coverage that we've had wonderful insight and wonderful stories of some of the adversities that our medal winners and athletes that haven't won medals have gone through to achieve. And that will inspire young people and give them a belief that they can be the best that they can possibly be. But for me, it's time. You have to give the time on the curriculum, you have to give the funding, you have to have the facilities and the opportunities in place. And I've said before, you do have to understand as well the correlation between sport and education, whether it's for discipline, whether it's mathematically, for numeracy, for attendance levels. Sport has a massive part to play, and we have to grab that opportunity now and put the funding and the structures in place.
No, I was going to add to what Kath's saying. I've been working for the Youth Sport Trust since I retired 5 years ago. I head up a scheme called Sky Sports Living for Sport, and initially when I started working with that scheme, it was working with disengaged young people. Like myself, I was a disengaged young person, The difference was, it was my mum that realised that I was disengaged and that sport was a way to get me back on track. After my first year in high school, when they did all the assessments, I ended up in bottom group for every single subject. So my mum banned me from doing sport for a whole year. By my third year, I ended up in top group for every single subject. So what I've seen through the scheme that I work with is sport has the power to help young people turn around their lives. It teaches them life lessons. It gives them the skills to believe in themselves. I've seen young children go from not being able to look me in the eye and say hello to 6 months later, they're leading a young group of children in a PE lesson. So I think what we need to do is get rid of this thing where it's about being successful in sport. It's about everybody understanding what sport can give them and the benefits that it can give them.
And the fact that it's a major part of the curriculum, it's a major part of everyday life. And to be fair to the Premier League football club, they recognise this.
I've been involved in that scheme too. Yeah, 100%.
They really recognise this because football is the hook. As soon as you say to a young kid, do you want to come to a football club? Oh, I want to go to Man United or Liverpool or whatever. And then when you're there, you've got them, and then you can teach them numeracy, you can teach them camaraderie,
and you know the most disappointing thing, because you know the Prime Minister has been on, I know how many good people through the work that I've done were working in schools, actually taking the pressure off the teachers, taking the pressure off the teachers and teaching PE to these kids. And then what they did was cut the funding. 1 million children wrote up a petition, and took it to the Prime Minister, and they had to backtrack on it. How can you cut that funding a year before the Olympic Games and then crack on to me about legacy? It's ridiculous.
Sorry.
No, you do that. No. All I want to say is that I'm sure that this is great. This is what it's all about, frankly. So 85058 on the text. We're going to hear from Tony Blair in a second, the interview I did earlier in the week. But Chris, you make your point first.
One of the concerns I had from the clip from the Prime Minister is he said that we have to have the discussion with Lord Coe and Lord Moynihan after the games. If you're just having a discussion after the games about the implications and how you put it in place, you've missed it.
You missed the boat. Thank you. It's sailing. It's really gone. It's in
really
Rio.
Saying that after the games, we're going to sit down with Lord Moynihan and Lord Coe and let's talk about how can we capture this spirit and the energy and the commitment. We'll have missed it because in 6 months' time, the kids are playing with their Game Boys and whatever the latest computer games are.
Been in place,
absolutely.
This is the problem. This is the problem. This is what we do.
Ready to go now.
Yeah, and I've not cursed them when everybody's been talking about legacy. I've gone, let's see.
Sure.
Yeah, because we'll see what legacy is at the end of it. We all knew what the Olympics would do, but it's not for us to implement legacy because there's already people out there on the ground level, zero, not getting the funding. Creating the legacy for them.
Yeah, but let's deal with the situation as it is in front of us now. And if that's what the Prime Minister is saying, then of course you're saying he wished he'd done it before. But the reality is now let's try and capture the wave up. Even if we're paddling like heck on our surfboard, let's try and catch the wave up. Ryan in Brighton, so angry listening to Mr. Cameron. I fear we might have already missed our opportunity. We've been obsessed with legacy for stadiums, but school in sport should have been put in place for the new academic year. This all appears after the Lord Mayor's show. Dan says, I'm a teacher in Nottingham. We do encourage competitive sports. Please don't generalise. Dan, I take your point because I heard a story today about two schools in Devon, one very competitive, one just down the road, not competitive. So we're not broad brushing, Dan, but you would accept as a teacher there has been an ethos, particularly in the last 15 years, competition was a bad word. David Cameron, not the only politician speaking about this. Earlier I had a very similar conversation with former Prime Minister Tony Blair.
This legacy is not to be measured simply in what's here in this Olympic stadium, although that's very important. I think we've got to make it count in sport, in our communities, in our schools throughout the country. Here's the thing, we have got some great facilities, we can invest in more of them, but in many of our schools, in fact, there have been, over this past 10, 15 years, there actually have been significant amounts of resource put into it. There's a huge unmet need out there. And, we've got to organise it, and government's got to play its part, and local authorities and the sports bodies are going to play their part. But also, in society and communities, we can get together and we can do these things.
Is there any way that sport can become a non-political football, if you like, for politicians?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no reason why there should be any difference about sport and its importance between political parties or politicians. And you're making a very important point here, Mark. I think that I used to fight this battle a lot because we did put a lot of investment actually into school sport, and obviously we did the Olympic bid and so on. But I always found it a struggle with the system of government to get them to treat sport as mainstream. When you started to talk about sports policy, people sort of said, right, it's the end of the day now. We can relax and talk a bit about sport. And I used to say, no, this is as good a health policy, education policy, anti-crime policy, teaching kids social skills policy as you can have. So I think that is also important. It requires a kind of change of attitude about how we regard sport and its place in society.
But it's about money as well, Chris. And you can't just say to the teachers, as I've heard a few, I don't know whether they were politicians, a few people suggesting, the teachers, there should be more sport in schools. In other words, their days should be longer. You can't say their days should be longer if you're not going to pay them. Absolutely. Nobody works for longer than they are paid for. That's fair enough.
Well, in many cases, plenty of teachers already go over and above the call of duty, so they do work for more than paid for. But it shouldn't be the case. There should be, not incentives even, a recognition of the hours that it takes to invest in young people. And it's not just the teachers, preserving the teachers. What you have on the back of these games is a whole group of parents, coaches, delegates, volunteers who are so happy and excited, and they want to professionally learn a particular sport. It could be handball, it could be fencing, and those people need to be paid to work alongside our teachers in the evenings, in the afternoons. I would actually agitate, forget this 3 times 40-minute periods. You need to have 2 hours on a Wednesday, every Wednesday afternoon, where you can get a full-time sport, and a young person decides, do I go to the competitive sports, track, rugby, football, etc., or do I go and do the more leisure type facility sports? Do I want to go horse riding? How can a young person from London and not go horse riding? She signs up to the local private school and goes and joins that club on a Wednesday afternoon. But these blueprints have got to be in place, and there's a big saying in athletics: what gets measured gets done. There's no way you're going to run a 300 time trial if you've got no stopwatch at the end of it. There's no way that someone's going to do a pole vault or high jump if there's no measurement on the bar. So unless you actually measure this, unless you project manage it, unless you have targets, goals, it ain't going to get done.
You're going to have so many of our 5 Live listeners now, whether they're from organisations like the Sports Leaders or in school sports partnerships, or as Darren was saying with Youth Sport Trust, absolutely screaming at the radio, saying, I told you, I told you, I told you. You took our funding away before the games. It's like the government and the people who make the decisions didn't expect us to do very well. And now we have done well. Now they've seen what's happened to the nation. They've seen what the medalists and Olympic athletes can bring to Great Britain. Now they're reacting, and we're worried because it could be too late. Too many athletes, too many kids in this country, especially in my sport of track and field, have always succeeded despite of the system, not because of it.
Well, for a long time, the sports minister wasn't even in the cabinet. For a long time, at the best, he was a junior minister, which really said it all, didn't it? That actually, alongside health and education and the economy, sport didn't really matter. I think everybody, because sports tentacles go into every aspect of society, I think now, Darren, people realise that actually it needs to be treated alongside everything else. And we've said it a million times before, we'll say it again, with the spin-offs to health and society and the NHS, etc.
Well, you know the problem that I have? If this wasn't thought about before, then what was the legacy supposed to be? Was it supposed to be this fantastic stadium? A stadium's fantastic as long as you've got the people coming in to perform and inspire people. And now we've got an aquatic centre. If you haven't got the people going in the aquatic centre performing, what's the point? If you're not going to let the people in the local area, i.e. the young children, be able to access such facilities for free, what's the point? I said a long time ago, I hope they had spoken to Manchester. What Manchester has done with regards to legacy after the Commonwealth Games in 2002 has helped the whole area, okay? Down to the Sports City then. The people on the estates where I grew up, areas like Moss Side, etc., they will go and pick you up in a minibus and bring you if you want to go use facilities in Sports City. The young people in Manchester now feel inspired. In that, it means British cycling then move there, and then the young people feel inspired by what they're seeing there. Then Sheikh Mansour then comes in and buys the city and gets involved with Manchester City, which then means they're now going to build a school. And all I'm seeing in Manchester is it growing and growing and growing. The fear now is that 2 days before the end of this, it clearly seems like there was no strategy for legacy.
But how in 2002 the economy was doing very well. How do you balance that, Chris?
No, it's not about that. No, because I'll tell you now. Sorry. All I was going to say, Mark, is because they already had their plan. The plan was that the stadium was going to be Manchester City's, the council own it, and from the revenue, from the attendance, then the money then goes to the community. The problem that we've got is we've got a stadium in, we don't know what's going to happen with it at the end.
But the point
so what plan was that?
But the point I was going to make was in 2002 the economy was going well. There wasn't a need to cut the public deficit, which there is now. And if you are in the government or you're a Tory or Lib Dem MP listening to this, you might say all very well, but we're going to have to cut something.
Yeah,
we've got to cut our cloth somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. Then you start looking at some of the foreign policies that send your soldiers all over the globe. So I don't want to get down that line, you know what I'm saying? But
but that's the reality.
But the reality is, you either go to sandy places and fight foreign wars, or you actually say, you know what, this is our home policy. This is what we want to do. We want to look after our young people, look after our nation, our schools, our nurture, etc., etc., etc. And I want to say just once again, if you're going to look at developing this sports infrastructure, look at and speak to, please, Catherine Mary, Darren Campbell. Don't just speak to the lords of the land. These guys are at grassroots, are working with people in Moss Side, in Hume, in St Paul's, in Haringey. They're at the grassroots and they know what's going on the ground with youth workers that are working with the youth each day and every day and saying, look, I know how to access the young people, but we've not got the funds in order to do something with them.
Because also, Mark, just really, really quickly, where it all started going wrong is when they started getting rid of youth clubs. Yeah, because I learned respect in a youth club. Yeah, if I was disrespectful in the youth club, then I couldn't come back. Now that's a problem because all my friends are in the youth club.
Yeah. And you want to be with them.
And I want to be with them. So, this is where the problem is we've gone so far away from how it was when we grew up that the youngsters nowadays kind of just do what they want. And then we start going, well, why are they hanging on street corners? Because they can't afford to do anything else. Or if they can afford to do anything else, there's nowhere to go. So these are the things that have been created, and as I say, this was all spoken about legacy, and I agree with what you're saying with regards to the economy. But if this stadium, when it was being built, it had been decided that it would go to somebody like West Ham, Tottenham, whoever, and a part of the revenue would go back to the local area, then we ain't got to worry about the economy, have we? Because the football fans keep coming in, because that's what happened in Manchester.
Well, also, the sport itself becomes an economy, the sport itself. Once you start employing coaches, administrators, officials, that in itself generates its own economy. So, it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy either way you go.
Well, look, the reality is, whether you think it's a bit late, guys, or not, it is here now. It has been fantastically successful, and even if you think that, as I say, there's a little bit of padding that needs to be done to catch up with the wave, there is an enormous wave there, and if somehow that we can just harness it, then clearly be for the good of the country. Rich in Sheffield says legacy is one thing, the Prime Minister's still caught up in the elite development, participation and competition is needed, elite individuals will emerge if we get it right. Kath in Gloucester, I totally agree with Darren. I'm a primary school teacher and I'd love to be able to spend more time teaching PE to promote their skills for life. So sad it's taken the Olympics to make the government to realise this. Chaps, we could talk about this for 3 hours, and it would be just as important, if not maybe quite as exciting to listen to necessarily as the athletics. But look, we're going to come back to it, so thank you very much. Please send your texts, keep them coming in, because as we say, it is as important as anything that we're going to watch this evening here at the Olympics on 5 Live with Mark Pugach at 4 minutes past 7.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012
on 5 Live.
And in the next hour, it's time to pass the baton and occasionally, GB, get it right.
Mark Lewis Francis on the anchor leg has taken Britain to 4x100 metre gold. The Americans think they might have got it, but no way. Britain have got the gold medal, and they have had their moments of redemption.
Great Britain's men are drawn against Jamaica in the 4x100 heats. The women's 4x4 team are also in action shortly. Great Britain's women won bronze in the hockey. They beat New Zealand 3-1. The sailors, Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell, won silver in the men's 470 class. Hannah Mills and Saskia Clark also won silver in the women's race. Sinead Reid came 6th in the women's BMX final. Liam Phillips crashed out in the men's. Luke Campbell's through to tomorrow's final in boxing's bantamweight bantamweight division. Anthony Ogogo won middleweight bronze. He lost his semi-final. And coming up later, Freddie Evans and Anthony Joshua in semi-final action. Plus, Sutala Mohammed still has hopes of Taekwondo bronze. His repechage fight is at 8:15. On Olympics Extra now, it's the women's hockey final. The Netherlands against Argentina.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I'm Faye Rusco with the BBC 5 Live News. Detectives investigating the disappearance of the schoolgirl Tia Sharp in South London have begun a murder inquiry after finding a body at her grandmother's home near Croydon. The 12-year-old had been staying at the address when she went missing a week ago. Police say the body hasn't been formally identified and the cause of death hasn't been released. Officers now say they urgently want to question Stuart Hazel, the partner of Tia's grandmother. Our correspondent Ben Ando has more.
As far as we understand it, Stuart Hazel is a fugitive. He's wanted by the police. They want to question him, but at the moment they say they don't know where he is. They're warning people not to approach him. They say he could be dangerous. They say if you see Stuart Hazel, then dial 999 and call the police immediately.
A British soldier's been killed in Afghanistan. He died during a patrol in Helmand province. The soldier was serving with 3rd Battalion the Rifles. His family have been informed. Elsewhere, 3 American soldiers were killed by a man wearing an Afghan army uniform. Britain spending another £5 million on sending medical supplies, phones and radar equipment to opposition groups in Syria. The Foreign Secretary, William Hague, says ordinary Syrians can't wait indefinitely for help while diplomatic efforts fail. The Ministry of Justice is considering allowing call centres to be set up in jails to help make prisoners more employable when they're released. Companies such as DHL and Timson have already provided work for inmates. And a Labour candidate for one of the new police and crime commissioner posts in England and Wales is withdrawing after admitting he committed a minor offence almost half a century ago when he was 14. Alan Charles was the candidate for Derbyshire.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pougatch.
So lots of relays this evening in the stadium, and everybody, Kath Merry, loves a relay. It's tremendous fun. Clearly the 4x1, there's a little bit of jeopardy in there as well. We've got the 4x4 here, though. Great Britain in the second of the heats. What can people realistically expect from the British women's 4x4 team?
Well, so far in 2012, it's been a pretty successful one. Obviously, we had wonderful success indoors at the World Indoor Championships in Istanbul, winning that and pipping the Americans, which is always super sweet.
And that was Christina Hurugu, wasn't it, running a stunning leg there?
Yeah, her, Perry Shakes-Drayton and the team ran really well. And what happens with relays, you see, at these Olympic Games, Mark, is you're invited. The top 16 teams in the world, as of world rankings, are invited to compete. Hence, we didn't make the ranking in the women's 4x1, which was why we had no squad here. But this is an outside medal shot for us because we have a good team. And from what we understand, Perry Shakes-Drayton, the fighter that is Perry Shakes-Drayton, is being arrested in the heat. Christina Hurugu is going to run the last leg in this heat. But this is a tough heat. Mike will go through the 2 heats, and Britain in the second one is a tough call because it's just the first 3 and 2 fastest.
Interesting that the medal target from Charles Van Commenay was 8 in track and field, and Great Britain are on 5 at the moment. 3 of those are gold, so we might have a debate towards the end, actually, about the weighting, as it were, of a gold medal, particularly if the target hasn't been met. But here we go then, Mike, the first of the heats.
Yes, and this one features the bronze medalists from last time round. Jamaica drawn on the inside in lane number 2 as the first action on the track of this last but one evening is set to get underway. The Jamaicans drawn towards the inside in 2. Then Ukraine in 3, recently crowned European champions. You may have heard the starters command in the background, calling the lead leg runners forward to their blocks. Belarus in lane 4, Cuba in 5, France in 6, Germany in 7, Nigeria in 8, Italy in lane number 9. The defending champions, the United States, up against Britain in the second of these heats, in effect semi-finals. And the first 3 nations in each heat will go through to the final, as well as 2 fastest losers. Remember, Britain through to the men's 4x400 metres yesterday. And the gun sets them on their way. Jamaica on the inside being led off by Christine Day, and she has on her outside Olga Zemliak of Ukraine to chase. And the Ukrainians were very impressive winners of the European Championship final in Helsinki a few weeks ago, outlasting France in the home straight, and France are also in this first semi-final. They're drawn in lane number 6, and the stagger is difficult to work out over the first 100 metres or so because the athletes start so wide apart. But already we can see that Nigeria have made ground on Italy towards the outside in lanes 8 and 9 respectively. For Germany, Esther Kramer is also running fairly strongly as they head down the home straight, but significantly Christine Day of Jamaica has made a lot of headway on the athlete on her outside, Zemliak of Ukraine, although the Ukrainian is just starting to fight back as we head towards the first of the changeovers. Catherine Merry.
Well, it was a good first leg by the Nigerian team in lane number 8. The thinking behind the first leg runner in a 4x4 as Jamaica sweep round to take the lead over 10 metres from Nigeria on the back straight as you put a good solid runner on your first leg because it is the longest leg of the relay. And Jamaica now with 200 metres to go in this second leg with Sharifa Lloyd have a good 10-metre lead over Nigeria, who currently sit in second. They're really bunched up, the rest of the teams in this first heat of the women's 4x4, but Jamaica, that's bringing in a 10 or 15-metre lead as they come into the third leg runner, Sharika Williams.
Sharifa Lloyd is leading the Jamaicans into the home straight, and she starts to stretch again. She's left a bit in reserve as coming through now into second place is Lovinenko of Ukraine, and they in turn are being challenged in third and fourth places by Belarus and by France. And now the batons are handed on again, and the Jamaican advantage has dwindled to barely a metre or so. On the third leg now is Sharika Williams, one of the strongest in the foursome. Like the British team, they have kept one or two back for the final, hoping of course that they will get there. A lot of nations take the gamble in fielding weaker teams in the semi-finals to rest up their best runners for the final, which is in this case at 8:25 here tomorrow evening. The last of the finals, the last athletics competition here is the men's 4x100 metres relay. In the past it was always the 4x400 metres that brought down the curtain, but because of a certain Usain Bolt, the programme has been changed and it will finish here with the men's 4x100 metres. But here, the third of 4 legs is coming to a close in the first semi-final in the women's 4x400 metres, and Sharika Williams will hand on to Rosemary White of Jamaica with a clear advantage, Catherine Merry.
Yes, Jamaica still got a comfortable 10-metre lead from the Ukraine, and France are coming up into this one into third position at that changeover. All the athletes now evenly spaced as we go down the back straight, with Rosemary White of Jamaica leading the charge. The Nigerian athlete now in the final leg, Regina George, is coming round with 200 metres to go.
First 3 certain to qualify. One of those will be Jamaica. Looks like France are strong in second place, but now coming through into third place, the Nigerians, and France have dropped back to fourth, although their anchor leg runner Floria Gay, who ran so strongly in the European Championships, is now starting to deliver another challenge. It's Jamaica leading by 10 metres from Ukraine in second place, and now Gay and France are coming through on the inside to relegate Nigeria down to fourth place. Jamaica will win. It will be close for second place between Ukraine and France, but those are the 3 nations to qualify for the final tomorrow evening in a time of 3 minutes 25.13 seconds, and Jamaica, bronze medalist last time, successfully and impressively through to the decider.
Well, very good qualifications for the Jamaicans. 3 minutes 25.13 seconds, and that's what happens when you just invite the top 16 teams in the world to a very high quality semi-finals. Great Britain coming up in the second one, but as Mike said, Jamaica will bring in a couple of athletes into this 4x400 metre final that will really spice it up against the Americans and the British. So it's Jamaica, Ukraine and France that got the 3 automatic qualifying spots, and of course 2 fastest losers will come when the other semi-final is run.
Great Britain in the second and the semi-finals. Great to watch it on the finish line as we are, Chris Akabusi, because you can really see at the handover. Well, that's Steve Lewis going in the pole vault. Steve Backley is over.
Yeah, 5 metres 50. It's the opening height of this men's pole vault final. Big cheer for the Brit. His campaign is underway. He did have a first attempt failure at this opening height, but that second attempt, I've got to tell you, he was way clear, probably 30 plus centimetres over that bar at 5 metres 50.
Can he win it?
He can medal. I think he broke the British record a month ago in Poland, 5 metres 82. If he can repeat that performance, he can get himself on the rostrum. The big pre-event favourite is Ronaldo Villani of France. 5.90 at his best. So, but for the Brit, for Steve Lewis, certainly a medal would be a great result.
The thing is, Steve, you say that you, in the world of racing, always back a stable in form. He's great friends with Greg Rutherford. They're roommates. So how much would that rub off on him, do you think?
Yeah, very much. And as well, Robbie Gravaz in the high jump. 2 medals in the jump so far. And, of course, Philip Sado, high hopes here. I mean, it wasn't unthinkable that we could medal in all the men's jumps here. Steve Lewis will have watched his roommate take that opportunity in the long jump. Greg Rutherford, he was presented with an opportunity and grabbed it with both hands, gold medalist. Steve Lewis, he'll be buoyed by that, as he will by the home crowd here. Perfect conditions for pole vault, still 24 degrees, and a great competition to unfold.
What sort of athlete tends to gravitate towards the pole vault?
They are, they're good all-round athletes. They're great sprinters. They're quick. I mean, you take the best ever Sergei Bubka, the world record holder.
Great sprinters or good sprinters?
All right, in your company, they're good sprinters. In my company, they're great sprinters.
In our company, they're lightning.
I think Bubka was a 10.2 man. I'm right in saying. Okay, so not great. Okay, in the context of what we've seen last night with the Jamaican 123 in the 200, okay, Darren. No.
But that is good. 10.2 is very, very
But when you
impressive.
put on top of that, they're the sort of athletes that can do one-arm pull-ups, for example. They'll hop around on their hands. They do a handstand on top of a 5-metre pole, up to 6 metres in the air. They're gymnastic, they're quick, they're agile, they're strong. They are great all-round athletes. They make great decathletes as well. But, fantastic event. It takes a lot of bottle, so you've got to have a certain... It tends to attract a certain character. I remember being on a bus on the Grand Prix circuit, and the pole vaulters, they're a bit mad. One of them said, right, the bus pulled up, we all decided to get off. They went out the back window from the top from the upper deck, and that was just fun. That's a fun thing to do as a pole vaulter.
Are they the goalkeepers of the athletic world? They're a breed apart.
You could say that. But then I guess in athletics, each event brings a certain type. Very much.
Because high jumpers are different individuals.
Where are you going?
We're waiting for that word.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how I translate the word after I say it.
Do you think all field athletes are weird?
No. The high jumpers, he knows exactly what I mean. They're scatty.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they'll smoke.
Dippy.
Well, they'll be smoking before then jumping on the high jump. Go on YouTube, you'll see the guy who's had a bit of a drink before. All right then. So you all know what I mean.
No, but to be fair to him, he'd had girl trouble, hadn't he? That's why.
It was a blip.
Yeah,
I don't think it's all of us.
So he thought he'd deal with it on the high jump.
No, but I think it's interesting that people are interested what sort of characters everybody are, because they're very different. They're very different disciplines in the field.
And the throwers tend to be more like your rugby player mentality. Work hard, play hard, good camaraderie. We described the pole vaulters, bit mad, bit bonkers. Would think nothing of, go skydiving at the weekend, that sort of stuff. They're thrill seekers. That's a good way to describe it. They're the thrill seekers of the athletics.
What I know is, whenever I used to be training, I'd go to California, and the pole vaulters and the high jumpers were laying on the pit while I was rapping. 200s, 300s, 500s. I could do 3 or 4 reps in half an hour.
There was some, baby.
And these boys are still in the pit. But, they are a little bit adrenaline junkie. They're certainly the gymnasts of track and field athletics, and a little bit crazy.
Yeah. And in terms of track events, I think it's fair to say sprinters think distance runners are mad, and distance runners think sprinters are lazy. That's always an ongoing battle.
Yeah. Well, that's good. It takes all sorts to make a team, and this is what we're after, isn't it? I mean, we've said it before. Same with rugby, isn't it? Prop forwards and the fullback are completely different characters. Of course they are.
Yeah, definitely.
Defenders in football think that strikers are the glory boys who just want to drink champagne and open nightclubs. It's the way it goes. That's what's wonderful for a team to have those different characters.
I remember first making a team, I think Stuttgart 93, being part of the senior squad, and that's where you see all the different dynamics. And I think maybe over time the team lost those dynamics because there was a togetherness. I think if nothing else, Charles has, maybe through that whip that he cracks, has got the team together again, because it does seem to be a good team spirit. And during my time, Yeah, it did disappear after the oldies had left, like Steve Buckley.
The other thing we can see from here is the bumping and barging on the handover. There's it looks a little bit wacky races in there at times.
The 4x4 is a great event, and it is a tactile event. You know, you have got to make yourself some space. You've got to feel the shoulder level of where that guy is, create the space for your athlete to come through. You put your hands out, and there could be some bumping and barging. Yeah. You've got to be very, very clever. The incoming runner sometimes falls over you. So me as a hurdler, I had no problem. But some of the 200.
That's the cheer for the GB team.
Fantastic! That's brilliant. See the girls who are in town, and it's a great event. There's a little bit of argy and bargy.
And the argy-bargy is added to, Mark, because the incoming runner, the next runner in a 4x400 metre relay, is put on the track in the position where your teammate is at 200 metres to go, and so much changes in the last 200 metres of a 400 metre race. You could be in the completely wrong place, which is why there's always a bit of argy-bargy going on.
Oh, right, so they might sort of have to almost run in an angle and a zigzag to get you, because you're no longer exactly where you thought you would be. There's the cheer for Great Britain then, who are in lane 8 to start with.
Blue skies above, the floodlights are on, the Olympic flame burning brightly just to the right of Shayna Cox, who's drawn in lane number 8 as the lead-off athlete for Britain in this second semi-final of the women's 4x400 metres relay. On their outside in lane 9, the defending champions, the USA, and towards the inside in lane 4, Russia, who took silver last time. So this is a loaded heat, a loaded semi-final for Britain, and Shayna Cox has Keisha Baker of the United States on her outside to chase over the course of the first lap, and she's going well, is Shayna Cox, over the first 100 metres. Has to make sure that she's got something in reserve in the home straight, where she will hand on to Lee McConnell and then to the hurdler Ailey Child, and Christina Horugu, silver medalist in the 400 metres individual race, is on the anchor leg. There's no Sanya Richards-Ross for the Americans. They have gambled on the team getting through to the final, where Richards-Ross will be drafted back in, and Shayna Cox has made up significant amounts of ground on Baker on her outside. The changeover comes very shortly now, and Shayna Cox will hand on to Lee McConnell as semi-finalist in the 400 metres individual race, and Shayna Cox finished very tired after a strong start. Catherine Merry.
She did. She's handed it on to Lee McConnell, with Britain in about 3rd or 4th place, and that meant that the Russian Gashina finished reasonably strongly and swept round the bend Fivorova, who's the second leg runner for Russia. But Lee McConnell's fighting back. She's currently in 2nd place now, just sitting comfortably in front of the American as they go, 200 metres to go on this second leg.
So the front three have drawn away by about 5 or 6 metres, and it's very close up front between Russia on the inside, Britain sandwiched between them and the Americans, around in towards the home straight, and these three have built up now a 10-metre advantage over the Czech Republic in 4th place, and that could be significant because only the first 3 are certain to qualify for the final. Firova of Russia now hands on to Nazarova, and they have a 3-metre lead from the United States. And for Britain now, it's the 400-metre hurdler Ailey Child who takes up the baton from Lee McConnell and will hand on in 350 metres time to Christina Horugu.
A nice little gap developing from the front 2 teams. Russia leading the United States. Ailey Child has a good gap in front of the 4th place team, earned her place on this team as Ailey Child with a good flat 400-metre legs in 2012. They're looking good, the British team. Remember, it's the first 3 that will qualify automatically, but Russia and the United States are the 2 teams currently out in front.
And Russia leading with Nazarova, and in 2nd place for the United States it's Diamond Dixon, who will hand on to Dee Trotter, and Diamond is now trying to make some ground on the outside. The last changeover will be very close. Ailey Child has got a 5 or 6 metre advantage over the Czech Republic, who have Susanna Heinova, a very strong 400-metre hurdler, on the final leg, and so 3rd place is there for the protecting for Christina Horugu.
Dee Trotter comfortably in 1st place in this second semi-final, leading Russia, and Christina Horugu looking good in 3rd place. It looks like Britain are going to go through automatically from this second semi-final, but the lead that the Americans and the Russians have, doesn't look like they're going to be caught in this final semi-final.
And this could be a forerunner of what we see in the final. Jamaica won the first semi-final, and this is an impressive display by the defending champions. They've won it the last 4 times, the United States, without the 400 metres champion Sanya Richards-Ross. And it's Dee Trotter now being challenged all the while by Kapachinskaya, and Christina Horugu has maintained that 7 or 8 metre advantage over the Czech Republic, and Britain will qualify in third place. They're through to the 4x400 metres final, and a solid run from Christine Ahorogu, doing no more than she needed to do to make sure that Britain progressed safely.
Yep, the rest of the British team put Christine Ahorogu in a wonderful position. As an athlete in qualifying in relays of 4x4s, you want to do as little as possible. And Christine was far enough back, but far enough ahead of the fourth place athlete just to go around nice and controlled. That was a good run by the British team. That semi-final, well, it was nearly 3 seconds quicker than the first one. But the crowd give the British team a cheer. They've made it through to the women's 4x400 metre final, and that is going to be one fast and special final when it comes around.
But as far as winning a medal is concerned, Chris, what do you say about their chances judged upon that? Yes, Perry Shakes-Drayton may well come back into the team, but judged by that.
Yes, I mean, they'll definitely need Perry Shakes-Drayton to come in. But, you know, I'm looking at the changeovers, and with the Ailey Charles changeover, for example, there was a moment in time when the three girls that came in were on top of each other, and like a peloton, they needed to stick together. But in that transition, Ailey Charles got dropped off, and all of a sudden she was marooned on her own, and that's really dangerous if you're really going to want to be getting a medal. You've got to be staying up there with the big girls. Don't get dropped off, because the decision making needs to be done right as the girls coming in. I'm going to make up that gap and stay in contact.
Tom Daley's about to go. It's the preliminary stage of the diving. Here's Vassos Alexander.
Huge cheer in the aquatic centre. Guess who's on top of the 10-metre platform? It's Tom Daley, 18 years of age, one of the most popular athletes in Team GB, and he's going to start his campaign in the individual with a pretty tough dive, a back 2.5 somersault with 2.5 twists. It's his second toughest dive. It means he will take off facing backwards and rotate backwards with 2 vertical twists in midair. Here come the twists first, and then the 2 somersaults piked. He just let it go a little bit on entry, Karen Pickering, but a solid start.
Just slightly over-rotated at the end, but it was a pretty good dive there. Just watching again in slow motion, beautiful twists through the air. Just let it go right at the very end, just ran out of room. But good start. There's a lot of diving left to go, though.
Yeah, remember, there are 32 divers in this preliminary this evening and 18 places up for grabs in the semi-finals tomorrow morning. That dive has put Tom Daley into 17th place, which is not a great start. But, you know, there's time to improve, Mark.
We'll keep a close eye on that, I know, Vassos. Thank you. Mike, just tell us something about the speed of that semi-final, bearing in mind, as Chris was saying, that a lot of runners will come back into various teams for the final.
Yes, that was by far the quicker of the 2 semi-finals, and Britain have qualified for the final overall as the 3rd quickest nation, just ahead of Jamaica. So that advertises their medal chances, but you'd have to fear the United States. With Sanya Richards-Ross still to come in, it looks as though the gold medal is theirs to lose.
So where does that, Kath, leave your view, your verdict on the chances of anything regarding silver and bronze for the British team?
It's just cemented it from those 2 semi-finals. The British team ran well. As Mike said, they're going to bring in Perry Shakes-Drayton, but then Jamaica are going to bring people in. The United States are going to bring people in. But there were always a shot at a medal and potentially a bronze one, and that's just cemented it.
Just keeping our eyes peeled to the left, Steve Lewis is about to go again in the pole vault, and also Sophie Hitchen about to begin in the women's hammer, and she used to be a ballet dancer. Steve Backley, tell us how that might prepare somebody to be a hammer thrower. Teaches you good balance.
Quite logical, actually.
Yeah, there's a bit of balance, a bit of poise.
Well, it is. I mean, hammer throwing is very... it's a rhythmical, it's about balance and poise, as you say. Of course, you add the strength component. Hammer throwers are very, very strong athletes. And Sophie Hitchen, a new British record in the qualifying rounds here. She goes into this final. I mean, I don't know where her mind is. Possibly another British record. I don't think she's got the capability to challenge for, certainly for medals. Probably, if she can make the cut. 12 athletes start a cut after 3 throws means that 3 athletes will get another 3. If she can get into that top 8, that would be a really good performance for her.
I mean, when you look at it, she says, doesn't she, just reading the notes here, gave me a good base of posture and balance, and she was a trampolinist as well. I mean, all field events, of course, are timing, but that looks more like timing than anything else to the amateur eye.
No, you're right. All the field events are so much about balance, poise, posture. You move a tiny bit out of position, the centre of gravity moves. It's about transferring force. You get out of a balanced position and you're just not as strong.
Well, we keep a close eye on Sophie Hitchin then, as maybe, Chris, just one of those, we have a few lists this week, don't we, athletes who might get a medal. You know, you don't know. We've had Greg Rutherford, who's run brilliantly, got a gold. We've got Steve Lewis going now. Robbie Grabarts, who thought, yes, he might get a medal. He does. She's very much in that category.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking forward to the 1500 women because I think Lisa Dubisky is another one who nobody would expect, but actually I suspect could actually grab hold of a medal. So there are lots of people there, and it's going to have to happen. For us to meet Charles Van Commeny's target of 8, we're going to have some people that are unfancied, just like Greg Rutherford. I mean, Greg Rutherford was always going to be contending for a medal, but the big G, only people in his camp would have thought he could get the big G. And so we're going to have to expect that people like this were going to jump up there and just sneak in amongst the better positions.
Let's snap off to the golf, the USPGA. It's the second day there. Here's our correspondent Ian Carter.
One of those days where par is a very good score indeed. Rory McIlroy's picked up 2 in his first 2 holes to remain at 5 under par, and he's one behind joint leaders now. Gary Woodland, having picked up a birdie at the second, has moved alongside Carl Peterson, who's yet to start his second round. Vijay Singh round in 69. The veteran is at 4 under par, just 2 shots off the lead, and who knows, that might be good enough for the halfway lead given the very breezy conditions that are sweeping over the ocean course here.
Well, funny you say that, Ian. As you say that, the breeze just picks up a little bit here. And we were talking yesterday, Steve, weren't we, when we had Goldie Sayers with us, the javelin thrower who so sadly suffered an injury just at the wrong moment when she was throwing so well. And she was saying that actually a lot of the field athletes have found the conditions quite tricky because, not necessarily because of the weather, but because the track's quite quick.
Yeah, and certainly for the javelin and the jumps in particular. You know, and the men's pole vault we're watching now, it's so crucial to just get in exactly the right spot for your takeoff. Of course, a quick surface means that you cover more ground. And when you cover more ground, you start getting closer to a triple jump board, long jump, takeoff board. But especially as well in this pole vault, your foot-hand relationship is so crucial to get the bend into the pole. So, yeah, I mean, it's one aspect to contend with, as well as the excitement, the pressure, the crowd. It's a busy kind of visual thing as well. The Champs throws a completely different challenge, especially the field eventers who are out there for a long time. A lot of distractions. You've got your medal ceremonies going on. There's cheers going off around the place. It's about keeping your focus and then taking in all those different aspects and into the optimal performance. And it was a shame not to see Goldie out there, especially when we saw the women's javelin. The medals probably. I hate to
she
say
was
it,
the epitome of frustration last night, wasn't she?
Well, ifs and buts. I mean, they don't work in sport, do they? But if she had have thrown the throw that she threw just 3 weeks ago in hurting her elbow, she would have been amongst the medals.
Well, there's a lot going on here. Away to our left, it's the pole vault. Away to our right, it's the hammer. We've got about the 4x100 relay heats in about 10 minutes' time. So let's go off to the news now with Faye Rusco.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Police searching for the missing schoolgirl Tia Sharp have found a body. It was discovered at her grandmother's house but hasn't yet been identified. Detectives have begun a murder inquiry and want to talk to Stuart Hazel, the partner of Tia's grandmother. He's disappeared. A British soldier has been killed in Afghanistan. He died during a patrol in Helmand province. The soldier was serving with 3rd Battalion the Rifles. His family have been told. The Foreign Secretary, William Hague, says sending more supplies to opposition forces in Syria is the right thing to do. The government's spending an additional £5 million to be spent on aid, including medical supplies and satellite phones, but says it won't supply weapons. And a Hungarian lorry driver has been sentenced to 4 months in prison for driving the wrong way along the M6 in Staffordshire. Pal Corbally, who was drunk, was only stopped when 3 HGV drivers blocked the road. Lots of problems on the road. In Cumbria, one lane's closed on the M6 northbound between junction 37 at Kendal and junction 38. Recovery work taking place there after a car and caravan fire. Very slow stop-start traffic. The road was closed whilst the fire was put out. It reopened just before 7. One lane of the M6 southbound in Lancashire is closed at junction 34. A vehicle's broken down there. Traffic is slow. Matrix signs are set to 50 miles per hour. 2 lanes of the M62 eastbound in West Yorkshire are shut between junction 25 at Brickhouse and junction 26 at Chain Bar. A vehicle's overturned there, traffic very heavy in queuing. In Monmouthshire, there's very heavy traffic on the M4 westbound between junction 23 at the M48 and junction 25A at Newport. This is just sheer volume of 2012 Games traffic as there's a match at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff. Delays expected there of around 45 minutes. In Berkshire, there are tailbacks of 5 miles plus after several vehicles were involved in an accident on the M4 eastbound between junction 5 at Langley and junction 4B at the M25. Congestion back to the M4 at Slough. Expect severe delays with stationary traffic. It's also affecting the M25 where traffic's queuing between junction 13 at Staines and junction 15 at the M4. The A4 from Slough to Heathrow Airport is also queuing because of that accident. In Surrey, expect severe delays on the M25 anti-clockwise. A vehicle overturned earlier between junction 10 at the Wisley interchange and junction 9 at Leatherhead. Congestion stretching back to junction 13 at Staines. Expect to add an extra hour to your journey there. And in Somerset, 2 lanes of the M5 southbound are closed between junction 26 at Wellington and junction 27 at Tiverton. There's an incident there. Faye Rusco, 5 Live Travel.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. For more info, click bbc.co.uk/5live.
Just a football line for you. Liverpool have confirmed the signing of the Swansea midfielder Joe Allen. Joe Allen's gone from Swansea to Liverpool. So hold on to your hats then. It's the heat to the men's 100 relay. In 3 of the last 4 Olympics, the Great Britain team have been disqualified. But the one time they got it right, very right, Athens 2004, it was gold. So here's 2 of that team, Marlon Devonish and our very own Darren Campbell, on how they got it so right.
I remember when we were doing the semi-final and there was a lot of mistakes in that. Yeah, and the attitudes and the personalities in the team were important because we could look at it objectively and go, right, okay, this is what we need to do, right?
And away they go, and Gardner was out of the blocks very well indeed, and they've got a lead over the United States at this stage.
The final, I just remember being stood on that second leg waiting for Jason to come round, but just with this total belief in the 3 guys that collectively we were going to do something special.
Darren Campbell on the second leg going well for Britain, and Britain are right in contention here.
I just remember then just getting the baton and just thinking stay as close as possible to Justin Gatlin and try and put the Americans under pressure, and I just had total faith that as I got close to you, that when I shouted hand, that you would just put back your hand.
Here goes for the 3rd change, and here we've got for Britain Marlon Devonish.
So you've got 30 metres area to exchange the baton. The first 10 metres is called the acceleration zone. You can't receive the baton in that zone. Then you've got another 20 metres where you can receive the baton. And our check marks are based off the back of that.
Basically, as I'm decelerating, you want Marlon to be hitting this.
Yeah, top end, accelerating.
And they're onto the anchor leg now, and the United States just about edging it, but Britain are in front.
When you're out there, people can go early, the check marks can be a little bit long. There's just so many things that can potentially go wrong.
But Mark Lewis Francis is going for the line. Is this going to be another goal? And I think they've got there. I think Mark Lewis Francis has held off Maurice Green. And what a night this is turning out to be for Great Britain.
If I was giving the current team advice, it would be don't look back. Keep your hands still.
Yeah. The chances are they're going to run a lot quicker than they have done in training. That's where Tony Lester, the coach, has got to really have his eye on things. With my experience, I keep it as simple as possible. I'll say keep your hand as steady as possible and go on the mark. At worst, go late.
You go late.
Yeah, and don't worry about your flat speed because in Home Olympics you are supposed to run quick. So execute that as well as you can. But ultimately, steady hand.
Don't look back.
Don't look back.
And trust each other.
And enjoy it because it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
And here tonight, they got the changeovers absolutely right.
Right, let's talk about that, Darren, then. Let's just explain to everybody exactly. So you put your hand back, but you, the receiving runner, do not look back. You look dead forward, the receiving runner.
Yeah, because the problem is if you look back, then the hand moves. Yeah, because as soon as you turn your head, then your body rotates with it, especially at the speeds that we're running at. So, that's the worst thing you can ever do, look back.
So you, the giver, shout. You who's got the baton in your hand, and you're handing it on.
As I'm running towards Marlon, I'll hit a check mark, he'll accelerate away. As I get to a point where I know he's getting to near his top speed and I'm just about to decelerate, I then shout hand, which then keeps him at that pace that he's running at. Because if he's
how does he know you've hit the check mark if he's looking the other way?
I shout hand.
You shout hand.
Listening?
You shout hand.
Yeah, I shout hand, and then he'll put back his hand, and then that will stop him from accelerating anymore because he's no longer driving, he's only running with one hand, which stops him from being able to generate any more pace. Basically, you want that as soon as he puts back his hand, that's the important time. I've got to give him that baton as quickly as possible because you're talking, tenths of seconds. So ultimately, that's what won us the Olympic gold, our changeovers. We didn't have the flat speed, but our changeover was so quick and we trusted each other that we knew. That's why I said that my final word was trust. That's why don't look back is so important, because if you trust each other, there's no need to look back. You should know that I'm going to catch you, and if not, you know that I'll say the right things to make you come back. Because you see, if you've practiced enough, there's so many different ways to slow people down. So if somebody goes early, if you're aware because of practice, you can shout hand early, because then they can't generate any more speed. Yeah, and then you'll be able to catch them. So it's just being aware of your surroundings, but we're talking of fractions of seconds.
So where have they gone wrong of late? What has the problem tended to be, or has it been a different problem every time?
I think it's the order, if I'm totally honest. I think you're trying to...
I've got some more on you, fella. Got some more. Come on, baby. You know.
Yeah, I'm trying to be nice. Because they're my boys. Okay. But no, ultimately, I think order's important. And I think even like this evening, I wouldn't put Dwayne Chambers on second, because second leg's 110 metres, and if you watch Dwayne Chambers run 100 metres, we all know he ties up in the last 5. So why would you put a guy who ties up and can only run 95 on 110 leg? Why not put him first leg, especially with the way that he was starting here in this championships? He's ran 10.02, so why not utilise that on the shorter leg, which is 90 odd metres?
The other day when we were talking about Usain Bolt, you Kath, you and Chris explained extremely well why someone like Bolt should run the third leg. So as someone who ran 100 and 200, you would always say, no, run the bends?
I could run any leg. You see, not everybody can run every leg, because you've got to appreciate, in my 200s, I would come off the bend in the lead. So clearly I can run any leg. So you put me any leg, yeah? So you have somebody who's utility then. Not utility in the respect that, if you're struggling, put him in. But you need somebody who can be solid and you build that team accordingly. Not to say that was the key component, because Jason Gardner sets it all off. If Jason Gardner doesn't get a good start and put us in the house, that's what I'm saying. If you put Dwayne on first leg, then you kind of take the pressure off. Because the biggest problem with the relay is, if you're not up there in the dance, then everything starts happening and you're still. And then the fear then is to go early, because everybody else is set off and you're still waiting. Yeah, so if you set it off early, you're always in the race. Yeah, so you're going off fractions of seconds after everybody else. The worst thing in the relay is waiting and watching the person on your outside go and the person running into him run past you and your guy, you're looking, where's my guy? That's the worst thing ever, because the problem then is 9 times out of 10 you'll go early.
What do you think? I mean, it's interesting because obviously Dan's been involved in it. From your point of view, looking at it almost from the outside, what do you detect the problem's been?
I'd love to come back after we've commented on this, but for me, it's all about trust. It's all about getting on one another. Mensana and Corporal Sano fit in mind, body and spirit. You've got to be one body, one spirit, one unity. If you haven't got that, forget it. Doesn't matter how quick you are, how technically perfect you are. He said, hand, trust. And I've got to trust you. And if I love you, my brother, I'll trust you. Take that baton, get out of here.
Right, well, we'll talk more about this, I'm sure, because it's a really fascinating conversation, particularly as Darren was saying, the only way to beat the Americans in 2004 was to have the changeovers absolutely perfect and down to a T. Here we go, Mike.
And the power of statistics in this sport, as Mark was saying in the introduction, Britain have failed to get the baton round at 3 of the last 4 Olympics, but if you'd like another one, they've won medals at 4 of the last 6 global championships. Gold in Athens in 2004 and successive bronzes at the World Championships in 2005, 2007 and in Berlin in 2009. Britain lead off in lane 2 here with Christian Malcolm. He'll hand on to Dwayne Chambers. They failed to get the baton round at the recent European Championships with that same duo. And then Daniel Talbot on the 3rd leg, handing on to 18-year-old Adam Jamili. Britain in 2, Canada 3, St Kitts and Nevis in 4, China in 5, Jamaica in lane 6, led off by one of the fastest starters on the international scene, Nesta Carter, to Michael Frater, Johan Blake and Kemar Bailey-Cole. They're in 6, Netherlands in 7, Brazil in 8, Italy in 9. The first 3 go forward to the final of the men's 4x100 metres relay. And Christian Malcolm sets off for Britain, chasing one of 3 places in the final tomorrow in the men's 4x100 metres, and he closes down on Gavin Smelly of Canada as they hand on to the back straight, and this is a better changeover now. Chambers takes up the baton with Jamaica flying down the home straight now, and they lead. Britain now the second of the changeovers, and it's Chambers on to Talbot around the bottom bend, and Talbot will hand on to Jamili, and Britain are in with a chance of getting into the front 3 here. Final changeover for the Jamaicans. Blake on to Bailey-Cole, and now Britain didn't have a great changeover. Jamaica are leading from Britain in second place. Jamili comes through and takes second place for Britain, 37.39 seconds, the winning time for Jamaica. But Adam Jamili with his hands on his head. Darren Campbell.
I think he knows, Mike. It looks like he went early, and I spoke earlier. It's the biggest problem when you're scared, when the crowd's up there. The biggest problem, I did it myself at my first Olympic Games. I went early on the 3rd leg. Because you're anxious, you're nervous, and I think that the signs from him. He knows he went early. We haven't seen the replays yet. I'm trying to see if there is a flag or. Hold on, we're just watching it back now. No, he didn't go early. It looks like Talbot couldn't catch him. Hold on. Oh no!
It's borderline. It's borderline. It's so close, and it's difficult to see. If it is the case of Craig Pickering picking up the baton just too late in Beijing 4 years ago, this is going to be a hairline decision for the stewards in the bowels of the stadium.
So that what we can see on the television, Mike, there, is that in the yellow line? Is that yellow line?
Yeah, that last line.
That's the edge of the takeover box.
Basically, it doesn't matter if the athlete's over as long as the baton's in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
So obviously your hand back.
The hand's got to be back. Yeah, obviously the
back in the box, even if your feet are outside of it.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the baton that has to be in that box. The baton has to be exchanged in that box. I'm not sure.
I'm looking at the British team now. They look suddenly a little perkier with life. Well, now we're watching it again down here.
I think they too would have looked up at the screens and seen the replay, so they do look perkier. But
oh no, he's out.
He's
out.
Oh, he's
actually run out of his lane. He's run out of his lane.
Yeah.
He's run out of his lane.
And he looked behind. I mean, just about every possible mistake.
Yeah. There's too many mistakes to even try and work that one out.
So he's looked behind. But
he's a young man, and again, you see that. I'm not even going to say anything.
Are you automatically?
I'll tell you that. But he's a young man who shouldn't be running the last leg. It's his very first major championships. That guy, only one leg for him, mate. Get in the hole, let the gun go. Pass the stick to the next man. Sit down. That's it.
The interesting thing before we won Olympic gold in 2004. Everybody forgets this, but we actually in 2003 in the World Championships, we did the same thing. We gave Dwayne a lead in the 4x1, and JJ Johnson ran him down, and we were all shocked because JJ Johnson weren't even that good, and he ran Dwayne down. We gave him a 5-metre lead. So one of the key things that I said to Mark before the final was, you wanted that opportunity. Hold on 1 second.
Just to break in, it's been confirmed Britain have been disqualified from the first semi-final in the men's 4x100 metres. The changeover on the last 2 legs between Daniel Talbot and Adam Jamili took place too late. Britain are out of the men's sprint relay, and that's the 4th time at the last 5 Olympic Games that Britain have failed to get the baton round.
And you know what? They're both 2 of the most inexperienced.
Well, I saw the team and I went, I was kind of told the team from this afternoon, and I went, really? And how it was put to me is they know each other well. From the scenes that we're witnessing, clearly they didn't.
Is that Charles Van Commenay? Does he decide upon the team?
I'm not even going to go there, because I said 2 years ago that I would get involved for free. for free, no money, but for me, he's...
So who decided, Darren?
Listen,
does Charles Van Commenee decide upon the order and
well,
the team?
no. It'll be the national sprint coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what's really disappointing is that by the time that changeover was taking place, they were running very quickly.
Very well.
They were in second place.
Well, if you think it was
Before-
won in
before the
37, if you think it was won in 37-39, they must have, you know what? They must have been close to the European record.
Yeah, they were around
37-73. What time was given?
37-93, I think it was.
93. That's a fantastic time. You know, yeah, that's a medal winning time that they ran. The problem is, again, and we spoke about it beforehand, you've got to have the right people on the right legs.
You know what's happening now, Darren? People are listening to us because a lot of people will be on the road now. Maybe they're going on holiday Friday night. They're going, you've got to be joking, not again.
Listen, the problem is, you look at that team, and you've got the experience of Christian and Dwayne. After that, it's two young men in their first Olympics. These things can happen. Now, what you're better off doing, in my humble opinion, is having one of the inexperienced on first leg. Yeah, because there's two. When you're inexperienced, you can't give somebody two jobs.
Correct.
Yeah, you can't give them receive the baton. Right, you can't give them receive the baton and then give it away as well. So what you would have been better off doing is putting one of them. I would have put Talbot on first. Yeah, which then means he's only got to give the baton to Dwayne. Dwayne then runs down the back straight. Dwayne and Christian know each other, experienced athlete. Because I don't think Adam went early. I think Talbot just couldn't catch him. Now, you've got to think, why couldn't he catch him? Because the best part of Adam's race is his first 40, and then he's solid. So the problem is he didn't even drive out fully. He only drove out a little bit, and Talbot couldn't catch him. So then I question the check mark. I go, well, the acceleration mark, because there's an acceleration mark before you get in the zone. Did they play it? Well, it could have been stretched. It's just a strange one. It's very strange. I don't know what they were thinking in what they did. Because then, as I say, if you put Christian then on third leg, then what you've got is Christian giving it to Adam. Because that way, Christian would have shouted, "Adam, slow down." Because he's experienced, because as soon as you hit that check mark, you know whether you're going to catch the person or not. You do, 100%, trust me, because I've hit that mark before and gone, oh my God, I don't think I'm going to catch him. So I know straight away I'm going to have to call hand early. If I call hand early, they'll slow down.
Am I right in thinking that even if they had handed it over in time, they'd have still been disqualified because he ran out of his lane?
They may have been disqualified, but that would have more maybe gone down to somebody asking for appealing then, more than the judges going, you're disqualified. The judges are pretty much concentrating on you exchanging the baton in the zone.
Unless he impeded the athlete in that lane, it would have been seen as actually costing him more ground.
Because he's slightly going, he's slightly actually going to his right.
Chris, I mean, I mean, you know, there can be no excuses. I'm not quite agreeing with Darren with the order. Admittedly, he's the quickest guy out of the blocks. He should have been running the first leg. I would have passed the stick straight over to Danny Talbot. He's a 200-metre runner. Let him run down the back turn, the longest leg out of that, and get you experienced guys. Darren Twain Chambers on around the bend, and hand over to Christian Malcolm.
No, but I can see why they put him last leg, because Will Junior, he runs last leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, what you got to think also, he is a young man who has only just come into the sport. So when you've got someone who's a little bit naive, it's better they just, like Mark.
Yeah, put him in the hole.
Yeah, well,
put him in the hole.
That's why there was no point in putting Mark Lewis Francis on any other leg than last leg. Yeah, because they sometimes haven't got the skills necessary, but what they have got is the mentality and youth. Yeah, and as I say, it's not that he's inexperienced with running last leg.
The thing is this, can be no excuses at this level of getting it wrong. This is the Olympic
but
Games.
this is where you maybe have to look at the coach, Tony Lester, and I don't really want to have to blame Tony Lester, but somebody's got to take the blame, and it'll be interesting to hear what the team have got to say about it.
Well, we're going to hear from them very shortly. We've got the second semi-final to come, but if you're just tuning in, Great Britain disqualified from the first of them.
And the Americans have a habit of dropping the baton as well. Britain didn't drop it, of course, but they didn't get it round in a legal fashion. The United States are drawn in lane 7 here. Jeffrey Demps handing on to Darvis Patton to Trell Kimmons, with Justin Gatling on the last leg. No Tyson Gay in this semi-final. And they're underway then. The United States drawn in lane 7, have Hong Kong on their outside, and Jeffrey Demps is one of the leaders as they head towards the first changeover on the far side of the stadium. Now Demps hands on to Darvis Patton, who runs the back straight leg and is running strongly. Japan on the outside are in contention, and so too France now with Christophe Lemaitre, the 200-metre specialist. And it's another good changeover by the United States, who have the lead here from France. Germany trying to challenge, so too Trinidad and Tobago, who ran so well in the warm-up in Monaco a few weeks ago. And Justin Gatlin takes up the baton here, and this is what the United States can do when they get the baton round. And Justin Gatlin goes a long, long way clear from Japan and Trinidad and Tobago in second and third. 37.37 seconds. That is very, very quick from the United States. And they will throw down a challenge to Jamaica, to Johan Blake, to Usain Bolt and the rest of them, if they can reproduce that form in the final.
Very, very quick. Again, it does look like it's going to be the Jamaicans versus the United States of America. They may have a little look at the second changeover between Darvis Patton and Trell Kimmons. It looked a little bit long. It's difficult to see from here whether it was inside the box. It was quite smooth, but it did look a little bit long near the end of the box. But we'll be able to give you more details on that. But Justin Gatlin accelerated, received the baton very, very early, and look very, very smooth. This is going to be a fantastic final tomorrow night. What
And
a way to close the show.
Time corrected to 37.38 seconds. That is the fastest 4x100 metres ever run by an American quartet.
And Mike, we said from what we saw in Monaco that the Americans are coming here to defeat the Jamaicans. You could say both their A and B teams were fantastic on that evening. The best changeovers I've seen the Americans perform. But this is what happens. You're not going to get away with what we got away with, all right? Because the teams now know that they're going to have to work and they're going to have to practice. We knew it was only the Americans that we had to worry about, and we knew also that the Americans were arrogant enough not to think that we were a threat. But that's not going to happen anymore. These teams now work hard.
I mean, Mark, just one last point there. Disappointment, of course, that the British quartet haven't won through, but with the United States in that form, with Tyson Gay to come back in, with the Jamaicans in that form, with Usain Bolt to come back in, it's the last final at what's been a magnificent festival of athletics here. We have got a showdown to savour. This won't just be an exhibition of what the Jamaicans can do. This will be a final to savour, and it's the last event at London 2012.
But the pity with all of that is that the British team quite clearly were going to be the forerunners to get that bronze medal. And what a way to finish the Olympic Games. In the relay, our boys up there getting a bronze medal. This place would have rocked. It has seen the greatest man on earth as far as Britain is concerned, leading against the Americans, and we could be part and parcel of that party. But now our guys are going to be the bleachers, are going to get splinters on the backside watching it with you and me while we're commentating. It's a travesty.
It does seem a little bit at the moment this summer that I've seen the two things that repeat themselves all the time: the England football team and penalties, and the England sprint relay team and the changeover. It really does seem to be that way at the moment. I've got more questions for you, Darren, and I think people are genuinely interested in all this. But the pole vault, Steve, how is Steve Lewis getting on?
Well, he's passed at this height mark. The bar's at 5 metres and 65. He was clear at 5.50. The next height will be 5.75. We have had some casualties, though, at this height of 5.65. Most notably, the reigning Olympic champion, Steve Hooker of Australia, has gone out with 3 no jumps.
Here's the British relay team then with Sonia McLaughlin.
Adam, I understand how bitterly disappointed this quartet is right now. Can you just give me an insight as to what happened on that final changeover?
To be honest, I'm not too sure. I think I went on the check mark. I think I just in the stadium, you get adrenaline, maybe it just gives you a bit more, and I don't know, we just couldn't get it cleanly. So by one step, so it happened, and we just got to move on from it.
Danny Talbot, it was you who was trying to get the baton to young Adam here. Can you give us your insight?
Yeah, I don't know, he just seems to get out very quickly. I just couldn't catch him, so yeah, I'm just devastated at the moment. So I feel like I've let these guys down, not being able to pass the baton on, but it's one of those things, I guess.
On the finish line, Adam, you appeared to know fairly quickly that something had gone wrong. You had your head in your hands.
You know when a changeover's not going to be good, and we've been practicing it, and then they've been getting in every time, and that wasn't a good changeover. So I knew it was going to be close, but we got disqualified and whatever.
Dwayne Chambers, can I ask you to just come and give us a sort of a senior citizen's perspective on this, if you might like, as one of the experienced members of this squad? You know how people are going to react to this. They'll say, not again, won't they?
Well, at the end of the day, we put a heavy task on Adam and Danny's back.
Was it too heavy a task, do you think, for young athletes?
It was heavy, being the Olympic Games, and so much was resting. We've had so much investment in our team, so much pressure with the home crowd wanting to come here and support us. And it was hard. It was a hard task, but it was the best formula we had in order to get the job done. And we just had to put him there in that position.
Christian, how much did you sit down and think about the makeup of this quartet? Because clearly the four of you that have stood in front of me are the quickest British athletes that we've got. How much did you have to carefully consider the lineup?
You know, you got to put your best guys on the line, and you know, at the end of the day, we had a little bit of a hiccup, and we still run 37.93. That's very quick. As we noticed, the third fastest qualifying behind Jamaica and United States at the moment. We made mistakes, but this is the Olympic Games. You don't get much bigger than that. And when you have a talent such as Adam, you know, no matter how much you practice in the training ground, you just don't know how he's gonna react. He's gonna rise. He's gonna, you know, raise his task, I guess, to the game, which he did today. I wouldn't say he went late. I'd say he went spot on. And, you know, it just so happens he went really hard, you know, which you want him to do. And unfortunately, you know, just a little bit too long. You know, both guys ran exceptionally well, Danny and Adam, I thought. And, you know, whatever happens today, you know, I know everyone's going to point the finger, and, you know, that's what we like to do. But, you know, these guys will come back stronger. These guys are the future, you know. And if you've got two guys like this that's been in the team at such a young age, who went 37.9, then the future only looks good. We just got to get it right.
We've obviously got Darren Campbell in our commentary box, who knows a thing or two about sprint relay running. He's got a gold medal to prove it. He was suggesting that potentially maybe one of the more senior members of this squad could have been on that anchor leg. What would you say to that?
You know, you're always going to say that. You know, you always want somebody with a mature head on the last leg, but Adam has got a very mature head for his age. You know, I don't knock Adam for what he's done today. We all got confidence in him. We all got his belief. And as you notice, when he got the bat in his hand, you know, for me right now, there's no one else that can run a better last leg in our country right now. You have to put him on that last leg. I wouldn't say he went early. Like I said, I just say that, you know, the adrenaline got the better of him, which is what you want. And maybe, you know, the check mark may be a bit long, but it was perfect in training. You can't mimic in training what you're going to get in this big arena, you know, and the kid rose to the occasion, so I can't blame him. This is unfortunately, again, what you were saying, it's one of those things that happen, but it has happened.
Dwayne, can you finally give us a sense of the frustration? Because when you look at the time you ran, that was a possible medal, wasn't it?
It so was, and we went out with every bit of enthusiasm, knowing that there was a chance of us getting a medal. And we used individually all our individual disappointments and put it on the track today. It was just unfortunate it didn't happen, and we're not going to blame anybody in particular. We're all a team, we stick together and we go down together, and unfortunately it just didn't work out the way we wanted to. But all we can do now is just review and get back to the drawing board.
Okay, well, I am really grateful to you for stopping here, because I know that the disappointment is palpable. I can sense it, but thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's Sonia McLaughlin. We're going to talk an awful lot more about the failure of the British sprinters this year. We've got a fairly horrendous statistic, but lots to squeeze in before we go diving, and also before the 5,000 metres. We've got a news now at 8:02 with Faye Rusco.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Police in South London investigating the disappearance of the 12-year-old girl Tia Sharp have launched a murder inquiry after they found a body at her grandmother's house. Tia was last seen a week ago on the New Addington estate near Croydon. Our correspondent Matt Prodgers outside the house.
The body has not yet been identified. That may take some time, and nobody has been arrested as yet. Stuart Hazel, the boyfriend of the grandmother, is missing, and police have warned the public not to approach him if they see him, and simply dial 999.
2 British soldiers have been killed in Helmand in southern Afghanistan. One serviceman from 3rd Battalion the Rifles was fatally wounded while on patrol. The other soldier from 26 Engineer Regiment's Royal Engineers was killed during construction work, their families have been told. The Foreign Secretary, William Hague, has insisted that spending £5 million on additional support for rebel fighters in Syria is the right thing to do. Mr Hague said that medical supplies and communications equipment would save lives.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Bugach.
Lots more chat about the mishap in the relay as Julie Bleasdale gets a huge reception. The women's 5,000 metres on the way. Before that, let's go diving with Vassos again.
We're a little worried about Peter Waterfield here. He and Tom Daley in the preliminaries for the 10-metre individual platform. 32 divers with 6 dives each, all 6 count. 18 through to the semi-finals tomorrow. After 2 rounds of diving, Tom Daley, who has not reached anything like his best, is in 15th place, and Peter Waterfield, who made a complete mess of his second dive, an inward 3.5 somersault in the tuck position, which means he took off facing backwards and rotated forwards, over-rotated dramatically. He is down in 31st place out of 32 divers with a real uphill task if he's to make the semi-finals. Daley, as I say, 15th with 18 through.
So it's the women's 5,000 metres. There are 2 British runners, but also, Mike, there are those who battled out and contested a high-quality 10,000 metres as well, as the crowd cheer for Jo Paving.
Yes, we have in this field the winners of the last 5 World Championships and the last 2 Olympic gold medals. And we also have Tirunesh Dibaba of Ethiopia attempting to do a Usain Bolt of the long distances by winning the Olympic double twice in a row. Champion at 5,000 metres and 10,000 metres 4 years ago in Beijing. And in the first track final of London 2012, she was a runaway winner of the 10,000 metres. And you hear the starters official in the background calling them forward to the curved start line over on the far side of the stadium, diagonally opposite our position, high above the finish line. And they're underway. 15 athletes here, including 3 Ethiopians and 3 Kenyans, the maximum stipulated as ever in these big championship finals these days. And 2 British athletes, Joanne Pavey, who's moved into the lead, and Julia Bleasdale, who was a very gallant 4th at the recent European Championships, having looked like a medal contender for much of the race. 12.5 laps. They completed the first half a lap or so, and Pavey has the lead from the Italian Romagnolo in 2nd place. Then the Russian athlete moving through into 3rd is Golovkina, and it's a very gentle pace with Bleasdale in 4th place. Pavey and Bleasdale ran in the 10,000 metres, won by Dibaba. Pavey set a lifetime best by no fewer than 20 seconds to finish 7th, and 1 place behind her, Bleasdale, 34 seconds quicker than she had ever run. And it's Pavey then leading the field out onto the back straight for the first time, heading towards the point at which they departed a lap or so ago. Romagnolo in 2nd place, and then through in 3rd place is the Russian Golovkina, with the East Africans joined in the battle just behind, and it's Tirunesh Dibaba, the first of them. She's just in 4th place at this stage. They've completed 1 of the 12.5 laps. Alison Kirbishley.
Well, it really is a week of absolute legends on the track and field this week, and obviously we've seen what Usain Bolt has done. We saw what David Rudisha did last night. Kenny Bekele of Ethiopia tried to come here to win the 10,000 metre title for a 3rd time. But Tirunesh Dibaba, the lady that we're watching here right now from Ethiopia, she's just about to go for her 8th world or Olympic gold medal. She really is the greatest of all time, the greatest female distance runner certainly we have ever seen. I don't think she's in the sort of shape that we saw 4 years ago, where she ran 14:11, but she doesn't need to be, Mike, and that's the key fact.
Well, let's reflect a little bit more on Britain's failure once again, and I say once again because Britain now have a 100% failure rate in championship sprint relays this year. The Olympics just now, of course, the men disqualified. The World Juniors, the men disqualified. The women did not finish. The European Championships, the men did not finish. The women were disqualified, and there's plenty of funding there as well. Darren Campbell, what's your reaction to what you heard the 4 sprint boys say to Sonia?
Oh, I'm not even going to listen to that. Let me tell you what I think happened first. Let's go to that first and foremost. I've just been speaking to Colin Jackson. He was able to see a lot more, and what he said kind of made a lot more sense. It basically is Danny Talbot ran in, he's saying, Danny Talbot shouted hand but needed to drive his hand another time. Because you 3rd leg, you've got the baton in your right hand. Yeah, so although he shouted hand, he wasn't actually ready to give the baton, which meant Adam put back his hand, but Adam hadn't generated the speed. Remember we spoke about earlier that the outgoing runner's supposed to generate so much speed, and to get it perfect, you're supposed to meet as the incoming runner's slightly decelerating. So because he called his hand early, Adam's got his hand back. So you run for so long and then you start panicking. So just as Danny was then about to give him the baton, we spoke about earlier, don't look back. As soon as he looked back, the hand moved, and that's why we've seen it couldn't go in. That's why I go, don't look back. It's better you almost run out of it, yeah, because then it's the incoming runner's fault. Yeah, if they can't hit your hand, it's their fault. But at the point where you turn, your hand moves too.
Yeah.
So
And
you can't look back, right? Because at that point, and this is what we spoke about, trust, at that point, it's all over. Because it's all over the place. Nobody trusts anybody, because the outgoing runner doesn't trust that the incoming runner's going to catch them. In fairness to Adam, his hand's been back way too long, because if you look back to our changeovers, the hands are back for fractions of seconds. Yeah, fractions of seconds. You can't be running 10 metres with your hand back, because then you are going to panic. It's a natural thing. It's like, well, where is he?
Where is it? Where is
right,
it? Give it
where
to me.
is he? Especially in this cauldron where you can't hear the feet, because sometimes you can hear the incoming runner's feet, so you know when they're getting closer, but here you ain't going to hear anything. So there's so many different senses that you can use, but when you've got inexperienced youngsters involved, then look, I can slam them all day long, but they are inexperienced. That's factual.
But Darren, so listen to what you just said there. You don't need to. The facts are, you just said trust. If the incoming runner says hand, you deliver your hand, then I tell you what, you say to the outgoing runner, run out the box.
Yeah.
I don't care. Whatever you do, you don't look back.
And that's what we used to say. That's what we used to say. You've got to run out the box, because there's no point in us even doing the relay if you're going to look back. Because if you look back, it's lost. It's lost. It's lost.
Here he looks back, is lost, finished. So, but again, it's about inexperience. So it's again, I asked the question: why have you got the two least experienced guys in your quartet running the last two legs?
Because you know what kind of happened maybe with Danny. You've done your bit, and you want to pass on the baton. So what do you do? No, exactly. But then what he did was call hand. At that point, Adam's hand goes back. But again, it'd be lovely to see it again. But I think he called hand just as he entered the box for the changeover. That's way too soon. Way too soon.
Well, it's easy to say they'll learn, but there's not a lot else you can say after a bit of a mess up there. Steve Lewis is about to go in the pole vault here, Steve Backley.
Yeah, very significant height mark. The bar is at 5 metres and 75. We've had, 4 athletes attempt this height. No one's clear yet. And I've just got a lovely finish. Steve Lewis, if he can mimic what he did at 5.50, he was way over that attempt. And currently the board says he's in 9th position. If he can clear this height, he'll have a number 1 next to it. And the Briton is just being held while they replace the bar knocked off in the previous attempt. And has the same coach as Greg Rutherford, Dan Praff, who, if he's got him in any sort of shape, similar to Greg, of course, took gold in the long jump. Goodness, who knows what can happen here in the pole vault. 2 other casualties. Romain Mesnil, a silver medalist in the World Championships, another Frenchman, is out of the competition. We've mentioned Steve Hooker, the Australian, the Olympic champion. He's out. Brad Walker, a previous world champion, is out.
Hooker's had a pretty up and down time of late, hasn't he? He's rather lost his mojo.
He's definitely lost his mojo. He's finished his work here this evening. This is a huge opportunity for Steve Lewis as he sets out to try and clear this height of 5 metres and 75. A good plant, but he knocks the bar off with his feet on the way up. It was a good attempt, if not in clearing it, but certainly had the height, I would suggest. 2 jumps remaining to try and go clear. And as I say, an opportunity to try and get possibly amongst the medals if he can go clear at this height.
And Steve, at the other end of the stadium, the women's hammer.
Yeah, we've just seen Sophie Hitchen in the hammer. First round, 69 metres and 33 centimetres is her best so far. And that's only enough, unfortunately, for 12th place. The lead at the moment is Tatiana Lysenko of Russia, who's thrown an Olympic record, 77 metres and 56 centimetres.
And quickly to the Excel and the repechage for Lutalo Mohammed. Jonathan Overend.
Yes, everybody's new favourite second sport, Taekwondo. Lutalo Mohammed, a second chance for him today after losing the quarter-final much earlier, mid-afternoon. His opponent tonight in the repechage, the very experienced Youssef Karami from Iran, who won the bronze medal in Athens 8 years ago. If Mohammed can win this, then he will play in the bronze medal match later tonight.
And the 5,000 metres, Mike.
And we've just moved into the second half of the race. They're running right beneath us here across the start and finish line with 6 laps to go. Joe Pavey is right up in contention for the lead with Romagnolo of Italy just tucked in behind them as the Russian runner-up at the recent national championships, Navgagitsina. She's in third place. Esheti, who was born in Ethiopia, but now representing Bahrain, is in fourth place. Tirunesh Dibaba, the champion over 10,000 metres, has made way through the field now to take fifth place, going very easily right at the back of the field at this stage, but content to be very close to the back of the field is Meseret Defar of Ethiopia, who won the Olympic title in 2004 and was the bronze medalist behind her compatriot Dibaba last time around. And Defar now makes ground 3 or 4 places from the back of the field. The 3 Kenyans in the lineup are closely grouped, headed just by Vivian Cheriot, the smallest athlete in the entire field, and she won World Championship gold over 5,000 and 10,000 metres last year, and many pundits' idea as the female athlete of 2011, ahead of the great Sally Pearson, who won gold here in the women's 100 metres hurdles. There's probably 15 metres between first and last, but it's been a gentle pace from the outset, and Jo Pavey is in the lead. Julia Bleasdale for Britain is in third place with 5 laps to go. Alison Kirbishley.
Yeah, 2,000 metres left of this race, and it really is a very, very safe and easy pace for all of these girls. It's well outside 15.5 minutes, nowhere near where it will finish, because this will start to hot up, this will start to be wound up. Interesting to see Dibaba carrying quite a lot of tape on her right leg, down a hamstring, something we tend not to see. We know that she has had a lot of injury troubles, certainly a lot of troubles in the last 4 years since taking the double title, but an impressive double if she takes it tonight. I can't see anyone getting close to her, I really can't. I think she's come here superior, and as I mentioned, not necessarily in the sort of best shape in terms of times, but we know that she has a blistering last kilometre that she has in her locker. And just as I say that, she sits on the shoulder of Jo Pavey, who has done all the donkey work, bless her. She's finding it hot out there, she really is sweating up, but doing the donkey work, leading out front. But good to see Julia Bleasdale there, comfortably in third position.
And gradually making her way through from the back of the field to around mid-division is the reigning world champion at this distance, Vivian Cheriot, the smallest of the athletes in the field, and who took bronze in the 10,000 metres in the first track final back last Friday night, a week ago. We can't believe the amazing scenes we've seen in this stadium over the course of the past week. This is the penultimate evening of athletics, a festival of sport that we don't want to end. And we have, after tonight, only one more evening to come, with, of course, Mo Farah in the men's 5,000 metres final tomorrow, attempting to do what Dibaba did in Beijing 4 years ago, and is looking to repeat here. And she's taken it on, and she's injected some pace, and through into second place is Defar, who won the gold for Ethiopia 8 years ago in Athens. And then Cheriot moves through into third place. If you were with us ahead of the men's 800 metres last night, you may have heard us talking about this legendary guru of athletics, the Irish missionary Brother Colm O'Connell, who teaches at the St Patrick's High School in Iten in the highlands of the Great Rift Valley in Kenya. And he also coaches at a girls' school, Singore Girls' School in Iten, and one of the products of that school is Vivian Cheriot in third place here. Indeed, Brother Colm was responsible for 10 of Kenya's 17 medals at the World Championships in Daegu last year. Cheriot is in third place here. Jo Pavey has slipped back now to about 8th place. She finished 7th, remember, in the 10,000 metres on the first night of competition. Lavallenie of France, the world leader this year, has just gone clear at 5 metres and 75 centimetres in the men's pole vault. We'll hand to Steve as soon as Steve Lewis is set to go at the same height. Onto the far side they go once again then in the women's 5,000 metres, and it's Dibaba now trying to increase the pace once again very gradually. Takes a glance up at the screen to assess what's going on in behind, and she'll see her compatriot slightly smaller in behind, with the ponytail waving behind her in unison with her steps as they go through that 200-metre mark and the point where they started 10 laps ago. Round in towards the home straight, and the lap marker will show 2 laps to go, 800 metres, and a 2-lap burnout between the best East Africans. Dibaba is still leading. Cheriot now is challenging Defar for that second place. Galeta Burka, a seasoned 1,500-metre runner who will have a real finishing kick. She's moving through now into 4th place, and Julia Bleasdale is managing to stick with them right over on the inside, contending for that 4th place. 2 laps to go. Alison Kirbishley.
Yeah, how good to see the two Brits coming off the 10,000 metres, both getting a personal best. Jo Pavey finishing 7th, Julia Bleasdale finishing 8th. And remember, Jo Pavey started this year targeting the marathon, missed out, decided not to do the London Marathon, and sat on her laurels with the time And having missed out to Claire Hallisey, she had to decide whether she could turn her attentions back onto the track, and she did so in such great fashion, qualifying for the 10,000 metres and the 5K. But how good to see. It's a whole host of East Africans leading the field now, but with 2 Europeans in there, and those 2 Europeans are the Brits. And just as I say that, the pace has been injected, and both Julia Bleasdale and Jo Pavey are going to have their own British battle as the 6 Africans, 3 Ethiopians, 3 Kenyans, headed by Dibaba, lead on with only 1 lap to go, Mike.
Into the home straight then for the penultimate time, and Dibaba leads. She's been there for the last 5 laps, and she's the athlete now with a target on her back. And the closest pursuer, as we hear the bell, is Meseret Defar. So we have the last 2 Olympic champions in contention with the reigning world champion in 3rd place. They're inside now the final 400 metres, and Dibaba is refusing to yield in front. She has an advantage of about a metre from Defar, who looks to be going comfortably in 2nd place. And then in 3rd place, it's still Cheriot now, who joins her compatriot Sally Kipyego. Dropping off the pace now is Galeta Burka. The stamina is not holding up. Cheriot now regains 3rd place. Meseret Defar running strongly with 200 metres to go. Dibaba still has the lead now. Ethiopians 1 and 2. Cheriot is poised to strike now. She wants revenge. She took only bronze in the 10,000 metres earlier in the championships, having come here as the world champion, and into the home straight now, and any one of 3 could win. Dibaba tries to kick again. Defar moves to her outside. Cheriot makes one last challenge. 50 metres to go, and Defar takes the lead and goes on by 2 or 3 metres from Cheriot, finishing strongly into 2nd place. Defar wins for Ethiopia. 2 gold medals 8 years apart for Meseret Defar. Vivian Cheriot takes the silver for Kenya, and Dibaba, the 10,000 metres champion, takes bronze this time around. So it's gold for Ethiopia in the women's 5,000 metres.
Wow, that was one of the real shocks of the championships there, Mike. Defar taking the title away from her compatriot. It was back in Athens 2004 she took it. She knows that she wanted it back, and she did it in such impressive fashion.
Let's go to the XL. Utala Mohammed in Taekwondo action. It's the repechage. Jonathan Overend.
And we've had the first round, and Mohammed leads by 5 games to 1 against his 5 points to 1, I should say, against Youssef Karami, his very experienced opponent from Iran, who was a medalist from Athens, 29 years of age, won the bronze out there 8 years ago. But this has been a really aggressive start from Lutalo Mohammed, the 21-year-old, controversially selected, of course, for the British team, ahead of Aaron Cook, who, by his own admission, underperformed in the competition, lost in the quarterfinals, and really he's doing the sort of stuff out here in the first round that he just did not display in his first couple of matches. One wonderful head kick right at the end of the first round, which was a 3-point score, which has given him this 5-1 advantage, and it was the lovely double combination that is one of the reasons why he was picked. He goes for one kick, then just flexes back the knee and goes for another kick in an instant. The opponent is not expecting it, and that worked for Mohammed. So he's 5-1 ahead with 1 minute 20 left on the second round. This is the repechage bout to basically earn a shot at the bronze medal. He will fight again in an hour's time if he comes through this, and great support, as we've come to expect from the British supporters here inside the XL. They cheered Jade Jones, the teenager from Wales, to gold last night. Are they now going to cheer the youngster from Walthamstow just up the road to bronze here in the minus 80 kilogram category, the welterweight division? Now that's a turning kick for Iran. That's a 2-point score, so 5-3 now on the scoreboard with 54 seconds of the second round remaining. Really, I think a lot of people here, particularly those who showed faith in Mohammed, picking him for the team, were a little bit disappointed with his showing in the quarter-final matchup. He was comprehensively beaten in the end. Although, having said that, the man he lost to, Garcia of Spain, will be fighting for the gold medal later on tonight. But I know that Mohammed will feel that on another day he could have won that fight and could be in that medal match himself later on. It's back to 5-4 now. Body shot from Iran, and it's a really entertaining contest. Another body shot from Karami, and it levels this match at 5 points all in the second round. Into the last 30 seconds we go, and it's a headshot attempt from Karami there, and Mohammed will just jab forward with his right and then switch to southpaw and shuffle forward with his left, thrusting forward. Many more switches into the southpaw stance and back again than you see in boxing, for example. It's all about balance, Taekwondo, and this is the crowd getting behind Mohammed, who's into this near corner, goes for a headshot.
Doesn't register. In fact, he's going to get a warning here, Mohammed. So that is his second warning of the bout, which means a point to his opponent, Karami of Iran. And it's the lead for Iran at the end of round 2 by 6 points to 5 by way of that warning. So we'll go back into the Olympic Stadium, get news of the pole vault from Steve Backley.
Big roar from the crowd here in the Olympic Stadium as Britain's Steve Lewis goes clear of 5 metres and 75. He joins just 3 other athletes who've gone clear at these heights. And good news for the Brits. The next height, 5 metres 85, will certainly decide the medals.
Thank you, Steve. Back inside the stadium for more live track and field for you at the end of this bout. But we've got a third and deciding round to come. And, well, it swung one way and then the other. Latelo Mohammed had an excellent first round, winning it 5-1. But his opponent, Yusuf Karani from Iran, has won the second game, the second round, 5-0. Games, love, I don't know. We're in Olympic confusion land here, but this is most definitely Taekwondo, last time I checked anyway. So 6-5 is the score. Karami leads Mohammed. He has come from 5-1 down. But the beauty of this sport, and if you haven't followed our commentaries over the last couple of days, you may not be aware that these matches can change in the blink of an eye. 1 point for a body shot, 2 points for a turning body shot, 3 points for a head kick, and 4 points for a spinning head kick. So the more difficult the move to execute, the more points you get. So even if you're 3 points down, for example, going into the final couple of seconds, it is still winnable. And that might have to be what Latelo Mohammed believes here is possible. 2 minutes to go then. Final round. Here we go. Mohammed attacks instantly. Head shot. 8 points now on the board for Mohammed. And a body shot follow-up. Does 9-6. What a blistering start this final round from Latelo Mohammed. That is what he can do. That's why he has been selected. And he's 3 points ahead against Yusuf Karami here. And how we all wish he had performed like this in his natural style in the quarter-final match when he was so passive, so cagey. Nerves, understandable, pressure on. But this is what he can do. This is the sort of form which won in the European Championships at a higher weight category in Manchester back in May. An injury here to Yusuf Karami, but he shuns the attention of the physio. Magic spray not required, and on they go. 1 minute 25 left in the final round, and Mohammed leads from by 9 points to 6, from 6-5 down at the start of this round. Another headshot! Oh, and he's knocked Karami clean out with that, but it hasn't registered. Well, goodness me. Karami has gone flat on his back after that kick from Mohammed. It hasn't registered, and Joseph Solim, who is the Hungarian coach who works for GB Taekwondo, is unmoved on his chair. Whether he's waiting for Karami to pick himself up to see whether he's all right before challenging. He's out now waggling his finger, Solim, because he's not going to challenge here. Well, that, I think, to most spectators, looked like a wonderful head kick. It must have been just below the collarbone. Anything above the collarbone is a scoring headshot. But anyway, he had an excellent view, the British coach. He could challenge to the video review system if he wanted. I don't think we've missed a challenge already. There's a body shot from Iran, but then an excellent turning kick from Mohammed. So now it's 11-7 to Britain. A 4-point deficit with 50 seconds left in the final round here. This to earn a shot at the bronze medal. 5 Live at the XL Arena. Back inside the Olympic Stadium on a dramatic night there in a few moments' time. 38 seconds left. Mohammed now just trying to see this one out. But it's a dangerous game to stand in your corner and soak up the kicks and the punches. You do see Taekwondo athletes go on the run a little bit in the last few seconds, even if it means taking a couple of warnings just to get out of danger's way. 11-7. This has been impressive from Latelo Mohammed, the 21-year-old from London, now based in Manchester, who studied sports science at Middlesex University, but he's taken a break here to pursue his Taekwondo dream. Turning kick, Mohammed. That one doesn't score, though. Still 4 points into the last 5 seconds. Britain are going to win this. Mohammed leads 11-7. The final hooter goes. And Latelo Mohammed there has produced the form which he failed to bring out earlier in the day. But credit to him for pulling it out there after the disappointment of earlier, to get himself back into the arena and to rediscover his best form. Mohammed, the 11-7 winner, and he will fight in 1 hour's time for the bronze medal in the Taekwondo.
Right, so that's around about 9:30. We'll be with Jonathan for that. Of course we will. Let's just tidy up the 5,000 metres, Mike, and particularly where the two British runners finished.
Identical finishes to the 10,000 metres a week ago, just about now. 7th place for Joe Pavey, 8th place for Julia Bleasdale, the first non-Africans through the tape.
And the pole vault, it's building up nicely, Steve Backley, to an enjoyable crescendo.
It is, and I missed your gag earlier. Steve Hooker's had an up and down season.
That's all right, don't worry.
I'll drop that one,
some of the seed falls on stony ground. It's always going to occasionally.
Well, I enjoyed it now anyway. It took me a few minutes. It was good. Yeah, look, it is hotting up to be something very special. 6 athletes are left in, and one of them is a Brit, Steve Lewis, the recent British record holder. He broke that just a month ago. He will have to go higher than that height. The next height that he will be asked to attempt is 5 metres and 85 centimetres, 3 centimetres above that British record. So it's new territory for the Brit, but if he can go clear on his first attempt, of course it's all about count back as it was in high jump. And first attempt, crucial, probably in a few minutes' time.
Well, it really is very exciting down that left-hand corner of the stadium. Steve Lewis going well. Tom Daley about a dive. Vassos Alexander.
Yeah, big cheer from the crowd here in the Aquatic Centre. He's currently lying 15th, Tom Daley, in this preliminary. That would be good enough to see him into the semi-finals when the scores are scratched. So good enough, but he's better than this, Karen Pickering, isn't he? He's better than how he's diving tonight.
Yeah, definitely. His first dive in particular wasn't too great. Maybe a little bit of nerves showing on that very first dive. They haven't dived for, well over a week, so getting rid of the cobwebs as he goes up into his arm stand for his third dive.
A handstand 10 metres above the water for Tom Daley. He holds the position. He is judged on the length of time and quality of the hold, and that was good. And now he executes beautifully. He nailed that one. A back triple somersault in the pike position, knees straight, tight bend of the hips. The toes were pointed, Karen. That's more like it.
Absolutely nailed that entry. You look at those dives and wonder how someone as tall and big as he can make such little splash, beautifully through the water, ripped that entry, barely any splash. That is what we want to see.
He has, in diving parlance, smoked that dive, and it brings him up from 15th to 9th position. That is more like it from Tom Daley. Peter Waterfield, by the way, down in 31st position. He is the last of the 32 divers to dive. So we worry about his making the semi-finals, but that's more like it from Tom Daley.
Thank you very much indeed, Vassos Alexander. Just looking away to our left at the pole vault. And just for a second, very briefly, Steve Backley, the Greek jumper, thought he'd cleared it, but just came down as almost as an afterthought.
Do you know what? He was so unfortunate here. The bar was rattled. It was stayed on for a few seconds. And the rule is if he'd got off the mat and it had fallen off, it would have been counted as a jump. So he was desperately scrambling on the soft mat to get away, but... He went
to celebrate. Get off the mat.
Get off the mat.
Get off the mat.
That's
what
the
are you
motto.
Celebrating for?
But it did come off, and it's probably good news for Britain Steve Lewis, because it does mean there are only 6 athletes who will attempt the next height of 5 metres and 85.
Steve Lewis really going for a pole vault medal. We've got the women's 4x100 relay to come in 8 minutes' time, so it's news time now before that with Faye Rusco.
On digital radio, digital TV, mobile and online.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Police hunting for missing 12-year-old Tia Sharp have found a body at her grandmother's home after a forensic search of the house. In a statement, detectives say the house was searched twice before today's discovery, once by a specialist team and once using police dogs. Tia's bedroom was also searched by officers on the day she was reported missing. Police haven't said exactly where the body was found. Detectives say they want to trace Tia's grandmother's boyfriend, Stuart Hazel, as a matter of urgency. 2 British soldiers have been killed in separate attacks in Afghanistan. The first soldier served with 3rd Battalion, the Rifles, the second with 26 Engineer Regiment, Royal Engineers, their families have been told. Officers investigating the murder of the oil executive Carol Waugh have arrested a 61-year-old woman on suspicion of conspiracy to defraud. Miss Waugh's body was found in a garage in southwest London last week. She'd been stabbed. And Britain is sending £5 million to help the Syrian opposition fight fighting against President Assad's regime. The money will fund communications and medical equipment. The Foreign Secretary William Hague says the government won't fund weapons. A look at the roads now. In Monmouthshire, there's very heavy traffic on the M4 westbound between junction 23 at the M48 and junction 25A at Newport. This is just sheer volume of 2012 Games traffic, as there is a match tonight at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff. In Surrey, very slow traffic on the M25 clockwise between junction 13 at Staines and junction 11. That's after an accident at junction 9. And in Somerset, 2 lanes of the M5 southbound are closed between junction 26 at Wellington and junction 27 at Tiverton. There's been an incident there. Faye Rusco, 5 Live Travel.
5 Live.
Every story.
You're listening to a 5 Live budget special. We're joined by 6 5 Live listeners who are giving the MPs a run for their money.
Every government should stop these loopholes from these people doing it.
Right.
No, don't say absolutely right, because no one's done it. And it's been going on for about the last 40-odd years.
Every moment.
Well, Mitt Romney has clinched his place as Republican challenger to Barack Obama.
Every event.
Flashlights all around like a firework display. What a superb performance once again by Usain Bolt.
And still to come, the US presidential election in November. Plus, the Premier League returns on August 18th. Don't miss a thing.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
Women's sprint relay final to come on the way. No Great Britain in that. The men made a mess of the final changeover in their semi-final. They won't be in the final either. Golf time next then. Ian Carter, second day of the USPGA at Kiawah Island.
And Tiger Woods making a move. He's picked up 2 birdies in his first 5 holes. He hasn't missed a putt so far in his round. And at 5 under par, he's sharing the lead with Yo Ishikawa of Japan. 1 shot behind the American leader Gary Woodland. As for Rory McIlroy, he's had 1 drop shot so far, his first of the championship. It came at the par 3 5th. He's now playing the 7th at 4 under. That's 2 shots off the lead.
So the headlines so far today for the 4th Olympics out of 5. Great Britain's men's sprint relay team disqualified. Daniel Talbot failing to pass the baton to Adam Jamili in the allotted space. The women have qualified for the 4x400 relay final. Ethiopia's Mersat Defar won gold in the women's 5,000 metres. Sophie Hitchens out of the hammer. Great Britain's women won bronze in the hockey, beating New Zealand 3-1. The Netherlands and Argentina is 0-0 in the final right now on Olympics Extra. Sailors Luke Patience and Stuart Bithell won silver in the men's 470 class. Hannah Mills and Saskia Clark silver in the women's race. Spain beat Russia 67-59 to make the men's basketball final. Luke Campbell's through to tomorrow's final in boxing's bantamweight, but Anthony Ogogo had to settle for bronze after losing his semi-final. And away from the Olympics, Liverpool have confirmed the signing of Swansea midfielder Joe Allen. So, on the subject of the men messing up the sprint relay, after they messed things up in the European Championships, the men and the women messed it up. Head coach Charles Van Commenee said this: we have to make sure it's not going to happen at the Olympics. It must not happen at the home games. Darren Campbell, it's happened in front of everybody.
I guess the buck stops at Charles, okay? Because I don't even want to blame Tony Lester, because Tony Lester is head sprint coach. Now, does he necessarily have all the expertise to know what goes on in relay? No, he doesn't. But then if you're given the job and you're head of sprints, how can he say no? Do you understand what I mean? And I'll be straight. It was Charles who I went to and said, look, if you want any help with the relay, I'll do it for free. For free.
How often do you practice the relay?
You can't make it clearer than that. It's not about practice. Because they practice, that's too easy. It's letting the athletes know, give them the information of all the variables of the things that might go wrong.
No, I'm just interested how often you practice vis-a-vis, as a team, vis-a-vis your own individual sprint practice.
No, you practice as often as you can all get together. The problem is, nothing will ever replicate being in a stadium, 80,000 people, adrenaline flying high, yeah, 7 other athletes running around the bend going hand, 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 confusion going on. You're running at 20-odd miles an hour and you're exchanging batons. The only thing you can do is put as much experience in the team as possible. I know we want to win medals, but then put the right jigsaw pieces so it fits correctly. So at least you
get your
have
spikes
harmony.
on, Darren.
No, I can't even go there. I thought about it this morning.
I said get your spikes on. Listen, one of the best things, I think it might have been in Beijing 4 years ago, Darren passionately told us why they won gold medal. And I'd never heard him say it in the way that he said it. And it was all that, he got the boys together and he said, I could look them all in the eye and I knew we were going out there to win. He had no right to go out there and say he was going to win. No right at all. The Americans should have absolutely wiped the floor with you guys, and you know that.
100%. Every day, what Jason Gardner even found out the figures. He said if they did everything right that they should have done, we lose by 10 metres. So how do we get the baton? How do we give Mark a 5-metre lead?
How do the Japanese get in the final?
By a slick. Now we've got to go to this sprint relay. Let's just give Mike a chance to build out to it properly. I want to come back to this, Chris. Don't worry about it, because everybody, I think, is collectively tearing their hair out, especially in the home Olympics, so they've messed it up. Before that, though, Mike, the women's sprint relay, the USA v Jamaica, and a few others, but that's the headline.
Another one of those showdowns featuring the 100 metres champion Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price for Jamaica and the 200 metres champion Allyson Felix on the second leg. The back straight leg, the Darren Campbell leg for the United States of America, and they're drawn alongside each other, the big powerhouse quartets. Jamaica in lane 6, the United States in lane 7. From the inside, Nigeria are in 2, Brazil in 3, Trinidad and Tobago outside medal contenders in 4, Ukraine in 5, Jamaica in 6. Fraser-Price hands on to Simpson. Campbell Brown, twice Olympic champion over 200 metres, is on the third leg. Caron Stewart on the anchor leg. For the Americans in lane 7, Tiana Madison, then Felix, Bianca Knight, and the Olympic 100 metres silver medalist Carmelita Jeter on the anchor leg. Germany in 8, and the Netherlands on the outside in lane 9. This could be all about the changeovers here. Such an abundance of speed in the Jamaican and American quartets. It could be all about the swiftness of the changeovers. 3 of them, with Jamaica in 6, the United States of America in 7. They're into their blocks, and this is the women's 4x100 metres relay final. And they blast away. The 100 metres champion Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price has Madison of the United States on her outside, and Madison has gone very strongly around the curve and onto the back straight, and she hands on down the far side now to Allyson Felix, the 200 metres champion, who is extending the advantage over Jamaica. The powerhouses are 1 and 2 here into the second of the changeovers, and both have a safe changeover into the third leg, and it's the United States leading. Knight will hand on to the Olympic silver medalist Carmelita Jeter, and they have a considerable advantage here now, and it's Jeter and the United States by 4 or 5 metres over Jamaica, with Ukraine in the bronze medal position. But this is all about the United States, who win in a new world record time. An astonishing display of sprinting by the American quartet, anchored by Carmelita Jeter, beaten in the 100 metres final, unassailable in the sprint relay final, 40.82 seconds, the fastest sprint relay ever run.
Mike, we said it, practice makes perfect. When we sat in Monaco and we saw what the American women did and the American men did, we knew that they were coming to London and they were serious. They wanted to show the Jamaicans what they're all about. A new world record, 40.82 seconds.
This festival of sport just gets better and better. The second world record at the championships, David Rudisha in the 800 metres, and now the women's 4x100 metres relay quartet of the United States. Sport never to be forgotten.
Well, we're going to come back to this, because that was absolutely scintillating. That really was, and in stark contrast to what the men's sprint relay team from GB did, and we're going to carry on discussing that as well. But Steve Packley away to our left, Steve Lewis in the pole vault.
First attempt at 5 metres and 85, no one clear yet. This is crucial for the Brit. Looks quick on the approach, plants well. He's just knocked the bar off. Again, looked to have the height. First attempt failure for Steve Lewis. He'll have 2 more attempts. He looks optimistic as he walks away from that jump. Can he get over this bar? If he does, he might find himself in the medals.
Well, the American quartet are now bedecked in stars and stripes flags as they start their lap of honour. Chris Akabusi, that was smooth and silky and it flowed. I'm sounding like you now, aren't I?
Yeah,
but that really was.
Just an addendum to what Darren was saying. It's not practice that makes perfect, it's perfect practice that makes perfect. Our boys practice, but they're not perfect. It's the perfect practice that makes perfect, and that's what those girls, that ladies that he showed you, that these guys, they're about minutiae, they're about margins, they're about getting it right, they're about getting the right people in the right legs. You knew when Jetta got that baton, there was no way Jose, she was running out of those blocks, out of the
zone.
The zone. Thank you very much. Akabusi's all over.
Go on, Mark. Mark, we've educated you.
Yes,
we've educated
when she
you.
came there, and did you see, as she approached the line, she pointed the baton at the time because she knew new world record. Look at it, look at her, pointing at it. You would have, it's brilliant.
That was awesome. That was Felix-esque down that back straight. I mean, you know, there's nothing more beautiful than watching the gazelle-like Felix go down that back straight. I don't even think you can just pick one of those four girls because...
Look what they're doing now, Ali. Sorry, which is always great when they go up to the electronic scoreboard, don't they? I always think of that photograph probably being in the downstairs loo, of all four of them.
That will go well. No,
well, they would do it in Britain, but America will be different.
No, America, they'll be putting it on their front. They'll be putting it on their front door. You know, they will make sure that is above the front door because they haven't just got a world record. They have obliterated it. 41-37 back in 1985.
East Germany.
Back in 1985.
Right, that's how far back we go in.
Country's not even
East
there now.
So the first country ever to break the 41-second barrier. Then is that quite a barrier like we talk about with Bolt's barrier with 19 seconds and a 200?
East Germany. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
East Germany.
Yeah.
The rest don't matter.
Full stop.
It's like 37, isn't it? It's the guys breaking 37. Would it be?
Yeah.
Got to be, hasn't it?
Yeah. I think these guys will. Yeah.
It's got to be. Like we 100%. Saw Radisha last night. There's a certain. We get used to seeing 41 point with the 100. Well, as soon as you see 40. It's now we're looking at 40.8. Oh, that is phenomenal.
Because you see, they're getting closer to the men. That's what you got to think. That's how impressive that time is. On a bad day, men's team can't even run that.
Well, that really was absolutely sensational. Alistair Eakin is such a happier bunny this evening because he's seen Great Britain win a medal earlier today.
It's been a long time coming,
It
Mark.
has. All good things come to those who wait. Now, what about the final?
The final is good. It's good value. It's 0-0 at half-time. Couple of chances either way. This is the Olympic champions, the Netherlands, against the world champions, Argentina. World numbers 1 and 2 in the final. The Netherlands winning in Beijing. Straight through to the semis on penalties against New Zealand. Argentina, a silver and 2 bronzes from the last 3 games, but never gold. And that is what they're after tonight. Penalty corners, well, we've had 3 of them so far. The Argentinians drag flick theirs wide. Paumann has had 1 blocked and another brilliantly saved by the Argentine goalkeeper Muccio right on the stroke of half-time. And we're just about to get underway for the second period. Netherlands 0, Argentina 0.
It's live on Olympics Extra. Great Britain winning the bronze with a 3-1 win over New Zealand earlier. 2 big boxing semi-finals this evening for you at the XL Arena, which is definitely, along with the Taekwondo there, turning into one of the venues of London 2012. Darren Fletcher, Steve Bunce, as ever, our team up for it. Gents, good evening to you. Darren, let's start with Fred Evans fighting a world champion from Ukraine at 9:30.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. Taras Shelestiuk from Ukraine. He's the #1 seed. He's the world champion. But you wouldn't bet against Fred Evans in this arena. He's a big favourite with the GB crowd. For some reason, they've taken to him. He might be slightly more popular than Anthony Joshua. They make a ridiculous noise when he comes in because he's a banger and he never takes a backward step, and they've fallen in love with his all-action style. Shelestiuk, in actual fact, hasn't been that impressive through the competition. And when you look at the #1 seeds, we've just seen one go out, Misha Alawan at flyweight, the world champion. He's just gone. The #1 seeds in this competition haven't necessarily covered themselves with glory, and Fred Evans has a chance in the fight.
And Steve, what about Anthony Joshua, super heavy at a 10:45 time?
Yeah, 10:45 this evening. The first fight he had here against Savon, the young kid Savon, the nephew of the great Felix. It was hard, it was close, it was tough. If Joshua had lost, no problem. Wouldn't have had an argument for myself, Fletch or Big Lennox. Tonight he's in against this guy, Ivan Ditsko, okay? He's a big lump. He's young as well. He's mobile. And I can tell you now, the GB team are slightly concerned about Ivan's mobility. They kind of like guys to come at Joshua because he'll hit them, he'll stand there. If he has to go chasing like he did with young Savon, they're a little bit more concerned.
And he's 6'9" as well, Mark, so when he does move around, he's got the long reach that can be a problem for Joshua, who's inexperienced at this level. Got a great atmosphere at the moment because we've got one of the Irish boxers in the ring. It's been a good day for Ireland, a good couple of days for Ireland, with Katie Taylor yesterday and John Joe Nevin reaching the gold medal match against Great Britain's Luke Campbell earlier. We've got Michael Conlon from the Fall Zone in Belfast against the very impressive Rabesi Ramirez, the man that put out Andrew Selby in the last eight. They're just about to get things on here at Excel, but the atmosphere building nicely, and there's that sense of expectation in the arena, bearing in mind we've got the very popular Fred Evans and Anthony Joshua to come.
We're looking forward to it enormously. Thank you for now. Lisa Dobrisky going in, about 7 or 8 minutes' time. Both those fights are on 5 Live with Steve and Darren, and Lennox Lewis, former world heavyweight champion as well. Just one more on that record, actually, Darren Campbell, while I look at it. The Americans hold the baton in a slightly different way.
No,
some
they
of
messed
them.
up the change. They messed up the change.
Who did?
That change. She shouldn't have had.
Oh, is that why she's holding it? Yeah, because most people sort of hold it at the bottom. She seemed to be holding it at the top,
they messed
downwards.
up the change because what happened as the incoming athlete came in and the outgoing athlete went out, they got too close. So then when you get too close, it means you can't get the end of the baton. Yeah, because it's too close, so then you just get it however you get it. But it don't matter with last leg because you ain't got to exchange it.
Yeah.
It's if it happens on second leg.
It might have been a bit of it. It might have actually been an issue. You have to sort of shift it up.
Yeah,
your
you
hand,
have to adjust
it.
You'll sometimes see Dwayne did it, and might have been Crystal Palace. He just pushed it into his body. But if you imagine for a stride, he's not driving with one arm, so you're losing a bit of
time. Yeah. Okay, so it's not just an American way of holding it then. They messed it up. They still broke the world record. Imagine if they get it right one day. Lisa Dobrisky then going in the final of the 1,500 metres. It comes after what she's called a nightmare year with various injuries and then blood clots on her lungs, which threaten not only her athletics career, but of course also her life.
I was struggling with my breathing, and I just assumed that fitness, not having done a lot of running, and I actually ended up having a pulmonary embolism. So I had quite a few problems again. Was told by specialists I shouldn't run for at least 6 months until my lungs recover. So I feel like I've just climbed a mountain. So I was determined to enjoy it, embrace the fact that I'm running again rather than being at home sulking. So I was really pleased.
You say, or managed to say, pulmonary embolism with a smile on your face, but my goodness, that must have come as such a shock.
It was. I mean, I'm so lucky with the support team I've got at Loughborough. Dr. Rob Chakrabarty just decided to take this particular blood test. Didn't think anything would come of it, and the results were sort of 10 times higher than they should have been. So sent alarm bells ringing, and I was treated so quickly. So
you must have been scared.
I was terrified, more so afterwards than before, because I didn't really know. I was just happy that there was a reason why I was struggling with my breathing, so I wasn't too worried at the time.
That's Lisa Dobrisky with Sonia. Laura Waitman's in the final, of course, as well. We'll talk about it more in detail after Steve Backley. Another go for Steve Lewis.
Yeah, second attempt for Steve Lewis, 5 metres and 85. We have had a clearance. Renaud Lavillenie of France, the 25-year-old world leader, has gone clear. He's a world indoor champion from earlier this year. And Britain Steve Lewis is on his second attempt. No one else is clear, so he could put himself amongst the medals if he goes clear at this height. He's just at the back of the runway, somewhat 35 metres or so from the pole vault mattress, and he will be just gathering his thoughts. Great support for the Brit so far. Huge cheers at his clearance at 5 metres and 75, and his clearance at his opening height of 5 metres and 50. Can he get another cheer from this 80,000 strong crowd? So final preparations for Steve Lewis. Rests the bar on his shoulder. He goes quite quickly. He doesn't wait. There's a clock in front of him with 1 minute on it. The first thing you'll see is 59 as it counts backwards. It's just started, and he is about to go. And in fact, he's away. Fast again on the approach. Drives in hard, but it's not good. He doesn't knock the bar off, but he goes under it, and it is a failure. He'll have one more attempt to try and go clear.
So that's Steve Lewis away to our left. The 1,500 metres then, Lisa Dobryski and Laura Waitman in this one. And an incredible story for Lisa Dobryski after you consider, Alison, what she's had to put up with, and we heard in her own words there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not only with a hip problem last year, you know, physical problem, but then, you know, as in injuries, but then she was doing this session at Loughborough, and it only happened that Ronnie, her coach, this amazing magician, I mean, she is wonderful, works with a lot of our top, Paula Radcliffe, works with a lot of our top athletes, physio, was watching her session, and Lisa was really, as you heard her say, she was struggling to breathe, and she just thought, oh, I'm not fit enough. And Ronnie just wasn't sure. She'd done some acupuncture, and she was worried that she'd actually punctured her lung. So she pulled Lisa aside, got Ron Chakrabarti, the doctor, to just say, look, we need to do some tests on her here. And that's when they actually did some blood tests. I'm not sure exactly what the tests are that find that you've got a pulmonary embolism. They rushed her straight into hospital. She was put in there for 3 nights, put straight onto warfarin, drug-thinning drugs. And, yeah, I mean, just scary. And to be told, you know, that's life or death stuff, you know, and to be told, actually, we don't want you to run for 6 months. And then she's got to put so much faith in the medical team around her, and the likes of Ron A and Ron and the UKA team have really done a lot to give her confidence. And I tell you, she looked phenomenal in the semi-finals. She can truly, truly get a medal here, Mark.
It's a lovely story that her dad, Mike, was part of the decontamination team, which helped prepare this very site for the Games. And he found an old penny, and she keeps it as a lucky charm. And Laura Waitman, who's coached by Steve Cram, of course, who we thought hadn't qualified. That's Laura Waitman, not Steve Cram. And then actually did qualify, and it all took us by surprise, but she kept running right to the end of the race.
And that was the last message that Coach Cram gave her that afternoon. We knew it was a much faster semi-final, and so did she. And coming up the home straight, she was picking the athletes off one by one and literally dipped Klotz over on the line. And I remember Mike saying, I think she might be run out of it. And I was thinking, well, you've got to go with the athlete finishing the quickest. But it was, I mean, they couldn't separate them. Hence, Klotz over's now being put into the final. So we now have 13 runners.
Oh, they put them both in?
They put them both in, yeah, because...
well, that's Olympian.
Well, it is. And, I mean, you know, the Slovaks, obviously, the Slovakians had appealed, because when it's a photo finish, the board straight away showed Klotz over as finishing 7th, Laura finishing 8th. Look, 21 years old. In January, at the beginning of this year, if you told Laura she was going to make the Olympic team, she would have snapped your arm off. And absolutely, credit to her, credit to Steve for getting her here, because it's been a tough time for her. She's got asthma, and she had a knee operation last year. And yeah, she's going to be... If you think Steve Cram came second last in 1980, when Seb Coe won the title. Sorry, yeah, when Seb Coe won the title. I was going to say Yvette, but Yvette got bronze.
Yeah. It was the wrong way round, wasn't it?
It would be a special, special tribute if Lisa Dobryski gets a medal here and Laura Waitman is in that final. You know, it's going to be special.
This is the penultimate race of the evening. The men's 4x400 relay final is coming up at 9:20, and that is the reception for Laura Waitman. A huge smile upon her face, and I would hope that would mean that she is determined to enjoy this. Chris, let's get your thoughts briefly on this before we hand over to Mike.
I'm really looking forward to Lisa Dobryski surprising all of us and actually getting in amongst the medals. The 1,500 metres, this is a tactical race. It's not always down to the quickest person in the race. We don't know what the guys are going to be doing up at the front. I don't expect Lisa to win, but I do expect her to hang around long enough to be able to sneak into the medal positions right at the end. Way to go, Lisa.
And we'll keep you in touch with the pole vault, of course, as well. Steve Lewis going in that. Mike, the women's 1,500 metre final.
Yes, and hope for Lisa Dobryski after her interrupted build-up to the Games in 2009 when she won silver at the World Championships. She had a 6-week rush back after a thigh injury she suffered in May of that year. So she's been through all of this before. Laura Waitman, first-time finalist at this level of competition. The UK champion won the Olympic trial ahead of a Lisa Dobryski who was coming back to form at that stage. A week later, Dobryski ran 10 seconds faster in the Diamond League meeting in Paris. Some of the dangers here. Abibi Aragawi of Ethiopia is the world #1 on times so far this season, with a clocking of around 3 minutes and 56 seconds, which was lightning fast at the Rome Diamond League meeting back in May. Over on the far side of the stadium, Steve Lewis, Steve Buckley.
Last chance saloon for the Brit, 5 metres and 85.
he's knocked it off. It was another good attempt, but he's out of the competition. Ends up in equal 5th place.
As ever, commentary from 80,000 people here in the crowd with the field events like the high jump and the pole vault, and Steve Lewis just failing to get over what would have been a British record height, having set the new mark just a few days before the Olympic Games began. 13 athletes are congregating over on the far side of the stadium, obscured from our view by the hammer cage where the women's hammer took place earlier on this evening, with Sophie Hitchin, the British record holder, finishing down the field. The 13 athletes then lean forward over the curved start line for one of the showpiece finals of London 2012. It's the women's 1500 metres with Lisa Zabriskie and Laura Wakeman in the final for Britain. And as they charge through the first 100 metres, so the two British athletes are at the back of the field, but they're very tightly grouped, and they've almost slowed to a walk after 100 metres, with from the inside Bulut of Turkey taking them on, and Jamal really on sufferance. He's on her outside with the joint ownership of the lead. Moving through is Kostetskaya, the runner-up in the recent Russian Championships, and she in turn is followed by Morgan Yuseni of the United States, who was very unlucky in the World Championship final last year. With 500 metres to go, she was just moving into a challenging position and then was tripped in a collision with Helen Obiri, the Kenyan winner of the National Olympic trials over there, and she's towards the back of the field at this stage. Zabriskie is just starting to make ground through the field towards the mid-division, and now tracked by Laura Wakeman. They've completed then 300 metres of the first lap, and the lap marker shows 3 to go. Alison Kirbishley, it's pedestrian.
You could say that. This is going to be an 800 metres, I think, more than a 1500. It's really going to be who can hold their nerve, because no one's wanting to take this on. I was expecting to see the likes of Chakir or Jamal or Tomashova. You used to see Tomashova. She's stuck there right in the middle of this pack, hugging the curve. And Aragawi, the young Ethiopian fastest in the field here, she's also not interested at all. Laura Wakeman sitting at the back of the field. Lisa Zabriskie just in there, but yeah, Bulut taking them through, Jamal taking them through. I reckon as you get into the next home straight, Mike, you're going to start seeing them start to wind it up.
Well, Obiri, who collided with Yuseni at the World Championship final last year, has just had a slight stumble at the back of the field, and now she's made her way round towards the outside in lane 2 to move through to the middle of the field. Bulut is leading for Turkey. Jamal, twice world champion in 2007 and 2009, is now a metre adrift in second place. Then Kostetskaya is right there, runner-up in the Russian national championships. And the athlete who filled the same position at the American National Championship, Shannon Robury, is towards the inside. Yuseni of the States is also close up. And now in the back quartet still are Lisa Zabriskie and Laura Wakeman, but they both still have plenty of ground to make up and plenty of time to do so off a pace like this. Now they head past the point where they left a couple of laps ago and stretch down the back straight once again, and the lead is pretty much unchanged as it has been from the start, and you get the impression that Bulut of Turkey is trying to set the pace here for her compatriot Chakir, who produced a blistering last lap to win the European Championships in Helsinki not so long ago, and she's in 5th place at this stage, with a couple of runners blocking her view at the moment of her compatriot in the lead. Laura Wakeman is the back marker at this stage, and 2 ahead of her, Lisa Zabriskie tucked in on the inside, ready to make a late charge. A lot could happen in the home straight here. Remember, Hannah England in the World Championships last year moved through from 7th to the silver medal position in the final 120 metres or so, and we look set for a similar finish here. Still, though, the long-time leader, Bulut, from Jamal, Kostetskaya and Yuseni now making a move. Wakeman is at the back of the field. Zabriskie is just at the back of the pack and avoided a fall. And Morgan Yuseni, would you believe it, the American champion for the 2nd time in a row at the Global Championships, has fallen just beyond the line, and they've heard the bell and they're out on the far side. Alison Kirbishley.
And I tell you what, I was just about to say Morgan Yuseni is in a perfect position, Mike. As they go down the back straight, it's Chakir with Jamal, but look at Aragawi, she's coming onto the shoulder. Lisa Zabriskie has a lot to do, Mike.
Yes, they go through with 200 metres to go. Lisa Zabriskie back in 9th place now as Chakir, the European champion, takes it up from the world #1 this year on times, and that is Aragawi of Ethiopia. Jamal, the former world champion, now bidding to add the Olympic title to her roll of honour. Into the home straight, and Chakir still looks strong. She leads by a metre from Jamal. The 2nd Turkish athlete is renewing her challenge and coming through on the outside. It's Chakir from Bulut. Aragawi falters in the closing stages. It's going to be a Turkish 1-2.
as Shakir leads Bulut home, close for the bronze medal, and Debrisky and Waitman finishing down the field for Britain. The winning time, 4 minutes 10.23 seconds, a Turkish 1-2 in the women's 1500 metres.
Back for reflections on this in a second, but Tom Daley's going in the diving. Vassos Alexander.
This is his most inconsistent dive, a front 4.5. This is the dive that Greg Louganis, the great American diver, told me just moments ago would make or break Daley's medal chances here at London 2012. 4.5 somersaults in a blur through the air, and he has just smoked it, Karen, once again.
Yeah, not bad. It wasn't perfect. He was twisting right at the end on entry, so it can be done better, but that was pretty good. I think he'll be happy with that.
He will take scores of 8 and 7.5, and that's exactly what he's been given. Scores of 8 and 7.5. 324 points after the 4th round of 6 dives. He was in 9th place before this dive. Just looking at the computer before it updates, I think it'll put him comfortably in the top 10. The top 18 go through.
Well, Alison, it's one of those situations where you need to talk about the winner, but the human being in you is just drawn to Yuseni, the American. I couldn't take my eyes off her on the final lap. But after Mike said this is the second major championship in a row where she's fallen only now, so what is it, a good 2.5 minutes after falling, as she dragged herself literally off the track. She is clearly in floods of tears and has been the whole time.
She's not just crying, she's sobbing. Can you believe the luck of that woman? And the race was run to suit an athlete like her, to be poised, ready to challenge in the home straight. It happened with 500 metres to go at the World Championships, here with about 380 metres to go. The single unluckiest athlete on the international scene.
And she was in a perfect place, Mike. We're waiting to see the rerun, because I have a bad feeling that Abiri might have been involved again. You know, just as they hit the bell, Mike was just about to hand to me. I was about to say, you keep an eye on Yuseni. She was currently in about 5th or 6th, right poised on the outside, exactly where you'd want to be. But I tell you what, it's got a bad taste in my mouth. It's a lady that's won that title. She's come back recently from a drug suspension. I don't like to see it, Mark. I can't lie.
We'll come back to that in a second. Darren Fletcher, give us an update on the boxing.
Yeah, well, Michael Connell has just been knocked out here, Mark. Well, not knocked out, but he's been knocked out of the competition. He's lost quite heavily against Rabesi Ramirez. If you remember, he was extremely impressive when he fought Andrew Selby in the last 8, and he picked up where he left off. It was a close fight, relatively, Steve, until the last round, and then Ramirez took over and showed his class.
He didn't pull away, and if you consider today the Irish have come here to this spectacular venue, high on Katie Taylor from last night, and they fought officially, took the number 1 in the world at one weight, the number 1 in the world at another weight, and the number 3 in the world at another weight, who I think is the number 1 in the world. They've come up against the 3 number 1s, and they've lost 1, they've beaten 1, and they lost just close on a countback. So hasn't been a bad day, Poogers.
So Codlin out. We're building up to Fred Evans in about half an hour's time, Mark.
Live with you and Stephen Lennox-Lewis for that. A goal in the hockey final, Alistair Eakin.
It's gone the way of the Netherlands, who lead by a goal to nil with 19 minutes left to play. It came from a penalty corner. De Goeder initially having her shot saved, but then on the rebound, Van den Heuvel sweeping it into the net. Very convincing. Netherlands 1, Argentina 0, with 19 minutes left to play to decide the Olympic champions.
Chris Akabusa, we've seen the thrill of somebody winning an Olympic title and the utter devastation of not just being denied the chance of an Olympic title, but for the second time in a row, a world title.
Absolutely, and what you saw there is the epitome of the loneliness of the long distance runner. What you had there was her in the middle of the track. The photographers there for her briefly, and then they came and just watched the rest of the race, and you just witnessed private grief in a public place. 80,000 people were in this stadium, and they were focused on the race, and there she was. She could have been on her own in a little closet. She was absolutely devastated, and my heart went out for her.
That's Yuseni, the American runner. Everybody who has seen this, and I'm sure at home as well, will be feeling so much for her. Here at the Olympic Games on 5 Live with Mark Pugac and the team at the stadium at 6 minutes past 9.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012.
On 5 Live.
4 Olympics out of 5. Great Britain's men's sprint relay team are disqualified yet again.
And now Britain didn't have a great changeover.
Yeah. He's run out of his lane.
And he looked behind. I mean, just about every possible mistake.
Yeah, there's too many mistakes to even try and work that one out.
Britain are out of the men's sprint relay, and that's the 4th time at the last 5 Olympic Games that Britain have failed to get the baton round.
In total contrast, we've just witnessed the women's 4x100 final.
This is all about the United States, who win in a new world record time. An astonishing display of sprinting by the American quartet. 40.82 seconds, the fastest sprint relay ever run.
Czechia of Turkey's won the gold medal in the women's 1500 metres in the last few moments. Ethiopia's Meserat Defar took the women's 5,000 metres title. Sailors Luke Patience and Stuart Bittle won silver in the men's 470 class today. Hannah Mills and Saskia Clark also silver in the women's race. Luke Campbell's through to tomorrow's final in boxing's bantamweight. Anthony Ogogo won middleweight bronze after losing his semi-final. Coming up, Fred Evans in the semi-final action on the way. Before then, Lutala Mohammed fights for Taekwondo bronze at 9:15. At 9:20, the men's 4x400 final. Great Britain's women won bronze in the hockey, beating New Zealand 3-1. The final between the Netherlands and Argentina, live on Olympics Extra, the Dutch leading 1-0.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
I'm Faye Rusco with the BBC 5 Live News. Police searching for a missing 12-year-old girl have begun a murder inquiry after finding a body at her grandmother's home in South London. Tia Sharp was last seen at the house in New Addington near Croydon a week ago. In the past few minutes, the Metropolitan Police say they've detained Tia's grandmother's boyfriend, Stuart Hazel. He was spotted by a member of the public and arrested after Scotland Yard asked for help in tracing him. Stuart Hazel is said to have been the last person to see Tia alive. 2 British soldiers have died in Helmand in southern Afghanistan. One was from 3rd Battalion, the Rifles. The other was with 26 Engineer Regiment, Royal Engineers. Their families have been told. The Foreign Secretary, William Hague, says the additional £5 million the UK is allocating for opposition forces in Syria will help save lives. He's stressing that the money will be used for medical supplies and communications equipment and not for weapons. And shares in Manchester United have begun trading on the New York Stock Exchange. The flotation at $232 million, or £150 million, is the biggest initial public offering on record for a sports team.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pugach.
And another goal in the hockey final, Alistair Eakin.
Another goal for the Dutch, Mark, who seem to be on their way to defending their Olympic crown. It came from Martje Pauwman, their much celebrated captain, again from the penalty corner routine, and it was a slingshot high into the right-hand corner of the goal, past Muccio, and the goalkeeper very well beaten. Netherlands 2, Argentina 0, 14 minutes left.
10 minutes away from the final action on the track here, the 4x400 relay. Already tonight we've relived Darren Campbell's biggest night, so ahead of this relay it's time to honour another one of our team, the 1991 World Championship. Roger Black, Derek Redmond, John Regis and Chris Akabusi here storming to gold, and 21 years on they still can't stop talking about it.
Away they go, and Black is in lane 3 and straight away runs a good first bend.
What I had to do was make sure that when I handed to Derek, that he could then kick the first leg to give the Americans something to think about. And the moment they become reactive, they're not focusing on their running.
Now this is the key leg. It's Redmond against Quincy Watts for the United States.
We get to the 200 metre mark and come around the bend, I can hear and you can sense and feel Quincy Watts coming up on me. And I just remember thinking, don't panic, just stay as you are. And then we, for, 10, 15 metres, we're stride for stride. And then as we come off the final bend, Quincy just gets himself in front of me.
Who's going to be the stronger of the straight? And it's the American Watts.
There's a changeover zone, which is 10 metres before the 400 metre start and 10 metres after the 400 metre start.
No guessing
John is standing 9.5 metres after the 400 metre start.
Everett has a lead of a couple of metres from John Regis.
I remember going down the back straight and it felt so slow because I still had the good 200 metre speed. And I actually pulled out and I thought to myself, I can get him, man. If I just put on a big burst, I'll give Chris the 10 metres. But then all of a sudden I realised, don't be silly, this is the World Championships. And my job was to make sure that I gave Chris a chance.
They're side by side as message for the United States.
I grabbed that baton, and the first curve, it just happened. Regis, eyeballs, nostrils, two chests, bosh, down the back straight. I'm going down the back straight, and it felt like I'm jogging. And the boy's going to say, because you were jogging.
And it's Antonio Pettigrew who leads by a metre from Chris Akabusi.
Antonio Pettigrew, small man ball there, nick. You can't sit, but I'm knocking my head all over the place, nick.
He comes out to challenge Pettigrew, and Akabusi is challenging.
If I had to do the other 8 metres that John didn't do, we'd have got caved. But, you know, I stumbled across the line.
An astonishing run, and it's gold for Great Britain. Chris Akabusi holds his arms aloft.
Ladies and gentlemen, he brings the bacon over the boys, and they're going, hallelujah. Oh, check it out.
I love the fact that Chris is laughing at his own jokes.
I am. I'm laughing at the boys. I'm laughing at what you're doing.
I think it's very important that I laugh at my own jokes because no one else does. It's very important you do that. Now, the one thing, you've taught me a lot of things this week, all of you, one of which is John Regis only ran 390 metres.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Johnny Two-Chest Regis, man. He's the 200-metre runner, doesn't want the 400 unless you pay him a few bucks extra. He always likes to say 400 metres is far too long. It hurts and you look ugly. And no one could pay me enough money to look so ugly. Johnny, we must have paid you a whole heap, big guy. But yeah, it was a fantastic moment. I mean, you know what? That's 21 years ago.
I know. Where does time go?
Unbelievable. But, you know, on that occasion, we got it right. You know, we put our best man first. We put the old coach of the team last. Johnny Two-Chest Regis, Date Redmond into the second and third berth. And we got it right. We understood the event. We studied the event. And we knew it was the only way that we could have a chance of challenging the indomitable Americans at that stage in our career.
Well, the interesting thing about this American team, isn't it, that none of them made the final. And I've just seen Michael Johnson tweeting that he ran with Angelo Taylor 12 years ago, who's on the last leg.
Absolutely right. Yeah, it's amazing the dearth of excellence at the quarter mile in the USA. I mean, you know, the college kids used to love it. It was just everywhere you went. If you get in the circuit, there was always 3 or 4 new Americans every year coming out, busting 45 seconds, busting 44 and a half. I really don't understand what's happened. And so, you know, this event that we're about to see is quite wide open. We saw that in the heats, Bahamas really gave the Americans a run for their money.
Catherine Merry's back with us. Kath, looking at the Great Britain lineup, Conrad Williams, then Jack Green. This is the order: David Green and Martin Rooney. Are you happy with the logic of the order of that lineup? We've discussed the lineup an awful lot tonight, of course, because of what they did in the sprint relay, and the suggestion from Darren was that it wasn't necessarily right.
No, I think that's with what we're dealing with in terms of the athletes that we have available is a good lineup. Conrad Williams has been running first leg in the men's 4x4 now for quite a while, so he's consistent. He'll deliver hopefully a good job. Jack Green on second leg, deservedly staying in the team after a blistering split in the heat to earn his place. And Di Green tucked it on third leg. We've spoke about it, haven't we, several times this week in terms of relays. The nice leg, the safe leg, when we've been talking about the possibility of Usain Bolt running in a relay team. That's where you put him. It's the shortest leg and it's a nice, comfortable leg to put him on. And you have to have Martin Rooney on last to bring you home because he's done it before. He knows what he's doing. He has experience. And hopefully that's the best team that we could put out. And it's a decent one.
Steve Backley with an update on the pole vault. Steve, how's it going?
Yeah, it's all kind of at the very final stages here. Renaud Lavillenie, the pre-event favourite of France, is about to have his first attempt at 5 metres and 97. And he's down in third place because he fouled the previous height and skipped. So he's carrying a failure, even though it's his first attempt at this height. The lead at the moment is Bjorn Otto, the German, who went clear at 5 metres and 91 as the Frenchman goes in attempt of taking... he knocks the bar off. Could have maybe put the cat amongst the pigeons there. This is certainly the height that's going to sort the boys out. 3 failures, 3 athletes left in, and it was confirmed Britain's Steve Lewis ended up in 5th place.
Young Jack Green on the second leg, you want to talk about, particularly after his nightmare in the 400 hurdles when he clattered one on the far side, and his individual dream ended quite quickly.
Absolutely right, yeah, and he's dusted him down. He's come back for the 4x4, and as we've already heard, he performed absolutely brilliant in the heats. But you know what? He's got a challenging second leg. The second leg is not easy. It's a technical leg. You run in a 500-metre stagger in the first leg, and you still got that stagger in the last 100 metres. Not only he's got to take the baton within the box, he's got to stay in his lane for around the top curve and then cut in. He's got to decide, do I cut in on behind, on top of the American? Do I go past him? There's lots of different variables he's going to have to think about on that second leg. It's not easy. He ran well on the third leg because the third leg is typically a no-brainer leg. You run and you hang on to somebody. On that second leg, there is a lot of technical aspects to consider when you run the leg. So on that young man, who is he, 19, 20 years of age, there's a whole heap of responsibility. Now, in the 4x4, we don't mess up, and I'm hoping we don't mess up right here, right now.
And we need to mention as well the fact that Oscar Pistorius is running in this relay team as well, Catherine, in an Olympic final.
It's wonderful. Of course, the South Africans were originally not in this final, and now they're back in the final. And from our lineup that we have in front of us here, Oscar's potentially due to be running the fourth and final leg. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be a great race because there's no dominance here in any of these teams, which is why the medals are really up for grabs.
And away at the XL, Lutala Mohammed is about to go in his bronze medal match in the Taekwondo. Jonathan Overend.
And here is the roar for him. It's been a second chance through the repechage competition for Mohammed, who lost a quarter-final this afternoon. But now over 3 2-minute rounds, he has the chance to win bronze and in some way justify his selection ahead of Aaron Cook. Such a controversial decision by the GB Taekwondo selectors. It's not the gold that perhaps they were hoping for, but at least it's something. He fights against Arman Yeremyan from Armenia, gold medalist at the 2008 European Championships. Very experienced, cagey, wily fighter. Mohammed looked so good, though, in his last match. Can he do it? We're about to find out.
And we will be back with Jonathan at the XL when we are done here. So it's the last action on the track this evening. We've got the pole vault away to our left as well, which we can round up for you. It's the men's 4x4 relay. There's the cheer for the home team. Here's Mike.
And the lead-off athlete wearing his familiar headband, Conrad Williams, eliminated in the semi-finals of the individual 400 metres. And he will hand on to Jack Green and then to another hurdler, Di Green, fourth in the Olympic decider here, just outside the medals, and on to Martin Rooney on the anchor leg. The full lineup, South Africa over towards the inside in lane 1 in a final that now has 9 teams because the South Africans were reinstated on appeal after their second leg runner, Offense Mogowani, collided with a Kenyan counterpart. And the South Africans appealed and were reinstated, and so there are 9 teams in the final. The South Africans get the most unfavourable inside draw in lane 1. Russia go in lane 2. Venezuela are in 3. Trinidad and Tobago in 4. Britain are drawn in lane 5. Bahamas with Chris Brown on the lead-off leg in 6. And then it's the USA, the dominant force in this event for so many years. They've crossed the line first at every final they've contested since 1956, unbeaten at Olympic and World Championship level for 8 years. They're drawn in lane 7 with Nellam, Mance, McQuay, and the double gold medalist in the 400 hurdles, Angelo Taylor, on the anchor leg. Belgium in lane 8 with the Borlée twins on first and third legs, Kevin leading them off, Jonathan on the third leg. Cuba on the outside in lane 9. They're into their blocks, batons in hand. This, the men's 4x400 metres relay at London 2012.
Set.
One of the showpiece attractions of any Olympic Games gets underway. The men's 4x400 metres final with Conrad Williams on the first leg for Britain. And he's being stretched over that first leg by the Bahamas and Chris Brown, who's had a strong presence in 400-metre finals down the last decade or so, and he's gone off very quickly. Williams will have Matt Brown to make up over the second half of this opening leg of 4. He will hand on to Jack Green and then to Di Green and Martin Rooney. Cuba running strongly also on the outside. William Collazo for them, and for the United States now Bryson Nellam starts to make ground down in lane number 7. The Americans will have a strong position here, but Britain have come back into it through Conrad Williams, and the first changeover, Williams to Jack Green, and it's a safe one, Alison Kirbishley.
Yeah, it was a good one for from Conrad Williams there, but he's handed on to Jack Green, and he's lost an awful lot of ground, Mike. He was currently in 4th place when he took the baton. As he goes down the back straight now, he's currently in 7th position.
Bahamas leading halfway round this second of 4 legs, with the United States in 2nd place. Trinidad and Tobago are also prominent, and Cuba are in 3rd place now as they head on to the bend, with Jack Green trying to make ground. At this stage, he's still only in 6th place. He is now moving up onto the shoulder of the Russian. He will hand over in 5th place, but Di Green and Martin Rooney still have a lot of work to do, as it's the Bahamas from the USA, Trinidad and Tobago, Cuba, and then Britain in 5th place. And here goes Di Green now with 2 places to make up to get into medal contention.
Well, this is an awful lot of work for the last 2 guys. Di Green handing on to Martin Rooney. Those medals at the front look pretty much nailed on. America and Bahamas, but Mike, Cuba have lost the baton and fallen over.
200 metres to go on this 3rd leg, and the United States are leading from the Bahamas. Trinidad and Tobago are still in 3rd place, and now Di Green is fighting for that 4th spot. But there's a long way between the bronze medal position and 4th place at the moment. And Jonathan Borlée, one of the best in Europe at the moment, is running strongly for Belgium now into that 4th place. Britain relegated to 5th and even 6th place, and they're out of medal contention now as the United States scorch clear.
And ironically, the captain probably gave us the weakest leg because he lost an awful lot of ground. There was a real opportunity there when Cuba were out of it, but a battle up the front. It's America and Bahamas, Trinidad in 3rd place. But look at the Belgians, they're chasing down Martin Rooney, currently in 5th, 6th.
Way back behind the leaders, Oscar Pistorius has made history by becoming the first double amputee to run in an Olympic final, but South Africa are 80 metres adrift as Martin Rooney now starts the run of his life to try to claim the bronze medal position. It's the United States and the Bahamas from Trinidad and Tobago, with Rooney now 50 metres to go, closing down on Trinidad and Tobago. The Bahamas win, the USA in 2nd place. Trinidad and Tobago hang on, they take the bronze, and Rooney and Britain finish a close 4th, but Rooney was given far too much to do on the last leg.
Right, back here, lots of reflections on a really exciting race, but Lutala Mohammed is in action for the bronze in the Taekwondo. Jonathan Overend.
Yeah, Mohammed's final fight. Will it be a bronze or will it be a narrow disappointment for him? Well, he started well in the opening round here. He leads by 3 points to 1 against his Armenian opponent, Arman Yeramyan, 26 years of age, gold medalist at the European Championships of 4 years ago. Mohammed scoring with a body kick here for a 4-1 lead. Gold medalist at the European Championships this year, albeit in a higher weight category. Coming down a level from his natural level to fight here, but making the weight comfortably. Really excellent first round from Lutala Mohammed, and he leads by 4 points to 1. And really in the last couple of matches, Mark, he's really showing what he's all about, Mohammed, because in the quarterfinals he was very disappointed with the performance he put in.
Well, it's not just that, is it, Jonathan? Because were he not to win a medal, then the whole debate about Aaron Cook is reignited, isn't it? We saw it yesterday a little bit on the track when Lindsay Sharp ran really badly by her standards in the 800 metres. It reignited that debate. They were the 2 big debates in many ways about the selection over these Olympic teams.
Absolutely, and you wonder, even if he were to win a bronze, you know, would that fully answer that debate? Well, Aaron Cook was on 5 Live earlier, wasn't he? And we said in the build-up to Mohammed's first match, yeah, let's just get behind him. He's the guy who has been selected, and the crowd here at XL today really have. They've got right behind him. They were disappointed as he was with that quarter-final defeat, but now his level seems to be increasing as the night goes on here, and it's been an excellent recovery. Such an unusual situation to be in, of course, losing and then coming back to play again just a couple of hours later to pick yourself up. Second round here inside the XL arena, and of course plenty of live action from here just through the wall away to my right in the boxing arena later on tonight with Freddie Evans amongst others. 4-1. Here is Mohammed in the centre ring. He is in red for this fight, and his Armenian opponent in blue. 4-1. Very cagey first minute or so, but then Mohammed let out with a head kick, which scored him a 3-pointer. It was challenged by the Armenian coach unsuccessfully. So that could be absolutely key here in this fight, that they have already used up their challenge to the video review system. If there's a controversial moment that they don't like later on, it's tough luck. They can't do anything about it. 4-1, Mohammed leads here with 1 minute 15 left in the second round. Slightly taller man at 6'2" from Walthamstow. His dad, Walter, runs a Taekwondo club in Hackney, just a mile or so away from the Olympic complex. So much support for him inside the arena, now based at the GB Taekwondo Academy in Manchester. Stone's throw from the City of Manchester Stadium and the Velodrome, of course, which has produced so many gold medal winners over this fortnight. 5-2 now, Mohammed. That was an attacking left side kick, and it has scored. It has registered with the electronic body armour, the sensors in the armour and also in the socks of the competitors. That's how the body shots score. The head shots, well, you need to get the vote of 2 of the 3 judges who sit by the side of the mat, and they have little computer pads to register their votes. 5-2, no warnings yet for either men. This could be crucial as well. 2 warnings, and that's a point to your opponent. It's still 5-2 Mohammed. That is a first warning to Armenia. Yellow card effectively. 1 more of those and it's another point to Britain. 5-2 Mohammed leads. We've only got 15 seconds left in round 2. Is he on his way to bronze here in the Taekwondo? And 2 Taekwondo medals for Great Britain. Now that was a good attack from Armenia. It was left side. Oh! Head kick from Mohammed. What a stunning kick that is. 8-2. Armenia think they're out of the ring. Well, Yeremyen here is staring at his coach, saying, I was out of the ring when contact was made. But that is 9-2 now to Mohammed, and what a stunning flying head kick that was in the last second. And Yeremyen's coach now is just saying to him, look, I haven't got my challenge left, what can I do? Yeremyen was saying, well, I was outside, but to me, he looked inside, and that looked one of the kicks of the day from Mohammed, who leads 9-2 going into the final round of this bronze medal match. So let's go next door. Excitement mounting, I would think, Darren Fletcher.
Absolutely, Jonathan. He's starting to build in here because 21-year-old Fred Evans is due in the ring in a few minutes' time. He's up against Taras Shelestiuk from the Ukraine, the top seed at welterweight. He first entered into a boxing gym, Fred Evans, at the age of 4, and his third fight when he was 10. Wants to emulate Sugar Ray Leonard and become an Olympic champion, and it's going to be the biggest night of his life. Evans against Shelestiuk on the way after you.
Full commentary coming up here, 5 Live at the Olympic Games. That was Bruce Lee stuff from Latello Mohammed there, almost as the Armenians, well, it was right on the hooter, it must have been, because when we look at the replay here, the referee is coming in to separate them. Mohammed flies through the referee's outstretched arm and kicks the guy in the head. Both feet firmly off the ground, but it has registered. It's a scoring blow. It could be the blow which wins Mohammed the bronze medal. He leads by 9 points to 2. But you could perhaps in a way understand the Armenians' frustration. He was right on the edge of the map, and also he'd have known that the referee was stopping the bout, but Mohammed must have been off the floor at the time, and he was perfectly entitled to follow through with his move. 9-7, and we're in the final, 9-2, I beg your pardon. It's a 7-point lead, and we're in the final round. 1 minute 30 left, and Yeremyen from Armenia, Armenia's first Olympic Taekwondo entry, has to come from behind here, and he's got to do something special, you feel, to win a medal here. And he's complaining again to his coach. He's really doing a lot of complaining here, Yeremyen, and needs to concentrate on his flying attacks, because he's got to go for the higher scoring shots. You've got to feel here, jabs to the body are not going to be enough for him. Those side kicks, those front kicks, he's got to go for the head, but it's a long way up. Mohammed 6'2". Warning for Mohammed. 1 more warning, and that will be a point to Armenia. But with a 7-point deficit, that is a very healthy lead, and we're approaching the final minute of the contest here. Mohammed trying to match Sarah Stevenson's bronze medal achievement from Beijing 4 years ago. That was a flying attack from Armenia. Again, he's looking back at his coach here, saying, that was a score, challenge for me. And the coach is having to shout back, I've used up my challenge inside the first 30 seconds. And they've only got themselves to blame here. 6 points, the lead for Latello Mohammed, and we're about to enter the last 50 seconds of the contest. Can he hold on here? Can't just run away. He's got to keep attacking, but he's got to play it sensibly. The strategy has to be good here. He's young and inexperienced, 21 years of age, but is he going to get the medal that the GB selectors were craving when they controversially chose him ahead of Aaron Cook? 30 seconds left on the contest, and it's a 6-point lead, 9-3. This is going to take 2 scoring hits, and big scoring hits at that from Armenia to get this back. 20 seconds to go. Britain on course for a second Taekwondo medal. Mohammed 9-3 up. He's stretching out, but Armenia aren't really doing anything here. Yeremyenin needs to start throwing. He's got to start turning. It's like he's given up. Mohammed is attacking now. Count it down. We're at 5, 4, 3, 2, and that will do for a bronze medal for Latello Mohammed. Gold and bronze at the Taekwondo for Great Britain. Gold for Jake Jones, bronze for the Londoner Mohammed. And after everything that went on in the build-up to these Olympic Games, the hate mail that so unnecessarily came through the post to Mohammed's address, he has, in some way, well, in some magnificent way, answered everybody. And he hasn't got the gold, but on his first Olympic Games, he's got a medal, and that isn't bad. Bronze for Latello Mohammed. Well done.
It seemed, Jonathan, that after his very disappointing first fight that he actually just relaxed a little bit into the whole Olympic experience. He must have felt so much pressure to start with for reasons that everybody is now very familiar. He just seemed to maybe relax after that.
Yes, because he's got this very languid freestyle, long limbs, loves to express himself, and it just didn't look that way. Even in the first contest today, which he did win, the second one was very, very tight. He didn't seem to be wanting to express himself, and maybe, just maybe, having lost the bout, pressure off, nothing to lose. He's gone out there, he's won 2 in a row, and he's saluting the crowd here, and he is going to have a bronze medal around his neck before the end of the night.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Another enthralling Taekwondo action and commentary from Jonathan, and bronze for Latello Mohammed in the Taekwondo. The hockey's all over. The Dutch are reigning supreme, I think, Alistair Eakin.
Oh, yes, they are. What a time to be a Dutch hockey fan, Mark. The men blitzing GB last night. Now the women have won gold, successfully defending their crown. Van den Heuvel and Pauwman, the goal scorers, in a 2-0 win. A brilliant display, and it is all orange here at the Riverbank Arena. Silver for Argentina and the legendary Luciana Aymar, and I'm reliably informed we're all invited to the post-match party.
Well, in that case, it would be rude not to go. The men might well make it a double tomorrow. Karen Pickering is half-touch. She's probably doing handstands alongside Vassos at the diving.
Are you, Karen?
I am. Well, if it can't be a GB gold, then I'm very happy that it's gone to the Dutch.
So a bronze and a gold medal for you in the hockey today. Here at the diving, Tom Daley's at the top of the 10-metre board. He's lying 7th after the 4th round of 6. This is preliminary qualification for the semi-finals, remember. 32 divers with 6 dives each, the top 18 through to the semi-finals, which begin at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So a very short turnaround for Daley and Peter Waterfield, his synchro partner today, his adversary, who completely messed up his first 2 dives, but his 3rd and his 4th have gone much better. So Waterfield lying in 20th position with 2 dives to go. So Daley's 5th dive will be a back 3.5 somersault in the piked position. So he will take off facing backwards, he will rotate backwards with his knees straight and a tight bend at the hips. Silence in the aquatic centre as Daley stands in those Union flag swimming trunks of his, and oh my goodness me, Karen Pickering, oh my goodness.
No, not a good dive from Daley. He just didn't get everything in. He just wasn't back up into the upright position when he entered the water. Looked like he didn't have enough time to fit the rotations in on that dive. We're seeing it in slow motion. Maybe just didn't get the height off, not tight enough to turn all the way round. Doing the rotations as he comes out, he's just not got time to get himself into that upright position that you need on entry, and a big splash, and that will cost him.
Huge splash as he kicked the water almost with the heels of his feet. He just didn't get the rotations in. Just 39.6 points scored for that dive. He is down in 16th place. He cannot afford, Mark, any mistakes, Tom Daley, with his last dive. He's looking nervous tonight.
So much at stake, isn't there? The USA smashed the world record in winning the women's sprint relay in spectacular style. The Bahamas won the men's 4x400 relay. We're about to go boxing, but we need Steve Backley to tell everybody the result of the men's pole vault and the women's hammer.
Well, the medals have been decided in the men's pole vault. It was gold for Renaud Lavillenie of France, and the 2 Germans, Bjorn Otto and Raphael Holdstedt, to take the silver and bronze. But there's action still to come, because Le Villani has had the bar raised to 6 metres and 7 centimetres. That will be the second highest jump ever if he can go clear. Only the great man Sergei Bubka has ever done higher. The women's hammer is over. Tatiana Lysenko of Russia won with a new Olympic record of 78 metres and 18 centimetres. And Britain's Sophie Hitchin, 69 metres and 33 centimetres, was 12th place.
And on the track, Shakira Turkey won the gold medal in the women's 1500 metres, and Defar took the women's 5,000 metres title as well. Britain's men coming 4th in the 4x400 relay. We'll reflect more upon the athletics, the good, the bad, and the not so good at all in terms of the men's sprint relay team from Great Britain. All that still to come, but it's time to go boxing. And here is Darren Fletcher amongst the bear pit that is the XL.
Welcome, Mark, to the cauldron, the XL arena. Taras Shelestiuk, the world #1 at welterweight, is making his way to the ring. The Ukrainian fighter who stands between Fred Evans and a place in the Olympic final. It's muted, the reception for Shelestiuk, but listen to the roar that greets Fred Evans, a huge favourite here at the XL. The Great Britain supporters have fallen in love with this young traveller boy from Newport, and he looks focused, he revels in the atmosphere, and he looks pumped up for this, Muncie.
He looks pumped up, but not too pumped up. We've seen him overhyped in the past. It's a tricky thing with Evans. You've got to get him excited, but not too excited, otherwise it goes out too fast. And I think Robert McCracken's managed to get it right. And what's more, Fred is fearless. He doesn't care about #1 in the world.
Lennox, we spoke this afternoon about how it might affect the fighters when they came in, people like Luke Campbell and Anthony Ogogo, how the adrenaline would affect them. What about when you're Fred Evans and you get pumped for a night like this? How do you keep a lid on it?
Well, you have to stay controlled, you have to stay relaxed, you have to move cautiously and make sure it's not going to be easy. So you still have to go in there and do the work. And the main thing is, I think you have to win the first round. Once you win the first round, then coast in after that.
Listen to the roar for Fred Evans when he's announced. If that doesn't lift you, nothing will.
Nothing will. And you know what we've got here tonight, just to show the quality? We've got the world champion from last year and the European champion from last year, and one of them's a Welshman.
Fred Evans amazingly unseeded for this Olympic competition. Taras Shelestiuk seeded #1. He's only 21, Fred Evans. He's from a travelling family in Newport. He's the youngest remaining member of the GB Olympic team after Josh Taylor was eliminated early in the competition. Won gold, as Bunsey said, at the 2011 European Championships. Wants to emulate the great Sugar Ray Leonard, who won the gold medal all those years ago in Montreal in 1976. Out they come then for the first round. Evans in blue, Shelestiuk in red. The winner goes through to the final on Sunday. Evans lands the first decent punch of the fight. Needs to start strongly. Did that in the quarter-final and then got gradually slacker as the rounds went on and was hanging on a bit towards the end. I hope he's learned his lesson tonight. He's an all-action fighter, is Fred Evans, and they're chanting his name inside XL. He's bouncing up and down on his toes in centre ring and staring down Shelestiuk, who's yet to really try and throw a punch. Just trying to work out Evans, who lands with a decent jab, and then Shelestiuk moves away towards his right-hand side. And Evans standing in front of him, lands a double jab. The first one certainly landed. Shelestiuk still feeling him out and having a look at him and trying to work out what Fred Evans might do. Evans stalking his opponent and coming forward and looking confident with the start he's made.
He's making the absolute right type of start. He's putting a bit of pressure on. I think I'd like to see him throw a few more punches, but he's doing nothing wrong at the moment. He's just a bit light on the punches.
As Lennox said, it's important to win the first round, and Fred Evans is certainly landing the better shots in the first minute of this welterweight semi-final. Evans with the blue head guard and Shelestiuk with the red one. In the blue ring at XL with the white ropes and a packed house. This bear pit atmosphere inside the arena, just down the corridor from the Taekwondo hall, where we've just had more medal success for Team GB. Evans standing in centre ring with a high guard. Not throwing any punches. Shelestiuk just pours out with a jab. Evans then throws a little two-punch combination. Not sure if it landed. And then Shelestiuk follows up with a sweeping right cross that was nowhere near Evans.
The fact he's looking to throw the shots is good, Fletcher. He's looking to lead off with uppercuts and drop left crosses in over the top. He's not overawed by this guy. This is the world champion from Ukraine. He's the #1 in the world. He's the odds-on bet for the Olympics. And look at our man Evans taking it to him.
You can certainly see the respect that both of them have for each other. Mutual respect in the ring at XL. Evans has had the better of the first round with a minute to go, but sometimes a strong finish to a round can influence the judges. Freddie is the chance inside here. They're all stood on their feet and cheering on the young Welshman. Evans has landed the majority of the punches in this first round. That's yet to really spark to life. It's been a controlled performance so far from Evans, who just fell short with a sweeping left hand, and then he starts to let the punches go for the first time, but Shelestiuk is able to get his head down and roll out of the way, and they're separated by the referee with 40 seconds of the first round to go. Good chopping left by Evans as Shelestiuk came in.
Good chopping left, and bear in mind this is the type of round that could be won by 1 or 2 clean shots, so look for Shelestiuk to open up with 20 seconds to go. He's that good, he's that clever.
He's the more experienced man. The 26-year-old world champion wants to turn pro after the Olympic Games. It would be more lucrative for him if he turns pro with a gold medal, but Evans is making him pay with decent counter punches towards the end of the first round. It's been patient stuff from Evans in this opening period of the fight. Evans lands a decent left with his back to the ropes and then sweeps around towards the right side of the ring, towards the Shelestiuk corner, pours out the right jab into the face of the Ukrainian, and Evans has won the first round by 4 points to 1. That's a fantastic start by Fred Evans, Lennox Lewis.
Let me tell you, he boxed controlled. He was very, very cautious with his movement, and he did the right thing. He didn't overthrow any punches. He realizes there's 2 rounds left, and it was very important for him to win that first round, and he did.
Bunchy, I know he started well in the quarter-final, but I think that's the best round of boxing in the tournament we've seen from Evans.
Well, it's the best man he's beaten. It's the best man he's been in with, excuse me. It's the best round he's won in the tournament. And you know what, Fletch? It needed to be the best round. You don't get rounds like that from world champions by boxing like an idiot.
All 5 judges scored it for Evans. The judge from the United States scored it 3-0.
And I tell you what, listen, let's hope it continues that way, because our man, my nemesis and your nemesis, Sergei Bubka's in the house. Now, we've had run-ins with the big boy before. Let's hope we don't have another one tonight. If we do, I'm sending Lennox down.
If you see him pull the mobile phone out when he walks up the stairs, you send the big man in his direction.
That's bad news.
Out we come then for the second round. A fantastic first 3 minutes for Fred Evans, who won the round by 4 points to 1. He's got to carry on what he started in the first round, keeping his emotions under control, not getting caught unnecessarily by an extremely wily campaigner and efficient boxer when he starts to settle. At the moment, the movement of Evans isn't really allowing Shelestiuk to find any kind of rhythm, and he's up on his toes again to start the second round. He's got very fast hands, Evans, not in terms of blurring hand speed, but when he lets a punch go, it gets there in the blink of an eye.
And he's not looking to let 4 go or 5 go. He's looking to let 2 at the most. He's happy with 1. I'd like to see him stick it at 2. 2.
Good stuff from Evans again. Long left hand fell short from Shelestiuk. He's not really being hit at the moment, the Welshman. The blue head guard's hardly been necessary. Pokes out the right jab, just pouring at the face of Shelestiuk, who lands a right to the body. Evans, though, then lands a 2-punch combination at the end of that challenge from Shelestiuk. Whenever he does try and throw a punch to the Ukrainian, Evans usually has a reply, and he's got to carry on doing that.
He's either got a reply or his hands up, or he moves away, and he always moves away with a shot. He's not moving away aimlessly, he's moving away with a punch.
Caught him well on the ropes there, because Shelestiuk was coming in to try and fire the bombs, and Evans Lennox caught him.
Yeah, it was a good left hand. I didn't think it was going to hit, but it came and hit its target. You know what he does well, Evans? He bounces on his feet. He's got good rhythm, and that's when you can throw good punches. When you bounce on your feet, you can come in there with a great combination, just like he did.
Lennox Lewis, a gold medalist from Seoul in 1988 with us, feeling all the punches from Fred Evans here on 5 Live. Evans in control of the second round, 90 seconds to go. Won the first round by a score of 4 points to 1, which was very impressive against the world champion. And he's still boxing with a lot of efficiency, Evans. Nothing flash from him. Feels the weight of a right hand on the side of his head guard, but he's able to respond with a punch of his own.
He doesn't need to do anything flash. He needs to do exactly what he's been doing in the first round, because Shelestiuk has stepped up the pace. He has increased the tempo. Is he landing more punches? I'm not quite sure.
But he has to, because Evans is in control of the fight. You can feel the tension inside Excel. There's a good combination by Evans, then he missed with a wild right uppercut that flashed across the face of the Ukrainian. Evans then lands a right lead and a left to follow. Shelestiuk, though, lands a combination of his own, but Evans cleverly ducks under the way of the flurry and re-engages in centre ring. Evans backs towards the rope. Shelestiuk caught him, but not cleanly. Remember, you've got to land with the knuckle part of the glove, and it's got to be a clean punch for it to be a scoring shot. 40 seconds to go in the second round. Lennox.
Evans is doing a good job. What he's doing is coming in with a right, left, and then he's stepping out of the way. This is smart boxing.
A lot of the stuff from Szelestiuk is actually landing on the arms and the elbows and the gloves of Evans. He's got a good defence here with just less than 30 seconds to go in the second round, and he's done well in again. He lands a really good two-punch combination there when Szelestiuk just took his eye off the ball in front of him.
And that was done by mobility and a bit of class. He showed a little bit of movement on the ropes and dropped that left over.
They're right behind him in here. That's a decent combination, though, by Szelestiuk. A right and then a left. Evans, though, makes him pay as he dances away on the far side of the ring. Into the final 5 seconds of the second round. The judges' scores are going to be all important. Evans lands a decent shot to finish the round, and he leads by 8 points to 5. He's maintained that three-point cushion, and it means Szelestiuk, the #1 seed, needs a massive last 3 minutes, Lennox. Otherwise, Fred Evans is in the final.
I think the Ukraine's going to come out very strong, but you know, when guys come out strong and they have a deficit to build up, they usually get caught. So Evans has that quality that he can catch you while you're trying to catch him.
And we make too much of Evans as a brawler, as Evans as a slugger. His big stuff is his mobility, as you picked up on, Dennis. And he can box, and he can move, and he can make it extremely difficult for you by using the edge of the ring and pick pot shotting from the outside. And if he does that, he's going to get through here.
When I spoke to Fred Evans after the quarter-final about Buncey, he said that he's happier when somebody comes onto him, when he can counter-punch. So that's what's going to happen in the final round.
So we think he's a slugger because we want him to be. He's actually a boxer, a smart boxer.
You know, he's almost steering the person to try and hit him so he can hit them. I know he would win at the game with tag.
The biggest 3 minutes of Fred Evans' life until, hopefully, he steps through the ropes on Sunday and fights for gold. He's got a 3-point lead with a round to go, leading the bout by 8 points to 5 against Taras Szelestiuk of the Ukraine, the #1 seed and the defending world champion. Evans catches him with a wonderful punch on the right side of the head. Szelestiuk trying to come in. The emphasis now on him to throw the punches and impress the judges. Evans can pot shot and pick him off and box from distance and box the way he wants to. Evans with the high guard, the two blue gloves either side of the head guard, daring Szelestiuk to throw a punch, wants to counter, does counter, lands a decent shot as the Ukrainian came in, and at the moment, Steve, is doing everything right.
He's doing everything right, and the one thing he's doing right, and I know Lennox is going to love this, he's not backing off, he's not retreating, he's not showing that he's trying to keep the lead. He's not afraid to go out there and win even clearer.
He's revelling in the atmosphere at Excel. He's grown into the competition with each bout, Fred Evans. Stands with his back to the ropes on the far side and lands a decent right lead as Szelestiuk came in, still bobbing and weaving, the Ukrainian. Stood on the London 2012 emblem in the centre of this Excel ring. Evans still picking him off from distance. There's a really good combination that finished off with a sweet right uppercut through the guard.
I mean, that was as sweet and as perfect as you get. Talk about Sugar Ray Leonard being his hero. He could have picked that one up on watching videos.
Evans with his back to the ropes, minute and 40 seconds to go. There's another uppercut. He's having quite a bit of success with that in this final round, this Fred Evans. 90 seconds away from a place in the final, up on his toes, dancing around the ring, providing an elusive target, not allowing Szelestiuk to set his feet and let the heavy bombs go. Providing a target that Szelestiuk is finding very difficult to hit. Evans moving around, perpetual motion inside the ring, and then he's got the fast hands and the accuracy to make the Ukrainian pay when he comes in. Evans now sees his gum shield fly out, so they stop the bout. Evans goes to his own corner, and we have a slight break in proceedings.
The clock has stopped. I'm quite surprised Szelestiuk hasn't taken it more to Evans. He's down, he's the world champion, he's one of the Ukrainian bankers. I'm quite disappointed he's not gone for it in this last round.
Minute and 15 to go. Gear yourself up for a big finish from Szelestiuk, who misses with a wild haymaker of a left uppercut. Evans back on his toes. Hits him with a shot as he comes in. Not much coming from Szelestiuk. He's never really been able to let the hands go because Evans has boxed so cleverly here tonight. Evans moving around to his right. Feels the weight of a big left hand on the side of the head guard. That was a good shot from Szelestiuk, and then another one as well. Just got to be careful that we don't get a big finish here from the Ukrainian. 3 points can be overturned quickly.
Yeah, 3 points with big headshots like that. That's one down. You need two more. It can be close. I think Fred's doing enough here, but he is getting increasingly busier, is Szelestiuk.
Looking a little bit tired, isn't he, Evans, in the final 40 seconds of the bout? He's got to keep throwing punches. Can't take anything for granted. Can't take his eye off the prize. He's almost in the Olympic final. He's almost going to box for what he's dreamt for all of his life, an Olympic gold medal. Lands a stiff right jab into the face of Szelestiuk, who then lands a scoring shot of his own. Evans feels another one on the side of the head guard. They're starting to pile up these scoring shots from the experienced world champion. He's got to keep firing the punches. He's got to stay out of range. 15 seconds to go. Evans backed into his own corner. A meaty jab finds the blue head guard of the Welshman. Szelestiuk is finishing really strongly into the final 5 seconds. Evans is almost there. It's going to go down to the judges. The final bell sounds. Evans raised his arms. He's convinced he's going to be in the Olympic final at welterweight. We will wait and see whether the judges here at ringside agree with him. Lennox Lewis.
Well, I think he's going to do it because they boxed well. He did the right thing for all 3 rounds. He moved well, and he was able to come through with some good punches, accurate punches, and do some great counter punching. Like, you know, this is what you need.
We've tried to become experts in body language during the Olympic tournament, Bunsey. Body language tells you Celestiuk doesn't feel he's won that bout. Evans is celebrating in the ring.
Well, you know, when there was that break with 1:15 when Evans' shield came out, his corner gave him the most mighty of rollickings, and he came out in that 1 minute 15 seconds. That was all Celestiuk.
Both of them shake hands and stand either side of the judge. Celestiuk now raises the index finger, I think more in hope than expectation. Evans does likewise with much more conviction. It's going to be a brave set of judges to knock Freddie Evans out at the Olympic semi-final in front of this mob, who have absolutely fallen in love with a 21-year-old from Newport. The all-important piece of paper has been handed to the ring announcer, and now we wait. Evans stands with his right arm in the air, almost in the Olympic final. Here we go.
The winner by a score of 11 points to 10 in the blue corner.
Fred Evans is in the final. 11 points to 10. Celestiuk couldn't turn it round despite the strong finish. And the 21-year-old from Newport will fight for Olympic gold. What a performance, Lennox Lewis.
Oh, great performance. And you know what? The judging was very close, but definitely Evans won the fight. He won the fight and he did good.
Team GB on their feet away to our right-hand side. Rob McCracken, Tom Stalker, but there's nobody smiling as broadly as Fred Evans. What a performance, Mark. He's in the final.
Really is. I'm going to be back with you for more action a little bit later on with Anthony Joshua. Thank you very much for now, Darren. Lots to get through in the next sort of 10 minutes running up till the news. Then we're going to have our interview with Daley Thompson and look ahead to Mo Farah tomorrow night, the last night of athletics. Now, this is a tweet from Sir Clive Woodward. We've checked out. It is him. So, Darren Campbell, headphones on. This is what he says. OK, getting the baton round now at the same level as missing penalties, which we remarked upon earlier. Need hand-picked group to fix this. We need a hand-picked group to fix this.
Who said that?
Sir Clive Woodward.
A hand-picked
group to fix this.
Of people to fix it?
Well, yes. I mean, I'm presuming, maybe thinking about you or somebody. I'm presuming he's talking about
They never think, listen, they never think of me. That's why I work in football and rugby, yeah? How can I be one of the most successful British sprinters ever, but yet I coach professional footballers and rugby players? It's crazy. But at the point where they don't want my help, it's not a problem to me. Because life moves on. I'm enjoying my life as a pundit with 5 Live, with Mikey Mike and Mr. Javelin Man and you, Cougars. And Catherine. Hold on. And then there's the lovely ladies. Do you know what I mean? And then there's Devo. And now we've got another member. Do you know what I mean? Mr. Boosie. So, listen. Let's get serious for a second. At the end of the day, this has been a problem for a long time. I've said it on numerous occasions. How can you have success and then get rid of all the people that help create that success? So you build the foundation of a house and then you suddenly pull it away. Well, what's going to happen? The house is going to fall down. And that's what seems to be happening. And then all the times, all they ever keep doing is trying to paper over the cracks with this person, that person. And then every time I go, OK, let me think what that person's done in British relay. What people don't realise is there was a massive change in 97. What they witnessed in 2004 started being built in 97 when we won the bronze medal in the World Championships. What happened at that championships was we got together as youngsters and said we will get together collectively and start making change. Why? Because Linford Christie, Colin Jackson, Tony Jarrett, John Regis, what they would do is run their individuals and go, right, it's relay time, and then just run. And if it got round, it was fantastic, and if it didn't, it didn't. But they were focused on what they did individually. What I'm saying is not a criticism, but we realise that we're not as fast as them guys. So unless we're going to put in the practice, how are we going to go and compete with the best in the world? So from 97 onwards, what bugs me is when people start turning round and going, we always drop the baton. 97 we won the World Champs bronze. 98 we won the European Champs Commonwealth Games. Yeah? 99 we went to Seville and won a silver medal behind the Americans. Broke the European record, which we still hold. Yeah, 2000, we messed up. But these things happen. But what I'm saying is 2004 didn't happen by accident. It happened because we had a core of 8 to 10 individuals that we knew we could bring in at any point and they could do a job. Not just get a group of guys and go, okay, well, you're fast, you're fast, you're fast, you're fast. Run, go on, get it round. And if it gets round, we do well. The performance tonight was 37.93, faster than what we won the Olympic gold medal in. But we ran out of the box, so it doesn't matter.
There we are. That's Darren Campbell. That's really interesting food for thought for everybody connected with the sport, as is in many ways the win by Elsie Chakir, controversial winner of the women's 1500 metres, who served a 2-year suspension for failing a drugs test in 2004. Britain's Lisa Dobrisky finished 10th, Laura Waitman 11th. Here's Dobrisky with Sonia McLaughlin afterwards.
Well, Lisa, was that just almost one race too far, considering the build-up you've had?
Not really. It was just too... It just wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting a fast race, or at least to pick up earlier than that, and there was just too many bodies around, and I was just too far off the back. With the fall, I kind of lost a couple of strides, and it was just too far behind.
How conscious were you that the American Morgan Usaini had gone down?
Yeah, I was very aware because it was quite close to me, and I kind of, I just thought, oh my gosh, and then when I looked up, the other girls had kind of gone, so yeah, I left a bit too much to do.
Can I ask you perhaps a difficult question at this point? How comfortable are you that the gold medal has gone to somebody who has previously served a drug suspension?
Of course, I'm very uncomfortable with that. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying so, but I don't believe I'm competing on a level playing field, and I'm not pointing the finger at particular individuals, but yeah, that's how I feel.
Particularly as in the build-up to these games, we saw Sel Soui, the Moroccan athlete, fail a drugs test and be banned from these games. So do you feel that in the women's 1500 the testers have still got a way to go?
I think so. I think the blood passport is catching people, but I think these games became too soon. So I think people will be caught eventually, and just have to put my faith in the passport scheme that they have in place. It did catch Sel Soui and it has caught a lot of other athletes, so yeah, fingers crossed.
OK, well, hard lines to you, Lisa, sorry.
That's no problem, thank you.
Well, Mike, she was extremely honest there, Lisa Dobrisky, about her discomfort at running against somebody who served a drugs ban.
Yeah, she was, and that's the problem that athletes like Lisa Dobrisky have to face on a routine basis. I mean, in the build-up to the last Olympic Games in Beijing, where Lisa Dobrisky finished in 4th place, in one single sting, the testers caught 7 Russian athletes in April of that year. 5 of them were middle distance runners. Now just imagine 3 of those had gone to the Olympic Games. Lisa Dobrisky, in all likelihood, would have finished in 7th place and would have been castigated for doing so because of how she'd run. And yet those 3 athletes in front of her were cheating. The following year at the World Championships, without those Russian athletes, she took the silver medal. And that's how the sport and that particular event can be cleaned up. I was talking to somebody from the IAAF at one of the Diamond League meetings earlier in the season in Paris, and they said that they know the women's 1500 metres of all the events is the one that causes them the biggest headache. And they are targeting athletes in particular from Eastern Europe, from Russia, from Ukraine and from elsewhere. And the biological passport that you heard Lisa Dobrisky talking about is the latest and most effective weapon in the Toasters' arsenal. And they've just, in the course of this year, caught 9 athletes whose tests were taken before the World Championships in Daegu last year. The biological passport, in layman's terms, gives them the freedom to test blood samples over the course of a long period of time, and over that period of time they can see blips in the graph, they can see differences in what the athlete might be doing, and most importantly it allows them to judge whether they are taking something synthetic rather than natural blood. And it's a very, very important development, but as Lisa Dobrisky has said, maybe too late for these Olympic Games. But we're already hearing of athletes being sanctioned retrospectively. And the biggest problem for me is, look, this is a very effective way of going about it, and it is the most effective tool that they have, but it still doesn't give the athlete who finishes second that podium moment. That's the issue. Yes, we are catching them, but 6 and 8 months later, and that's still the issue.
That denies them their moment of glory in the stadium.
The athlete doesn't get them. Look, and we saw it in the men's 1500 metres at the last Olympics. Rashid Ramzi, running for Bahrain, born in Morocco, where they've had some serious problems in the last few years, including the #1 in the world in the women's 1500 metres, Mariam Selsouli, who's just been caught. The women's 1500 metres for the last few years has been dirty.
So we've got, that clearly is an event which people are keeping a close eye on. The men's 4x400 relay, Bahamas won, a great win for them. There's a saying, is there, lies, damn lies and statistics, but actually the statistics here of the British team of the split times make Chris Akabusi for very sobering reading for the Great Britain team and their captain.
Absolutely right. If you look at the statistics, Conor Williams is on a fantastic opening leg of 45 flat. I mean, that's brilliant for a 500 metre stagger. He's passed the stick on to Jack P. Green, who ran a brilliant leg the day before. He's come back and he's backed it up again with a 44.8 rolling start on that second leg. And as I said, that's a technical leg. I'll go to the last leg. Martin Rooney's run a 44.1 as you saw him trying to claw back that third position, trying to get medal for the boys, but unfortunately you've got to look at the stats. It says 45.5 and 45.5 on a rolling start on the leg that's actually the shortest leg is less than stellar performance. But you can't blame Di. If you ask any athlete, they're going to want to get there. Sometimes in leadership positions you have to save athletes from themselves, and in this position someone's put Di in a very vulnerable position where you recognise he's had an injury problem. He struggled in the semi-finals and the finals. He's half second off his own pace, and that, as Ed Moses says, at 45.82 for the flat 400 is just not good enough. And unfortunately, I don't want to say he's let himself down, but he struggled. He struggled.
Di doesn't enjoy the 4x4. You can tell, because he knows and athletes are fairly honest to themselves, and they know when they haven't got the speed necessary to go and deal with some of those guys.
But he must have put himself up for it, though, Darren. He's put himself up for it.
I don't think he would have.
Really?
Or maybe, well, he's team captain, so maybe, but I don't know. And if he has, then even worse, then, isn't it? Because he hasn't been honest with himself. Because he hasn't run a flat 4, and was he supposed to run a flat 4 at the British trials? And he didn't, and he pulled out, didn't he, Kath?
Well, whatever's happened, we're going to have to move on, but whatever's happened, it is very, very briefly, Chris, it's clearly the wrong decision. And I know it's easy in retrospect, it's clearly the wrong decision.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I raised it up when I got the list out. I mean, that poor guy Nigel Levan, he's won 45.1, isn't he, this year? 45.1. You've got to have, if you're going to go into this leg, you've got to have somebody that's going to guarantee you 44.5. Simple as that.
Thank you very much, Chris. So that's really interesting, your thoughts there. When we're all done, Tony Livesey as ever picks up the baton. No dropping in between us. No running out of zones.
Just give it to me in the box. That's all I'll say. I like the way they all wave at each other as they're running up, as if they wouldn't see them. Go, come on, hurry up. It's like my school sports day all over again. We've got Roger Black with us tonight, interesting enough, Mark. So that's going to be good. He's obviously a silver medalist at the Olympics in the 4x400, so he can give us his benefit. But our mission over the last 17 nights is to mix really with the fans, and that's what we're doing again. We're in Party Central, we're in Leicester Square. Roger Black's going to join us, as I've said. Leon Baptiste is here as well, and also Andrew Castle is here, the man who commentated on Andy Murray's gold. And Andrew, just briefly, we've just heard a big debate with a taxi driver talking about how the Olympics has been a complete and utter disaster for London as far as businesses are concerned. Do you have any sympathy with it?
Look, yeah, of course, he's trying to run a business and it's not easy, but when the times are good, those guys, they rake it in. When times are not so good for him, I mean, you've got to look at the larger picture. Either we wanted to do this Olympic thing or we didn't, and we have, like you can't even begin to imagine. The other thing about August in London is it's great. Everybody leaves, okay? So business is always down for those guys. Sympathies if business is struggling, but I think it's a price worth paying, right?
We want to hear from you tonight on that. Are you a Londoner who's fed up? Maybe you're losing money in your business, or maybe you're a visitor who think it's the greatest thing ever. 0500 909 693 is the phone number. You can text us on 85058. We've got live boxing. Anthony Joshua continues his search for super heavyweight gold. That's on the programme. And as we move into our third weekend of consecutive broadcasts, we've got live Irish music to keep us all going, Mark.
We're showing the stamina required of the job and needed to fulfil our duties.
When are they minting our medals? That's what I want to know.
We're keeping going to the end. We have them in our hearts instead, physically in our hands.
We'll be there Sunday.
We'll be there. It's the Olympic Games. It's 5 Live in the Olympic Stadium at 10:05.
This is the Olympic Station.
An Olympic dream is realised.
London 2012 on 5 Live.
And there's disqualification yet again for Britain's men's sprint relay team. The US women show them how it's done.
This is all about the United States, who win in a new world record time. An astonishing display of sprinting by the American quartet. 40.82 seconds, the fastest sprint relay ever run.
The Bahamas won the men's 4x400 relay. Great Britain were fourth. Shakir of Turkey won the gold medal in the women's 1500 metres. Defar of Ethiopia, the women's 5,000 metres title. Lysenko from Russia won the women's hammer. And Lavinen of France, the men's pole vault. Coming up, we'll hear from Utala Mohammed, who's just won a Taekwondo bronze. And the XL's been rocking again tonight. Fred Evans beat the Ukrainian world champion to go through to the men's welterweight final. And at 10:45, it's Anthony Joshua in his semi-final live on 5 Live. The Netherlands are the women's hockey champions, beating Argentina 2-0. And over on Olympics Extra, it's the men's basketball semi-final, the USA against Argentina.
Remember, you can catch every Olympic moment right here on 5 Live and also over on our new digital radio station, 5 Live Olympics Extra. And if you miss it, catch up later on the BBC Sport website. This is the Olympic Station.
BBC Radio 5 Live. I'm Faye Rusco with the BBC 5 Live News. Police searching for the missing schoolgirl Tia Sharp have arrested her grandmother's partner Stuart Hazel on suspicion of murder. Officers found a body earlier this afternoon when they searched her grandmother's house at New Addington near Croydon for a fourth time. Our correspondent Phil Lavell's near the house in South London.
He was arrested in a park, as I understand it, in the Merton Borough SW20 postcode of London. He disappeared, we believe, either late last night, earlier this morning, and police were warning people not to go anywhere near this man if Stuart Hazel, if they saw him. So a member of the public called the police and a manhunt was launched.
2 British soldiers have died in separate incidents in Afghanistan. The first served with 3rd Battalion, the Rifles. The second was with 26 Engineer Regiment, Royal Engineers. Their families have been informed. Another Syrian diplomat has quit President Assad's regime. The official who works at the United Nations in Geneva said he should stand up for the interests of his country against those of the government. Here, the Foreign Secretary William Hague said the UK will give Syrian rebels £5 million to buy mobile phones and medical supplies to treat wounded fighters. A third candidate has pulled out of the race to be one of the new police and crime commissioners in England and Wales because of an old criminal conviction. Labour candidate Alan Charles admitted committing a minor offence when he was a teenager. And up to 1,000 jobs are being created by Revenue and Customs to make it easier to get through to its call centres. It needs to achieve the industry standard, which requires customers to be answered when making their first call.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
London 2012 with Mark Pugach.
Now, Tom Daley's not having it all his own way. Remember, this is just the preliminary stage of the diving. Vassos Alexander.
Can you believe it, Mark? It was on an absolute knife edge. Tom Daley has just had his last dive. 18 divers through to the semi-finals tomorrow morning. After 5 of his 6 dives, Daley, the 2009 world champion, was lying in 16th place. So unbelievable pressure facing him ahead of that reverse 3.5 somersault in the tuck position. His final dive, a dive that sometimes it's easy to hang on to the tuck shape a little too long and over-rotate. Big splash, he'd be marked down and would have been out of the semi-finals. It wasn't perfect, Karen Pickering, but it was just good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. It was sort of 8.5. It was good enough. Just didn't quite nail the entry. We saw a little bit of over-rotation, meant there was a bit more splash than you'd like to see, or a bit more splash than we're sometimes used to seeing from Tom on his best dive. But under pressure, he did pull out a good dive, and hopefully that will be enough to take him through to the semi-final.
Just looking at the scores, Mark, I can confirm that Tom Daley is through to the semi-finals tomorrow in 15th place. Now, what you expect from both Daley and Peter Waterfield is a solid performance. 6 quality dives, no misses, and what we got tonight from both was extremely scrappy. They both look nervous, which is surprising given that Daley is a former world champion, Waterfield an Olympic silver medalist. They only needed to be inside the top 18, remember, to reach the semi-finals, and both would rightly consider themselves among the best half dozen or so divers in the world. So goodness knows what went wrong tonight, Karen.
Well, at one point Tom was up into 7th place and looking comfortable, but you know, that one missed dive, that just changes the whole picture, and then he had to work hard to get back, and under pressure he delivered. I think hopefully this has got rid of the cobwebs, got rid of the nerves, and he'll come back strong for the semi-final tomorrow morning.
6 more dives in the semi-final, and the only good news, I guess, Mark, is that the scores get scratched. So even though he'll be diving early, where he wouldn't want to be diving because the divers go in reverse order. At least they all start on 0 and he has a chance to make the final and the top 12. I don't know if you want to stay with me just for another minute or so, because Peter Waterfield's about to take his final dive. He is lying in 23rd position, would you believe. His last dive is a back 2.5 somersault with 2.5 twists. It's his second most difficult dive. He needs a beautiful one. He's in the air, he's twisting twice, then enters the pike position and just lands short of the vertical. I'm not sure that's good enough to put Peter Waterfield into the semi-finals.
No, he didn't quite get all the somersaults in, didn't get the height, didn't tuck tight enough or twist fast enough to get it all in. Didn't look like he was quite finished everything to get in that entry in the vertical, and the judges will see that and mark it down.
6.5s and 7s for Peter Waterfield. That is the final dive of today's qualification, and I can confirm that is not enough for Peter Waterfield to make the semi-finals. He will be very disappointed with that. In the World Cup event, which included the top divers in this pool back in February, he finished 3rd. He got a bronze medal. He fancied his chances for a place on the podium. He won't be there. He won't be in the semi-finals tomorrow. He'll be here perhaps supporting Tom Daley, who is there in 15th position, but it has not been, Karen, briefly, a good night for either British diver.
No, and confirm actually that Peter Waterfield is in 23rd place out of the 32 divers, so really off form. Maybe just that long gap between doing the synchro event and coming here today to do the individual, just too far for him to get back his focus. It's so difficult. It's hard for them to stay focused throughout those rounds because they have such long gaps between each dive with 32 divers. Just couldn't get it together today. He just didn't look right, didn't look on form, didn't look sharp, and it showed in his scores.
They bookend the games, these guys. They start them off in the beginning of the first week. Daley and Waterfield, they came 4th in the synchro. This is the preliminaries for the 10-metre individual. Daley has squeaked into the semi-final in 15th place. Waterfield is going home. He's in 23rd.
Wow, we did not expect that, but at least Tom Daley, as Vassos says, at least has squeaked through to dive for another day. Let's go to the golf, USPGA second day there. Ian Carter.
Well, the overnight leader Carl Peterson's at the top of the leaderboard, but we're seeing a remarkable putting display from Tiger Woods so far. Briefly, he held the lead on his own, but dropped a shot at the 8th. He's now playing the 11th, 1 under for his round in still very breezy and testing conditions. 4 under, he's sharing the lead, sharing second place with Vijay Singh, who was round in 69 earlier on. As the day has gone on, Jamie Donaldson of Wales, 73, has looked a better and better score. He's at 2 under par, and alongside now Rory McIlroy, who has had 3 drop shots and no birdies in the 11 holes that he's played so far. And also on that 2 under par mark is Ian Poulter, who's just gone to the turn in a level par 36, 2 under par, 3 shots off the lead.
Well, in Taekwondo, Great Britain's Tyler Muhammad, who was a controversial selection ahead of world number 1 Aaron Cook before these games, has won a bronze this evening. He lost his quarter-final in the minus 80 kilogram category, but got a second chance through the repechage.
Well, Taylor, congratulations. Olympic bronze medalist at your first Olympic Games. How does that feel?
It feels fantastic. You know, there's obviously a bit of disappointment. I came here to get the gold medal, but winning an Olympic medal in front of a home crowd at my first Olympics, it's a very special experience that I'm going to cherish for the rest of my life. So I'm very grateful for the GB fans that came out in force today, and I'm just thankful for God, and it's just a wonderful experience, and I'm really, really happy and grateful.
After getting the second chance in the repechage, you seem to express yourself a lot more.
Certainly.
Why was that?
You know, the way normal Taekwondo competitions work, we don't normally get a second chance. It's a straight knockout tournament. So this is, you know, a really unique opportunity. So I thought there's no way I'm going to lose twice in one day. So I'm happy that I was able to execute. We had a great game plan. Paul Green, Joseph Salim have been mentally sound, and I'm so thankful and I'm grateful for them.
Your flying kick right at the end of the second round proved crucial, proved decisive. Did you know it was the last second and the referee was just extending his arm?
I actually had no idea. I just saw an opening and I ran and went for it. And yeah, it proved to be crucial. And but you know, that's what we do in practice, and I'm glad it paid off today.
And in terms of the overall success for the GB team, Natalia, a gold and a bronze, you know, what does that tell us?
It's wonderful. You know, we had a gold, a bronze. Martin Samper was very close. Sarah Stevenson lost to the eventual bronze medalists. So I think we put in 4 very solid performances. And I think the future is very bright for Team GB. You know, Jay Jones, myself, you know, we're both quite young. So hopefully we can go into future Olympics and put on another show.
You must feel like this medal justifies your selection.
You know, I never really thought about that, or that wasn't really on my mind. I just wanted to win the gold medal for Team GB. I'm a bit disappointed I couldn't manage that, but I'm very happy I managed to win the bronze medal for Team GB. I'm very proud and I'm very grateful.
Jonathan Overend with the questions still at the XL for us, but even if he didn't really want to address that issue, we can, and debate whether a point has been proved here by his selection over Aaron Cook.
Well, I think it has to be, Mark. I think we could sit here debating would Aaron Cook have won silver, would he have won gold, but I think that would most definitely be disrespectful for the achievement tonight of this young man who really only in the last 12-18 months has been concentrating full-time on this sport, breaking off from his studies at Middlesex University, took his A-levels, studying a sports science degree, and here he is now as an Olympic medalist. Not easy to come into any sport, let alone, you know, a sport so historically dominated by the Asian nations, and come away with a medal. And yeah, he'd have loved gold. And yes, Aaron Cook thinks he would have won gold, but we'll never know that. And I think to leave with a bronze and a gold for the team is a very, very satisfying return.
And the support tonight for him sounded unconditional, despite the fact that he had received something pretty unpleasant in his mail in the build-up to the games.
Well, I thought the build-up was despicable, really, from Mohammed's point of view. I mean, it was a tough one, you know, for me to come in as an outsider into this sport and try to understand the various ins and outs and complications of it. I mean, how can you not take the world number one to the Olympic Games? But the selectors were always adamant. They reconvened their paddle, and 3 times they chose Latela Mohammed. They believed in him. They thought he would win a medal in the way that surely Aaron Cook would have done as well. And for him to get hate mail for that was just so unkind. You know, it's frightening, isn't it, Mark? And, you know, he kept a very dignified silence throughout it all, Latela Mohammed. And tonight he's come out and, you know, spoken with his actions on the mat and has won bronze. Well done to him.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Let's get reaction to the USA gold-winning sprint relay team. They set a new world record, 40 seconds, .82. Carmelita Jetta and Alison Felix here with Sonia.
Carmelita, if you could please just describe your emotions as you crossed that finish line, because that was quite simply breathtaking.
I was so emotional. And I don't usually do that, but I knew it. I knew it in my heart. I knew that we just did it. And you couldn't tell me that we didn't do it. I knew it. I knew it when Bianca Knight brought me the stick, that we did it.
Well, what was it that told you in your heart that you'd done it?
I just felt it. When I was coming down that stretch, I just felt it. And I just said, just get to the finish line. That's all you have to do, is get to the finish line.
Well, Alison Felix, you were on the second leg. That world record had stood for 27 years, since 1985. Did you believe you had it in your compass to break it?
You know, honestly, we were thinking Olympic record. We knew how close the team last night was to it, and so I think that was on our minds. I didn't know we were going to run that fast, but it was a pleasant surprise.
Well, Carmelita, when you've run as fast as that and you got the baton round safely, what's the secret? Because in Britain, we don't seem to be able to manage it.
You know, I don't know what the secret was. I think we just had great chemistry, and we believed in each other, and we knew everybody was going to run their hearts out. And I think that's the secret. When you put 4 people together and you have great chemistry, and the 4 people believe in each other, that's the secret. That's the antidote right there. You know, you have to have 4 people that believe in each other, and there's you know, you just know that person's going to bring it to you, and you're not worried about it.
But you have practiced, and you've practiced hard, because you went to Monaco to the Diamond League meeting and put 2 sprint relay quartets out there. Was that just an indication of how seriously you were taking this?
Yes, we were definitely taking it seriously. We definitely wanted to come out here and represent the United States of America, and we did that. We brought the gold medal home to the U.S. You know, it's been since 1996, Al, that we've had the gold medal in the 4x1, and we did that.
Yeah, and it suits you. You've got it round your neck. Well done.
Thank you so much.
It suits them, Mike, and it was just thrilling to watch. The fluidity of the changeovers, in stark contrast, obviously, to the botched GB men's team a little bit earlier on. And just the look on her face as she crossed the line, Carmelita Jeter, pointing at the big electronic scoreboard as if to say, we've smashed the record.
It's fascinating watching races like that, because from our position up here, yes, it's a beautiful position right on the finish line. We can't detect how fast they're running. But one of the measurements we use is that if somebody like Jeter and the American team are that far clear of a Jamaican quartet of that quality, it must be fast. And so it was, 40.82 seconds. And it took nearly half a second, in fact, more than half a second off that record that has stood for a quarter of a century.
And we built it up. I was building up when I handed over to Mike. The USA against the Jamaicans, as a few sprints have been this week in the women's section. It wasn't a race at all. It was a procession.
Yeah, and that's what's beautiful about the sprint relay when it's done well, when they can just really stretch those baton changes out and be all at full stretch, arm at full stretch, handing that baton over. And it was stunning to watch. And must be said, the Jamaicans ran a national record by 0.3, 41.43. So, yeah, but like you said, they obliterated them. The Americans, absolutely stunning. And is it a sign of things to come? What will we see tomorrow night when the Jamaicans bring in the great double champion?
Well, tomorrow night is the last night of track and field action here in the stadium. And Mo Farah, talking of double, that's what he's going for. Talking of double, that's what he's going for. The 5,000 metres to add to the 10,000 metres. Now, this is what he won. He won the 5,000, Mike, in Daegu last year, having been denied at the death in the 10,000 metres.
Yes, and running there with that fire in his belly, fueled by revenge. Here we saw, 4 days after winning 10,000 metre gold, a pretty tired-looking Mo Farah winning in his semi-final, well, coming third, but qualifying in his semi-final of the men's 5,000 metres. 3 days further on, how much will he have recovered from that? We were sat here in the morning session. We were talking to his long-time friend, sometime training partner, Chris Thompson, who took silver behind Mo at the European Championships 2 years ago. And he said that normally, after a race of that difficulty in the 10,000 metres, it would take 2 weeks to recover from that. And yet he was back on the track, was Mo, in 4 days. Look, as you've just said, he did it at the World Championships last year. But as we've seen in so many of the events, athletes around the world are raising their game here to a level beyond what we saw in Daegu. And he's got, you know, the usual suspects are in opposition here. Mercifully, one of the Kenyans, Edwin Soy, failed to qualify. He took bronze over 10,000 metres at the last Olympic Games. So that's one threat gone. But there still are 2 Kenyans, Bernard Lagat of the United States, who took second behind him at the World Championships last year, and 3 very strong Ethiopians, 2 of whom we saw winning a Diamond League race in Paris, the fastest race in the world this year, and they are real serious threats to Mo, although it won't necessarily be a time trial tomorrow. And Farah, over the last 2 years in particular, has become a terrific racer as well as being very quick.
So that's Mo Farah in action tomorrow night. Back to tonight in the boxing, Anthony Joshua coming up at 10:45. That's in his super heavyweight semi-final. Fred Evans has already done his bid. The Welshman's going to fight for gold in Sunday's welterweight final after victory earlier tonight. Here he is with Darren Fletcher.
Unbelievable. I don't think I could describe words yet what it feels to me. Obviously, he was the top world champion. Obviously, he was the big name here to beat. And obviously, just going in there now and having a good win over him, it's unbelievable.
Lennox Lewis said, make sure you ask him how he was so relaxed right the way through the bout, particularly in that first round, because you can get a little bit heads up at times, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. But obviously, I know this kid, he's a strong fighter, likes to come forward, but a counter puncher as well. So I knew if I fell in short or overreached, he'd be on me quick. So the plan was to get a couple of points up, and then obviously he'd have to come for me, play into my hands more then.
How significant was that first round? Because you won it 4-1 and you set your stall out, and from there it was really hard for him to come back.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I started off good sharp pace, made sure I got the points on the board, and then I knew he'd have to come forward then, and it just played into my hands then from there on, really.
Is it fair to say that you've got gradually better as this tournament's gone on? Because in the first fight maybe you got caught up with it a little bit, but you were so controlled tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I seem to do that in all the tournaments I've been to, the Europeans a lot. Every fight goes on, the more I sort of adapt more to the arena and get used to the venue more. progress a little bit better like each fight. So.
You might be a gold medalist come Sunday afternoon. What about that?
That would be unbelievable. That would just be a dream come true.
Well, of Sunday afternoon, Darren Fletcher and the boys will be there along with Steve Bunce, Lennox Lewis, as they are for Anthony Joshua, a 6'10" opponent, Darren, Ivan Dichko. It sounds like something out of a Rocky film.
That's what everybody's been saying on Twitter, Mark, is Ivan Drago fighting Anthony Joshua. It's not very often, is it, when you're 6'6" and built like a proverbial brick outhouse, that somebody is going to tower above you. But that's what Dichko's going to do tonight. It's going to be a tough night for Joshua. I just get the impression, though, that Joshua showed a bit of power in the previous fight against Zheng, and if he can start landing those bombs at any stage of the fight, then he could end it. But he's going to have to work hard, but he's going to be inspired by Fred Evans and inspired by Nicola Adams yesterday, and this crowd in here is going to give him a fantastic welcome.
Lennox, you've been emailing Anthony Joshua.
Yes.
Can you let us into the sort of tone of your emails and his replies?
Sure. Basically, I'll just tell him to relax, go out there and box. It's a controlled aggression, and make sure he keeps his defense tight. Simple, nothing too hard.
And what do you think, Steve, looking at it and having seen the two fighters throughout the week?
Well, let me ask you this, Poogers, right? If you're 6'7", right, and about 17 stone, and you're a nice enough fella, but you know how to stand up for yourself, and suddenly you come to a tournament, and one guy you fight is 18 stone and 6'9", you come past him, and he's a bronze medalist in the last Olympics. Then you come up against another guy who's 6'10" and 19 stone. You've got to, I tell you what, I know one thing: you don't buy a dog and call it lucky. That's for sure, because you can't believe your bad luck drawing these guys. And the one thing I like about Dichko, okay, forget the name Ivan, forget the country Kazakhstan and all the jokes and connotations attached to that. This guy doesn't actually fight like a former Soviet bloc fighter. He's got good mobility, and I can tell you now, and I was talking to Fletch earlier on, the GB people are not concerned about Big Josh getting it on the chin. They're not concerned about Big Josh being outworked. They're concerned about Dichko's mobility, because for 6'10", 6'9.5", he moves really fluidly and really well. And that's what sometimes gives the relatively inexperienced Joshua a few problems.
Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you very much for now, and we're really looking forward to that. It's in about 18 minutes' time, so just kind of a couple of minutes just to finish here with the athletics with Mike and Alison, because we need to talk about targets, and specifically Charles Van Comene, the head coach's target of 8, which cannot now be reached.
No, Britain at the moment are 4th in the medals table in athletics, so it's a long way from a disaster, but at the moment they have 5 medals. The target set by Charles Van Comene was 8, including 1 gold, which would be the best target since the boycotted games of the early 1980s. There are 7 finals here tomorrow evening, the last session of athletics. And in only 2 of them are Britain represented. The men's 5,000 metres with Mo Farah that we've been talking about, and in the women's 4x400 metres relay, in which they qualified 3rd fastest. So there could be 2 more medals to come, which would make a total of 7 medals, including 3 golds. And I think anybody would accept that 7 with 3 golds equates to 8 with 1 gold.
But we've also got to say that's Charles Van Comene's target. It's not UK sports. UK athletics set the target when they were asked by UK sports 4 years ago, what are you going to win? They said between 5 and 8. So in terms of UK sport, the people that give them the money that funds their sport, UK sport won't be saying, what are you going to change? It's Charles Van Comene that personally came out and said, I will resign if we do not get 8 medals. He was the one who came out and said that. So I'll be really, really interested, as we all will post-games, what Charles Van Comene's view on this is.
But it is fair enough, isn't it, for a lot of people to say 3 gold medals really does sort of swing the weighting in favour, even if it is slightly shy of what Charles Van Comene said himself his own target of 8 was?
I think so, and the feel-good factor that has created around the sport is very important as well. And I think we'll come to see at the end of these games that maybe 3 countries, 4, 5 at the outside, will have won more medals than Britain. And that target of 8, I'd suggest maybe only 3 countries will reach. It's going to be very difficult to win medals in the stadium. By the time we get to the end of tomorrow evening, will be only a few short of 50 countries will have won medals here. The spread of success in athletics has grown immensely since the 1980s, and that's why it's the most difficult arena in the Olympic Games in which to win medals.
Thank you very much. We'll do it all again tomorrow night, Mike and Ali. And tomorrow's Olympic highlights: Ed McKeever, favourite for gold in the canoe sprint, the final just after 9:30 in the morning. Tom Daley in the 10-metre platform didn't have it all his own way at all this evening, just sneaked in, but the final's at 8:30 tomorrow night. Mo Farah back here, 7:30 the final of the 5,000 metres. Usain Bolt in the sprint relay at 9 o'clock. The final of the men's football at 3 o'clock. You can hear that live on Olympics Extra, our sister station right next door to us on 5 Live on your digital radio. So it's 10:30. The Olympic Stadium is emptying, and we, Tony Livesey, shall vacate it as well.